Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning. Oh, that was a very hard cut, wasn't it? That was a very hard cut. Also, the lights look very, very bright today, Levi. It's not because I'm a shining star. They're very, very, very bright on there today. Anyway, good morning, good morning. We've got an absolutely packed show today, so we're going to start straight away with the early bird. That's you, Levi. Levi's directing to everyone. Ollie's got a chest infection. Where is it? Okay, they're just finding the bird. Waking up the bird. Good morning, Martin. Good morning, Wayne. Big Wayne's watching. I've got two early birds, just remember, so keep it there, Levi. Right, here we go. Now I've not got very many of these, but you're going to want this. You're getting 4 meters of Macawa linen texture in linen colour. First of all, there is no linen in it. It's 100% cotton, it's 44 inches wide, it's machine washable, it's quilting weight. We love Macawa, we love this texture, and we also love the colour. So the colour is linen, the texture is linen, but it's all cotton. Crashing! Remember, you're getting 4 meters. 4 meters for £41.92. £41.92. I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it? For the background of your quilt, for a backing of a quilt, actually. Saving £6 there. So how much did it work out now at half a metre then? That's 8 into 41. £5.24. £5.24. Wayne says good morning. Sue says good morning. Message on my bottom. Good morning, John, from Josephine. Good morning, Josephine, my lovely. How is everybody? 41.92. Oh, right, they're going. They're going already. Yeah, Hannah's excited about the weekend. She's going to London, staying in a posh hotel. Oh, that's not this weekend. Oh, she's going to a day festival this weekend. Wait, Moseley. In Cannock. Yeah, I know where Cannock Chase is. Lovely. In the forest in Cannock Chase. Oh, how'd you get free tickets? Oh, 41.92. Keep going through. Lots of you there. Lots of you there. Remember, once you bought this, that's your P&P paid for the day. So whether you come in and buy a Janet Clare quilt or an Yvonne McAtamney quilt or a ScanNcut or a Sublimation printer, whatever that may be, then your P&P's paid for the day. Right, be careful now. I've only got 12 left. 12 left, and that's it. Oh, no, what's the matter? Oh, June. June says I'm needing your chirpiness today. It's not the anniversary today, is it, June? No, I'm sure that's not this time of year. Anyway, 9 left. We all need chirpiness in our life at the moment. Sadly, you've got me, but there you go. Yeah, Susanna. Linda. Hi, another lovely shirt. Thank you, Linda, my love. Keep going through. No, I just looked down. There's a thread coming off the button. I thought if I pull that, the button will come off, and that means I'll have my bare midriff for the whole day then. Ooh. It's not what we want. Alan's on floor today, everyone. How come you're not making videos today then?
I am, but I'm just in here for now.
Oh, for 5, it's 5 hours, you know.
It's what?
5 hours.
Oh, no.
No.
Now 5 hours.
Not for me, thank you. 41, right, there's 7 left. I'm going to go because there's more than 7 people got it in their basket. Right, ready? Early bird number 2, Levi. Oh, there's Munch just arriving. No visual, but we heard it. Right. We'll put Levi on the microphone in a minute because it's great fun hearing what he's saying. So this is 4 meters of your Rose and Hubble. 31.92 is how much it would cost you. Are you sure? 24.92 this is going to. For 8 units, that's 8, 4, 30. No, hang on, how much does that work out? No, Hannah. So 8 into 24. £3.11.5. Jess has just arrived, everyone. Yeah, £3.11.5 a metre. Blimey, that's good. Oh, June, sending you lots and lots of love. Yeah, Jess is at Centre Parks. Why is Jess here? She's at Centre Parks today. Morning, John. Still off sick. Oh, still off work sick. Now Paulie Jake is off school. Oh, Chantal and Jake, take care. June, sending you lots of love. Keep going through. Sheila's on her way down to the studios this morning. Oh, this should be on Hobby Maker later. Right, I look away and I've only got 9 left. 8 left. 8 left. Oh, well, I'm not surprised. This is really, really, really good value. It's the Rose and Hubble core fabric that we sell regularly, normally, but not for $24.92 for your 4-metre bundle. More people in baskets. Off to work. Catch up later, says Sharon. Viv says, morning, John. Off the boat, home, now home. Oh, lovely. Right. Menu. That's you, Levi. Right. Hi, Tea Quilt. Brand new quilt. Brand new quilt with Janet Clare right now. Right here, right now. Should we see a picture of it? There you go. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Brand new. It's not even on her website yet. It's that new. It's not even on her website yet. Then back to the menu. Village Fabrics, How Many Sues Bottom with Yvonne McAtamney. That's this one. Ooh, we're block number 5, I think, this month, aren't we? Block number 5. Block number 5. It's right. Oh, it's the one right in the middle. The one right in the middle, and then the little purpley ones. Righto, then back to the menu. Then we've got Dapper Quilt and fabrics we got. Now we've got fat quarter bundles, and we've got this mega fat quarter bundle, and we're taking money off. And Janet went, what do you mean you're taking money off? And I said, yeah, there's a crash. We're taking however much it was. You'll see in a minute. Taking over £10 off. And what is it? Something like 25 fat quarter bundles. 5. And the smaller fat quarter bundles are already going. And should we see the Dapper Quilt? Oh, no, we haven't got a picture of the Dapper Quilt. No. Then at 11 o'clock, we're doing the ScanNcut at 11 and the Sublimation printer at 12. Well, there'll be a mix of both, but that's what we're doing. So there are 3 ways you can get in touch. First way is by email. Yeah, the cables in this place are just a joke. Right. I just caught my foot on one, yeah. Now I had grabbed onto the table. Anyway, first way. There you go. Should we do that then? There you go. Studio@sewingstreet.com. Studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live, which is the ones I've been shouting out. Hilary says, good morning, John. Looking forward to seeing you with Janet. Claire says, good morning, John and all. That's gone back to that. We're on Facebook now, Levi. That's that one. And then, of course, we've got the website, www.sewingstreet.com. What you do is you go to the front page of the website. None of our monitors are working in here. No, look. Nope. No. So we need to switch the monitors on. No, it's not that. It's both of them off. Go to the website where Hannah will show you the website now. Top right-hand corner, you click on Watch Sew Live. You'll see the screen on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, your white box. Write your message there and send it, and they're the ones that will come on my bottom later. Scroll down the page, early bird sold out. Oh, now the cream one doesn't say sold out yet. That's a surprise. Check, the people haven't checked out their baskets. Anyway, look at everything coming up for the next 5 hours. All here. Ooh. Right, the pattern on its own and the foundation paper piecing papers are going wild. Then we've got Yvonne McAtamney's bottom there and some lovely little fat 8s. No new little project for you there. Hannah needs her coffee. Anyway, look, all the gorgeous. Look at this. Look at that. Beautiful. It won't be £112 and 50 pence. Going lower. It says special price. Yeah. Anyway, look, Dapper. We've got Dapper in 4 different colourways. We've got all the lovely little fat quarter bundles there. Oh, no? Chip to show is Hannah's favourite. On the side, though, look, who took that picture?
Tony.
Oh, honestly, Tony. Bag for your scan and cut. That's going to be very popular. Oh, no, that's not the bag. There's the bag. That's the scan and cut you're going to put inside your bag. Bundle. When we had that last time, it completely and utterly sold out. We got it back in stock. And then something we've never had before here on Sewing Street, we've got the Sublimation printer. I don't know what it means either, but make sure you tune in at 12 o'clock and you'll find out. And then all the bits and bobs, the inks and everything you can buy to go with it. Right, let's start. Hasn't she lost weight, right?
No.
You do. You look brilliant.
I think I've done a lot of blusher and had my hair cut.
Is that, and dyed it a different colour?
No, it's still this colour.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hello, I'm Janet Clare. Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you. Lovely. Anyway, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
You had a good birthday?
Yes, did you?
I did. Thank you very much. My little boy came home from university. He's now 21.
Oh.
So yeah, we had a nice time.
That's nice. What did you do?
Just sat around chatting, eating, drinking.
I thought you went out somewhere. Didn't you go and visit something? I thought I read on your Facebook you'd been somewhere on your birthday.
Yes, we went to Alton, which is about half an hour away from us. Lovely little town.
Alton.
Art gallery.
Yeah. Now
little
we
museum.
filmed, you know, the wedding. Now, which wedding was it? On Full Wedding Funeral. We
Yes.
filmed that in Alton. And my friend
you.
Anne lives really
There's a
near
lovely
there.
on the church up in the hill.
Yes, yeah.
Well, there you go.
So yes, I spent a couple of days in Alton.
Alton,
filming.
it's a lovely little
Yeah,
place.
yeah.
Independent little shops,
Yeah.
and a little mooch, and we had a drink in the beer garden.
Oh,
Very nice day.
lovely. Very
I
nice.
saw Jane Austen's her little silk coat, full-length silk coat that she would have worn.
How do they know it was hers?
They've got all the
pictures.
factual
Yeah.
records. Yeah, got
Wow.
photography. They've got video of her wearing
Video of
it.
it wearing it. Right, tell me then, because we know Larking is your latest, excuse me, your latest fabric range, but we've got a brand new quilt.
Brand new quilt.
Not even on your website yet.
No, we've kept it for
Be
Sewing
careful,
Street
be
for a
careful,
bit.
be careful.
I've been complaining about how high the counter is and
Yeah.
how hard it is to see to cut. So wait till you see what they've given me. Look.
Yeah.
They've given me a nice step to stand.
Yeah, but you've been on this table before.
I know, I do find it hard.
Okay.
Anyway,
Anyway,
here you
talk to me
go.
about the
Lovely quilt. It's foundation pieced and it is one block. One block, one size.
Right. And when you say foundation, it's not frightening foundation.
It's
is it?
very easy. They're really nice big pieces of fabric. You're making square blocks and they've got a sort of a diagonal seam in them.
Right.
So it's very easy and it really shows off the nice big sort of prints on the fabric. Really sort of shows them off and it builds up to like these lovely stars.
Okay, so now this in the graphics here, £229. I'll tell you what you get in your calico. Oh, it's heavy.
It is. You've got lots of love.
In the calico bag, you do get all. Oh my word! All of this, right? So you get first of all the fabric. And be careful, be careful, be careful.
That's cool.
Right. So you get all of this fabric. Now, tell me about this fabric range.
So this fabric range, so this is a collage about all the lovely bone china and porcelain. It's got lots of blue and white patterns and things on it, lots of teacups and really lovely non-directional, very soft sort of storytelling print.
Yeah.
So you've got lots of that. And then you've got this, which this fabric is all digitally printed. So we've told you about the better quality base cloth.
Yeah.
And that's directly from.
Oh look!
You can hardly see
I couldn't
it.
see it then.
I could probably match it if we spend long enough. You might be able to match a little section.
Yeah, look for that bit there.
I
There.
No, this is separate.
Yeah.
This is separate. But yeah, really beautiful quality, lots and lots of detail, and they look real, don't they?
Well, they are. They're like a photograph, aren't they? Yeah.
They are a photograph. So you've
Lovely.
got that. That shows off.
Why is it
lovely.
called Larkin then?
Because of mud larking. I didn't want a fabric collection with mud in the title.
Yeah.
But it's intercoastal archaeology, you know, where you wait for low tide. Intertidal archaeology.
Okay.
So you do that on the Thames, you need a license, don't take anything home. Or you can do it in the garden, in the fields, on river banks, lots and lots of bits. You can always find little bits of china, and like glass bottles and things. So that's called larking. And people used to have to make a living larking.
Yeah, but basically what you've done is you've picked up bits of china,
Yes.
which is what these
They're
are.
the bits of china, and then I have taken the little motifs from here and sort of made them into repeats and sort of invented the little motifs for the
So you didn't do any of
textures.
this on the River Thames, did you? Because you've not got a licence.
I haven't got a license. We do go when it's low tide. You can walk along, you can look at things, and we pick them up and then we make an arrangement. You can't lift because if everyone lifted, there'd be nothing there, and it's a site of like historical.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, if there's low tide, literally you can sit on the foreshore with the St Paul's behind you, the Globe and the Tate Modern ahead of you, and just look at china and pipes.
But then where have these patterns come
So
from?
these are all the little bits that would be on these little motifs here. So there's a little sprig of leaves, little dots there that I've drawn up. So they're sort of half imagined and half from the actual china.
I just got to say, because you're so tall now, you have to be careful because your head keeps going into shot. That's better. Right, okay. So these are these are all
Careful
patterns.
what you wish for, eh?
Exactly.
No, so short.
These as well.
They're a lovely bit of texture. And this will be on the tiles a lot.
Yeah.
So it's on the tiles a lot. I like having, so that will work as a plane in your quilt.
Yeah.
And it's just really lovely to see. That's your...
Here, it's here, it's here.
There you go. I was going to say, I can't see it. Yeah, there you go. That's the plane.
Yeah.
But it's not plain. It's just got that very subtle texture in it. And then I love this blue, I have to
that's
say.
really dominant in this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I do love that blue. Do love the blue. And then you've got a directional stripe, which gives the quilt some structure.
Here.
There you go.
There.
There's not so much of that.
Not so much, it's all the way around the outside.
All the way around the outside. It's not in the middle. And we've kept the stripes directional, so I'll touch upon that in my demo.
Okay, lovely.
So that's a really, really lovely.
So you get all of that fabric, first of all, and you get your calico bag.
You get your new bag.
Yeah, your new calico
Your new
bag,
bag.
which we'll just look at there. New calico bag, all your fabric, instructions, which seem much thicker than usual.
There's lots of templates in there. So lots and lots of tips. You've got a colouring sheet. Again, I'll talk about that in my demo. Lots of cutting lists and tips.
Very important, read before cutting.
Read before you do the cutting. And I never cut the whole thing out because it'll tell you cut X amount of whatever, and I never cut it all before I've had a practice.
Yeah.
Because then you're making the same mistake sort of 30 times. Well,
Yeah.
maybe that's just me, but that's what I do.
Could be.
Lots of detailed step-by-steps, not in the fabric, that's in the collage fabric.
Yeah.
And here you go, this is the block construction, the quilt construction, and then you have your full-size templates.
Right.
So they fit on A4, but the main ones fit on A3.
Right.
And you need 40 of these.
Right.
So what we've done for the kit is we've had good old Richard, the printer, professionally print them. And you will have in your kit a pack of 40. There may be 42. You've definitely got at least 42 because you've got a couple to play with. And there might be a few more because they've been counted by real humans.
Also, how many people have got an A3 printer?
No one's got an A3 printer, have they? We haven't got one.
No.
We use A3 a lot, as you know.
So I get these. So as well as getting the posh ones,
The posh ones. which
I
you
also
can
get
trace
ones that are ready to stitch on on the paper that I can stitch through and everything like that.
Absolutely, in the kit.
How brilliant is that? Now, we
saves
will talk
you.
about the foundation paper piecing in a minute because it's not difficult. Don't be frightened. Going, oh, don't do foundation.
No.
I don't. It's not difficult. But you get all of those. I mean, you get all of those in the kit. Now, I will tell you in a minute. Excuse me. It's this blooming air conditioning. No, I've got my drink here. Thanks. We have got the pattern and the papers coming up in a minute on their own if you want to make them out of your own fabrics. But for the meantime, in the kit. So all of this is all of your bundle
all
there
in
for
there.
£229.99.
all
It's
there.
split pay, Han? Yeah, that's your price. I mean, even though they've got the arrows, that's your price. £229.99, obviously that's the price. And let's just look at the split pay. £4.95 postage packaging. These will come directly from Janet. They'll be ready. They're ready to go already, aren't they?
They're ready to go. They're all ready. We will be dispatching on Monday.
76.66 is your split pay. 76.66, three-way split pay. Brilliant. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Now, we have got Janet's collection that we launched last time, right? We've completely sold out of the China one, and we've completely sold out about the first graphic-y one.
Okay.
So you can't buy those from us anymore because Moda have this thing, don't they, where they print off the amount that's ordered and then it never, ever, ever gets reprinted,
They
does
will
it?
not reprint it. So it's pre-ordered about a year, 18 months ago, and then that goes into production. It'll be rounded up to something that ends in a 0, I'm absolutely sure, and then that's it. It's gone.
Yeah?
It's gone.
Will it be a 0? Because how big's a bolt? 13
I don't know.
metres?
Yeah,
So
they'll
if they-
round it up to whatever the...
Sometimes 13. And you can't get any more, can you? You can't then
No.
ring them up and go, oh, I've run out. Can I get
And
some
we
more?
order ours the same time as everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I know this because, you know my fabrics, the Lewis 9 fabrics that I'm
Oh,
doing,
yeah, when are they coming?
they're not till next May.
Oh, he's been talking about this non-stop. I thought they were imminent.
No, but people are going to put their orders in. The
Yes.
orders start now.
Yes.
So
Yes.
like they've done the card, they've done all of that and everything, and the shops are going to have to start ordering
Yes.
now
Yes.
from the samples and from the cards and
Yes.
everything now. But it's not going to be printed. Well, it'll be printed, but it's not going to be available till next April.
I know, we need a crystal ball because we don't know what the world's going to be like in
No.
a year. We don't know what people are going to like.
No. Anyway, loads of you there. Do check out on that. $229.99. We are going to do a demo on this to show you how easy the foundation paper piecing is. So just remember, in the bundle, you get all of your papers, maybe a couple of extra.
You definitely get a couple of extra. Definitely a couple of extra.
Oh, hang on. Okay. Yeah. Right, so you got the papers in there, you got the pattern in there, you got all the fabric in there. But now remember, you also have in the pattern the master copy of that. So if you make it again and again and again, I'm sure if you go to your local, well, you can just buy lots of sets of the thing, or if you go to your local stationery shop, they'll have an A3
Yes.
printer, won't they?
Yep, they will.
So you get the pattern, papers, gorgeous calico bag, and then there's loads of fabric in there.
Lots
There's
and
so much fabric in
Lovely fabric. You've got plenty of fabric for the foundation paper because the mass for foundation is quite, it's very different from making a traditional quilt block. So we always start, you're subdividing your yardage into a set piece like a rectangle or a set strip, and then you're piecing from that. So the fabric is actually quite generous for this because, you know, you need plenty when you're foundation piecing.
Right, that's quite an art, isn't it, for Tony to work
Oh,
the
it
maths
is.
out for
Yeah,
that?
yeah, it is.
Right, remember this one, we've sold out of this one. Look how much you get. This is an example of how much you get of one fabric in here. And this isn't your most, this isn't the most, but look at that lovely, great big piece of that fabric. And we can't sell you this one anymore because we've sold out completely
You've
of that one.
sold out.
And you've got really big bolts of the blue stripy one. You get loads of that one as well.
You've got lots. I tell you, you've got lots. I haven't done the maths, but you've got 2 yards of that.
2.
2 yards of that one. So you've got lots
Which
and
one's
lots
the one
of
that got most
lovely
of? Is it the
fabric.
stripy one?
You've got 1.5 of most of them. So you've got 1.5 of most of them, 1.25 of some.
Oh, see, I've got the most of this one then.
2 yards of larking, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the most.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely
There you
lovely.
go.
$229.99. Take advantage of the split pay. Lots in baskets now. Third of the stock's gone. Once you've checked out your baskets. Right. Pattern on
Lovely.
its own.
Lovely.
And also, don't forget, it's not even on Janet's website yet. You can't get this anywhere else at the moment.
No, you've
can
got
you?
exclusivity here for a few days.
There you go. Exclusivity here on your own. Right. Pattern on its own. I
Pattern
just need to
on
move your
its
paper. Pattern
own.
on its own. Very popular already. £12. £12. Now remember, you get the pattern, the instructions, and you get your templates. Do you call them templates for foundation?
Full-size templates.
Full-size templates.
And don't forget, you need 40, at least 40 of them.
Yeah. 72 by 72. Charlie's just entered the building. So what's happening? What's going on? Oh, Charlie's directing now. Levi's coming back on floor. Alan's going to do his real job. Oh,
Oh,
Levi.
there's never a dull moment here.
Beautiful. Loads of you coming in for the pattern. Check out, check out. Yeah, we were just talking about that when you were talking to Charlie. We got the master copy of the bit that you can photocopy.
Yes.
All the right size. You don't have to worry about. And at £12, but you need 40 of these, right?
You need 40 of that A3 size. These templates are for your fabric, for cutting your fabric.
Are they in there as well?
No, these are you only need one set of those.
Right, okay.
That's for the pattern, but you need 40
Of those. So
A3
what's in here is
sheets.
40 odd of those.
At least 40 of those.
Lovely. Make sure you go through them. Make sure you go through. Right, so in here, hand counted by a human being.
Yes, hand counted. You've got at least 40. I reckon you've probably got 42, 43 in there, but you've got what you need, and they're all on really nice quality. They're professionally printed and pinpoint perfect, which is what you need for foundation.
Right, lot of people have multi-bought this. So maybe you're thinking of making more than one of them.
Lovely.
Yeah. Beautiful. At £15, that's good, isn't it? £15. And none of the hassle of having to do that yourself. There's no instructions in there. That's because you have to buy the instructions there for £12, and then these are £15 to set.
Yeah, but if you're familiar with foundation piecing, you know how.
What made you decide to do this? Because most people don't do that.
Because it's such a pain in the neck to actually copy the templates. So we used to have a copy shop at the top of the road, and he's closed down. And now we've got one in the library, but they just do A4.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the other option is Richard, the professional printer. Now, we've got a good relationship with him, and he photocopies quite a lot for me on, you know, just as a favour. We've been working with him for years. And we're thinking, what's everyone else going to do?
Yeah.
So, and the point with foundation is it has to be spot on, because that's what you're trusting.
Yes. Oh, no, exactly.
So it has to be spot on.
And also, if we're at home and you, like me, you've only got an A4 one, what I'd be doing is putting half of it on, photocopy half, and then sellotaping it. And then you'll lose all the precision. Exactly.
Exactly. So
be careful. These are absolutely flying out. What do we call foundation templates?
Foundation templates for high tea.
Over half the stock is gone already, and there's loads in baskets.
There you go. Nice little pack. So you've got a couple to play with. And there's nothing to stop you sort of tracing and even having, you know, a few more, have a practice. And of course, you've got the real one in the pattern. So
yeah, like we said, lots of people have done multiples, bought multiples.
Lovely.
The thing is, if you, we'll show you in a minute, it's very, very, very easy. And I'm not dissing your thing.
It is easy foundation.
Because you don't like anything complicated,
No,
do you?
because look what you can do with something that's
Tony.
Tony, come on, Tony.
Without wishing to be pedantic, you have at least 36 sheets with some spares. We are aiming for 40 in a foundation paper.
Well, without being pedantic, darling, you told me we had at least 40 yesterday.
This is Tony's husband, by the way.
Thank you very much.
So how many do you
Tony
need
will be right, unfortunately.
How many do you need for the quilt?
You must need 36.
Oh, okay. See...
Tony must be right. He will be right. So you will have at least 40 in here.
If he came in with you, maybe he could, in prep, he'd be able to tell us these things.
And I wouldn't have to drive or anything. I wouldn't have had to carry my tea home to the hotel. I mean, honestly, John,
big suitcase.
I'd really, really suffer.
I know. And at your age now, with a birthday just
With my
gone.
age as well. I know. And the weight falling off me.
It is. Anyway, look, we think it's a brilliant idea. Thank you, whoever decided this. Oh, thank you so much for this, says Collector in West Sussex. Excellent. I know, it's a brilliant idea, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. They are going to sell out, by the way. They are going to sell out those foundation pattern templates. Right, shall we do a bit of a demo?
Let's do a bit of a demo. I'll stand up really tall.
Right.
And do my demo.
Will you be needing an iron?
Probably not for foundation, thank you.
All right.
Well, I did ask for it to be on standby just in case
It's
it
on
gets to that
standby.
point.
It's on standby.
But it's already 8:30.
Yeah, now, if you're buying the kit, which here, you get the instructions and this pack of papers, 36, maybe 40. You get all of those in there. More than enough, basically, is what Tony's saying. More than enough.
You've got
and
more
if you
than
haven't,
enough.
we'll give out Tony's email address or mobile phone number, and you can all ring Tony.
He'll love it.
He'd love
Absolutely love it. He's right. He will definitely be right.
He likes a WhatsApp in the middle of the night. Go on, then. Oh, by the way, I just need to warn you as well, the actual quilt kit is flying out now as well, so well done. Half the stock's gone. Half the stock's gone once you've checked out. Right.
Fabulous. Right. Colouring sheet, which is one of my brand new inventions, and I'm absolutely very proud of myself because...
You didn't invent it.
I know, but I love putting them in the patterns now because I know how useful they are, and I actually really enjoy doing the colouring in. So you can photocopy that if you need to. Don't worry about it for your own use. And then look what you can do. This is me just literally sat with felt tips for 20 minutes or something, just playing.
Right.
So this is just 2 colours, like a rosy sort of pink and white, and that's just alternating which ones you put the dark in.
Oh, yeah. Because they're the same blocks.
Yes, it's one block. That's the block. It's a one-block wonder, one-block quilt. And how you place the fabric gives you so many different options.
The thing is, buy the papers, you could do this over and over again in all different colours.
They look completely different.
And look completely different, won't they?
They'd look completely different. So that's just literally
Are any of these
playing around.
this one?
No.
Oh.
Well, this one's sort of approaching.
Yes. Oh, yeah,
Sort of
No,
approaching.
because you've got the same background colour on this one, whereas you've mixed and matched it on there, haven't you?
Yeah, so you sort of
Have we got random? Oh, no, look, that one there's
No, it's not random, yeah.
That one there's like, that one is that one.
Yeah, that's the centre.
Yeah.
So that's the centre there.
Yeah.
And then you've
But,
got
oh, I
the blue that goes round.
see, yes.
And then I've changed the stars. So some of them are the dark and then some of them are the pale.
Yes.
But that's just playing, and really you can do a lot of visualising with the colouring
I love
sheet.
that.
That would be really striking, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just the black and the grey. And obviously they could be stripes or spots or different textures, and that would look completely different. You could have it sort of coming and going, fading in and out. So the colouring sheet, I think, is
An
very,
invention
very
of Janet
useful.
Clare's invention.
I'm the only person in the entire world to have invented a colouring sheet. That's right.
She did the felt pens, the paper, everything.
Everything. It's all just...
Yeah.
Right. Foundation paper. Now, you trust the paper. You trust the paper, which is why you've got all of the papers all printed out for you, and that's what you need. And this square block that we're making is done in 2 pieces with like a diagonal seam. So you've got a section A and a section B, and then they are numbered, and that's the order you actually sew in. So you're sewing the seam between piece A1 and A2 down there, and you prepare both those shapes of fabric before you get started.
Right.
So to help you with that, and this is what Pippa would have done, she would have done it extremely accurately with no waste. She will have cut her fabric to that precise
Who's Pippa?
shape. She's the lady who does a lot of my sewing. She's my friend, and she does a lot of the sewing for us. Right, so she will have cut that kite shape out of fabric within the exact 1/4 inch seam, and she will have got that to align beautifully on the foundation template.
Right.
So that's how you do it with no waste, precision. And now I'm going to show you how I do it. Now, I do... There you go. Sorry, my head's in the shot there.
Don't worry.
I do use the shapes. Now, having great big yards of fabric on foundation piecing does not help you either.
No.
So too little, and it's really hard to get the fabric in the right place. And too much is just impossible. It's a mess. You end up wasting so much fabric. So I'm going to show you the sweet spot, hopefully, she says, with great confidence. Foundation piecing is one of those things that takes you a while to get set up, and then when you're set up, you're going to be great.
Yeah.
But practice first.
Lovely.
Right, so that's that. Then let me show you. I feel so tall.
Yeah, well, not as tall as me.
Not as tall as you. There you go. Right, so here we are.
Yeah.
I've got bits everywhere. So these are the templates. Now, I have traced them onto some stitch and tear, but of course, you can use the ones that are in the pattern. That's the size. But I've got these here, and B2 and B4 are, can you see that? They're in the striped fabric. So what I've done is I've actually marked the line that I want the stripe to go in.
Right.
So that's the direction of the stripe. That's just to help me keep it consistent.
Yeah.
You can do your directionality however you want, but to get the really sharp result, you want to get those stripes all running in the same way. So you're going to prepare those, and now we're cutting.
Why have I done that? Why have I cut them out in stitch and tear?
I've cut these out because I actually like to be able to see slightly through them. The paper templates work fine. You've got them. They're the right size in the pattern. But I actually like, and because you're only tracing one, and this is not as critical as the foundation paper. So I actually do take that extra step and trace it onto foundation.
Have you ever thought about doing, like, every now and then doing, like for this one, doing plastic templates? Because then you could really fussy cut.
You could really fussy cut and see through them. I could do that. I haven't gone down the template route yet.
No, just thinking.
It's been on my list.
But yeah, because I was going to say it could come as an upsell to go with this quilt. You know
It could.
Yeah.
And then you could EPP them.
Yeah. Anyway.
Put that on your list, Tone. Put that on your list.
Yeah, I invented that.
Yeah, you've invented those. Cool, we're geniuses here of the morning, aren't we?
Tall geniuses.
Tall. Right, so then you've got your templates and you're going to cut those out.
Right.
Again, you can cut on that dotted line. I don't mind having a tiny bit of extra fabric. Again, if you've got if you've got so much paper, it gets confusing because, of course, you just want to see where that seam allowance is. Okay, and there's the line. I've done it in really dark navy thread so you can see. Right, so I've got bits everywhere. So what you're going to do when you've got your fabric, you're going to subdivide it into rectangles.
Is this in the instructions?
This is all in the instructions.
Right, lovely.
And it's going to tell you to cut it into strips, and then you can cut those into rectangles. And then out of each one of those rectangles, you will need to cut 2 of those A3 kites. You need an A3 kite and whatever the other A1 is. I've used it. There you go. A1 and A3. So you can see you've got plenty of fabric, and use that straight line there. So that ends there, and then the other one will go here. So you've got plenty. So what I've done is I've given...
So it doesn't matter about which direction it goes in or anything like that?
You want to be a little bit careful, but you've got a bit of leeway.
Yeah.
And the foundation is less important to stick it on the absolute grain because, of course, you're working with the papers and you've got no stretch or anything. So this is the size of the template, and I need to cut this kite shape out of it. So I'm going to give myself a little bit extra. What I'm not going to do is keep those corners in because then I can't see the kite shape. You actually want to see the kite shape. So I'm just pinning, and then I'm going to just cut that roughly so I've got the shape. How are we doing for time? Got time.
You're right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the time's flying, isn't it? So I'm going to give myself a bit of generous. I'm going to be a little bit generous, but
only a little bit outside.
Only a little bit. Now, the pattern will tell you how many of these templates you need to get out of the strip that you've cut.
Right.
So you'll get a feel for how much extra you can give yourself.
Yeah.
And as I say, too much extra actually gets in the way.
Yeah.
Like there's a real sweet spot as to what's useful and what isn't. Okay. So you're going to do that. So there's a bit of prep, but it's all quite sort of loose and informal. It's hot in here today, isn't it? It's hot in here today.
Hot? You're hot? Levi, can you just check the aircon?
Poor old Levi.
Thank you.
Right, so...
It's me, poor old Levi.
Poor old Levi.
She said this morning, I hope Levi's on today.
Yeah, he came in and went, oh...
Yvonne said, I hope Levi's on today. It's very popular.
I nearly didn't get in.
Why?
Because
the door.
You know you have to press the door to get into security.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. Anyway, no one answered the doorbell. So I had to do 2 trips to the car. So I went back to the car, dumped the stuff first load, went back to the car to get my suitcase with all the quilts in. And then they answered the door on the intercom and I could hear them. So I'm talking to them. It's Janet Clare for Sewing Street. You let me in. And the lady who answered sent a guy down because she heard somebody heavy breathing.
Oh, no.
So I nearly didn't get in. I nearly didn't get in. They thought it was hysterical.
You're not supposed to ring the doorbell. You're supposed to ring the number.
Am I?
Yes.
I've ringed the
There's
doorbell
a big
for
sign.
years.
Big sign on the door saying, "Don't ring the doorbell. Please telephone this number." You
I've
don't need to,
never-
Hannah, because you've got a scanner.
I've never rung a number. Who answers the phone?
The person with the heavy breathing. I don't know who answers the phone. Security, I suppose. And then during the day, we've got lovely receptionists as well. So if you walk through there now, there's a lovely blonde lady.
There's a
on
lovely
reception.
lady
Yeah.
doing her job.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So now we're upside down and back to front. Let's concentrate because foundation piecing, you have to concentrate.
Yeah.
Right. So I write down here. Is that upside down for you guys?
Yeah.
I write down what fabric I'm putting in. So I know that I've called this print the plates, and then I've got a stripe, and then the plates, and then I know I've got the check to go in there. And you can see I've given myself a bit of head start because you never know how long.
Yeah,
it'll
yeah,
be.
yeah.
And I tried some fabric glue
Yeah.
because you said to me a few times, haven't you? Have you tried the fabric glue
Yeah.
for the foundation?
Yeah.
And it's really brilliant because look, it's just tacked it in place.
Just keeps it still, doesn't it?
Just keeps it still rather than the pin that can manipulate it.
Yeah.
And here I was doing a big tacking stitch, but of course now I've got to unpick all of the, tacking as well. The only thing with my fabric glue is that it's water soluble.
No, you need the sew line. You need the sew line glue pen. I'll get you one.
Right then. So there you go. So glue is good, but you can't do that just yet.
No.
And then we're going to have to put pretty sides together, and it's going to have to cover that side of the template.
Yeah.
So you're going to put it in place and hope it's going to fit nicely. So pretty sides together, and then when we sew, that will cover there.
Yeah.
She says, hopefully.
Well, if you've got a light box or a window, hold it up to make sure it does
You
cover
can
it.
do
yeah.
that. And then you can pin that in place. You can just offer it up. It's all a bit fingers and thumbsy. You're a bit fingers and thumbsy
Yeah.
while you get going. And take your time. And this feels painfully slow when you're all sat at home watching.
Yeah.
But just take your time.
Lots
And
of people
as I say,
saying hello to you,
practice.
Janet.
Hello,
Judy says hello. The other
lovelies.
Jan says hello. Martin says hello.
Aw.
Steph says hello. Christine says another beautiful quilt.
Aw,
Derek says
thank
good morning,
you.
John, and the wonderfully tall Janet.
The
Always
wonderfully tall John. Well
always love Janet Clare's quilts, and I don't do floral.
Ooh. I don't do that much floral. I've
No.
got a few florals coming up. Right, now, sewing. So we are not too worried about 1/4 inch seam allowances or anything like that because all we're doing now is stitching on
On
that
the line.
actual line. And I've got a dial there that brings the needle down. You just bring the needle down so it's in position, put your presser foot down. I've got a smaller stitch length and these lines are for you. So you're now upside down. You're now sewing upside down. So that's
Yeah.
why I always say it's like back to front and upside down.
Yeah.
And now we just have to hope for the best. We'll go
You've got
nice
your pedal.
and slow. I've got a pedal. And we're just going to sew exactly on that line. This foundation piecing is best to do when you're in this kind of mood.
I thought you said when you're drunk.
No, you can't do it when you're drunk.
No.
Don't have a glass of wine with
No,
you.
in what kind of mood?
When you're feeling really sort of calm and in, like you want to concentrate.
Yeah.
It's not difficult, but it's very easy to go wrong. You know, because you're upside down,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
yeah,
put
yeah.
the fabric the wrong way round and all of that kind of thing. And I might have gone wrong now, who knows. There you go.
We'll soon see, won't we?
We will see in a minute, and you'll go, what a fabulous demo. And that will come over. Now, what you can do is you can fold this out of the way. Fold that out of the way, and you can trim that seam allowance down if you want it to be neater. You can trim that fabric down. And then you put that. There you go. That's it.
And has it covered it?
It has. It has indeed, which is a relief, isn't it? And then what you can do, get that pressed. Don't use your iron because it tends to just sort of buckle the paper.
Right.
And of course, you're trusting the paper. So now I'm using a piece of card and I'm folding it on my next seam line. And then what you're going to do is we can now have that kite shape with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then that helps you put the next piece of fabric in the right place.
Right.
And then what we can do is we can use our fabulous glue, which yours won't be water soluble.
Now yours being Soline glue pen.
This one, I just sprayed it and it sort of pulled apart. It was absolutely fine, but I'm using it for demonstration only.
Yeah.
Because I've been told by you and Stuart how lovely it is to have the glue with foundation, and it's true. Particularly with a big piece like this, like with little pieces, you really don't need it. There you go. Right, and then the next bit, we've got time for the next bit.
Yeah.
We have to cut the piece A4. So then we're back to working out what piece A4 is, and it's a check. So we've got our check fabric. Keep that nice. That's a bit, I want that a bit flatter, but never mind, it's fine. Right, and then we've got our A4. Hopefully we've got our A4 bit of great confidence. Where's my A4?
What have you lost?
Got a template for A4. Here we go, a bit on here. A4, there we go. And we can see this is the strip of fabric that Tony has told you to cut. I'm quite a messy worker, you'll realise here, and you need to keep yourself organised. So I'm going to do a bit of tidying up before I start cutting the wrong bits up. Right, we're slightly more organised. So with these strips, you're going to tessellate triangles here. So this one will go here.
And does it matter that they're upside down then?
No, not this one, because it's non-directional fabric, so you'll be absolutely fine. So that's that. The stripe, that is for the stripe. So if I was cutting it out of the stripe, I will be, you see I've cut my stripe already. It's there.
Yeah.
That one. So there you go. So that's my stripe. So that is the line that I want the stripe to go in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make sure I've got that lined up the next time I cut the triangle. And again,
you wouldn't be able to do this. Now, what happens if you had like a fabric with trees on it, all in the one direction? Would you wouldn't be able to do this tessellate? I mean, it won't matter.
No,
with
you
this
wouldn't
one.
have to do it. You would be having,
you'd have to cut them all the same.
Yes, you'd have to cut them all the same way, and then you'd have triangles that you didn't need.
Yeah. But that doesn't matter with this one. I'm just thinking when you make it out of your, if and when you make it out of your own fabric home, if you choose a lovely like mulberry tree or something, don't do the tessellating because they'll end up, some trees will be upside down.
All over the place. But with this, they're all going in different directions anyway.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to do some planning.
But then if you've got the trees, like if it's your stripy one, you want your trees to be all,
you want them all to
they're
join up.
going that way and that way anyway, aren't they?
They are, because they're sort of going
so
round.
So much,
It doesn't matter so much.
No.
But you know, with this strip of fabric, it'll tell you in the pattern how many triangles you've got to cut out of it. So, upside down again. And I'm going to give myself a little bit extra, and you just use your nice ruler and a nice sharp rotary cutter. Give yourself a tiny bit extra, and off you go. All fingers and thumbs.
Loads of it. Sorry, Janet. Loads in baskets. I'll recap the bundle. If you just tuned in, I'll recap the bundle in a second.
Yeah, we'll go through.
Yeah.
And this is literally, I've already shown you how you foundation piece the whole quilt, because you just go round and round and round exactly the same. So a little bit extra will help you. If you've got too much, we haven't done the maths for you being absolutely throwing fabric around the place. But it does tell you to subdivide the yardage into strips and then the strips into rectangles, and how many pieces you need to get out of those.
I do need to warn you that the papers on their own are about to sell out. If you've got those in the basket, you're not all going to get them.
That's a good invention, isn't it? The papers.
Yeah, you have invention. Did you invent that as well?
Absolutely.
All paper, all paper. You don't need to buy the papers if you're buying the kit, but I would, because you're bound to make more than one of these, aren't you? So if you've got the papers already, you get in the kit, you get the pattern, and you get a packet of them, and you get your fabric and everything. But I would then also buy, because you don't pay any extra P&P, I'd also, if you can, get the papers as well.
Get the papers as well.
Yeah.
Right, now, the triangle has got one side that's longer.
That's it?
Yes.
So it's an isosceles, is it?
It's whatever you say it is.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is I'll get away with it for this probably, but with the stripe you need to refer back so that you know exactly where to place. And that's the other benefit of having your fabric templates on something see-through.
See-through, yeah, or where plastic templates would
Yes,
come in.
so now I can realign that, and then I know that I would want that to go there.
Oh, yeah, because you could cut it out with the
Yes.
unequal triangle,
Yes. Yes, so here you go. We're going to line that up exactly the same. We're going to try not to stretch it.
Do you not pin that or anything in place?
Well, if you pin it from this side, you can't see the pins when you're sewing.
Well, no, I meant pin it over there.
You could pin it over there.
Yeah.
We could pin that over there. But again, you can't see the pins when you're sewing, and you don't want them to get caught on
machine,
anything.
Or your skin.
I know. Such a dangerous sport, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Levi was saying how much he knows about sewing, though. It's like an accidental knowledge he's accumulating from his job. It's really useful. It's good stuff.
He wants to learn how to do sewing as well. He keeps asking me, and we haven't had time to get together to do it yet.
Yeah, you can definitely. It's a good skill to have. Gives you confidence that you can adapt things to suit you, and you can repair. And it's a very good skill to have. And it's very good for your mindfulness.
It certainly is.
Very, very good. Right, you won't be standing up. You can be nice and comfy. You can't really chain piece, foundation piecing.
No.
So that's what I mean. You need to sort of just do it when you're in the right mood, and when you feel yourself getting a bit sort of irritated by it, just stop and do something else.
Yeah. Somebody did message me this week on Facebook saying, a lot of you guests are saying how difficult it is to sew standing up. Why aren't the desks sitting level? And I said, I know we tried it at one point, didn't we? And I can't remember why it didn't work.
I don't think there's a lot of room either.
No.
But it's not normal to sort of stand. I mean, you can stand up sewing. My little stool is helping me. I'm quite like being nice and tall.
Yeah.
There we go, we're done. Oh, that's it. That's literally, I've already shown you how to do, this is the same technique over and over and over again. I'm going to fold that away. I'm going to decide if I want to trim that bit of dark fabric away so it doesn't show.
Great show. I'm working on Janet's posh quilt right now.
Wonderful.
It's taken me a while to get my head around the FPP, but I'm getting there. Thank you from Leslie.
It does, and posh is, you've got Mariner's compasses.
Yeah.
So this,
super
simple.
This is, compared to that, this is really simple.
But you will make an heirloom quilt that your family will absolutely adore and treasure for years and years and years. And again, I'm just using a bit of glue. You don't need to use the glue. You don't have to have it, but it's quite cool actually. And it keeps things nice and neat. And I will keep everything on the papers for, I take them off at the very last minute. So don't worry about, don't think you've got to rip all that paper away straight away.
Yeah, but also, when you do come to rip the paper away, there's only 4 pieces, aren't there? It's not like, those where you have like a million pieces.
Exactly.
Papers on their own have sold out, by the way. Papers on their own have sold out now.
And then what we're going to do is, then when you're ready, all you're going to do is trim everything away onto that dotted line.
Onto the dotted line, not the straight line.
Don't do it on the straight line, because then you've cut your seam allowance out. So you've got a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So that is the actual diagonal seam between the section A and the section B. That's your diagonal seam.
And that'll
so
make
that's the row you'll keep, and that will be the...
And as you say, because it's got paper behind it, you don't have to worry about bias or anything like that, because your paper's all stable. Your fabric's all
done.
Stable.
So then you're just going to trim that up nice and neat. And as again, I wouldn't do that until I was ready. I'd leave everything stable and just leave it.
And also, don't worry about this, because it all looks a bit...
It all looks a big mess until you start doing it. And here's a bit that I was practicing on, and you can see how it's going to build. That will sit next to each other. And then all you're going to do when you take the paper away, it literally just perforates. The stitches will just perforate, and you just rip it off and protect it. That's my tacking, and I did that like on a stitch length, sort of 4, whatever that means. Is it 4 millimeters?
For what?
Is it 4 millimeters?
Yeah.
Register. But now I've got to undo my tacking.
Yeah.
So although it held the fabric nice and stable, I've now got to undo my tacking.
And if you do that in all the bits, then
exactly. Get a bit irritated.
Right, let me recap this bundle. Now, be careful, because once you've all checked out, more than half the stock has gone. Now, this is the only way to get the papers, and 2 of the fabrics are in here from us. It's the only way of getting 2 of the fabrics as well. So, what you get for your £220. Now, remember, this isn't even on Janet's website yet.
Nope.
You are getting total and utter exclusivity to this for the time being. You get your lovely calico bag with a different design on, look.
There.
Then you get your instructions, which have the master copy of the templates, but you don't need to photocopy them because they've already done it for you, because you can't buy these on their own now. They've sold out on their own. The only way of getting those is in the kit. So you get that, and you get that. Then you get all this gorgeous fabric. And this is your latest range, isn't it?
It's brand new.
Brand new, Larking, latest range. Right, we did have this. We launched the fabric last time you were in. Oh, no, you weren't here.
The day before.
The day before you came
couldn't
in.
wait. They were so excited.
So this one, we haven't got this one. This one's sold out here. We haven't got this one. That one's sold out here. You can go to the website to see if you've got any of the others left or anything. But you get a good amount of fabric in here. Beautiful. Now, there's enough for the front and the binding.
There's enough for the front and the binding. Keep everything until you know you're finished. If you've made a big mistake, sew it back together again. Press the seams open. You're off.
72 by 72 is the size of the quilt. Big quilt. Now, what have you... did you get Elf to long arm it?
Of course, we got the Elf to long arm it. And she's done a sort of invisible thread on the front. And it just catches the light every now and again. And it's a lovely sort of star motif she's done.
You could tie quilts as well, couldn't you?
You could.
All the different points.
Yep, you could tie it.
Right, there are 17 people got it in their baskets. What are you playing at, Hannah said? What are you playing at? Now, take advantage of the split pay as well. 3-way split pay makes it 70-something, doesn't it? 77, was it? We'll have to wait round to come. 76.66.
Bargain.
Yeah.
Bargain.
Brilliant, but take advantage of it. No interest charge whatsoever, and we send it out. Janet sends it out the minute you paid your first payment. So don't think, oh, I've got to pay the 3 payments, then I'll get it. And what day is it today?
It's Friday today.
So what, you'll be going to the post office on Monday?
We'll go to the post office on Monday, probably around 5 p.m. So it'll be on its way to you Tuesday morning.
How do they, when they see you coming up?
Oh, they just like, well, there's no drive. You sort of have to go to the back of the shop, and we ring the doorbell, and then we just sacks and sacks and sacks and sacks.
How brilliant.
It's lovely.
229.99 3-way split pay. Right, so I've got the pattern on its own. Pattern on its own because the papers are obviously sold out. Obviously, when you buy the pattern on its own, you do get the master copy, so you can have them photocopied.
Everything you need.
Is there? £12. Very popular. Blimey. Okay, there's only, at the moment, there's only 28 of those left. And we had so many of those. I mean, you can really see the pattern on there. I didn't notice it on the thing. So you've got your dark stars there. But then look, that fabric goes all around there. And then suddenly the stars become pale.
Yeah.
In that one going around there. It's very clever, isn't it? And when you designed this, did you design the block and then did you sit colouring in going, oh, I think that's lighter, that's darker?
Yeah, exactly. So I do it, I'll design the block, then I'll colour it in on paper, and then we go to the computer, and it's the computer that really gives you that big sort of, you know, you can step away and see the whole quilt and how it builds.
Lovely. Right, you're back in an hour.
I'm back in an hour.
What are you bringing with you in an hour?
I've got a Dapper Quilt, which is jelly roll friendly.
In 4 different colourways.
In 4 different colourways. Is it 4?
Oh, is it 4? Was
Don't
it
know.
3?
Might be 3.
3.
We'll find out in an hour. And then we have Austin pattern only, which is fat quarter friendly. And
3
we've got
colours,
lots and lots of lovely fat quarters.
And we've got a fat quarter bundle of 25, and is it the 25 fat quarters from all different ranges?
All different ranges.
So we've got this amazing bundle of 25 fat quarters. At the moment, it's £112.50. You're not going to be paying £112.50. There's money coming off that. She didn't know that. But anyway, you're going to have a lovely sit down.
We're going to go and have a cup of tea.
And I'll see you back here. We've got Yvonne McAtamney and number 5 bottom. We'll see you in 4 minutes from now.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside, so your ironing looks really crisp.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while. Move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline, and if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist, and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
So now, before we start, we have to say congratulations, Grandma.
We do, don't we? Yes, we have a new addition to the family. My daughter Helen has just had little baby Grace. In fact, the last day I was on here, which is a month ago today, Grace was born that afternoon.
Oh.
So baby Grace, and she was 7 pounds, 7 ounces, and she's gorgeous, she's really squeezable.
Oh.
And they're both doing well.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's good.
And her brother and sister just think she's the best thing since sliced bread.
Oh, because they're old enough to appreciate it. And it's not like it's just a gurgling mess in the corner. They're going to love the fact.
when Isaac will just go and sit down beside her Moses basket with his switch or whatever, just goes and sits down beside her. Oh, it's lovely to behold.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
And I get the odd cuddle, but of course Helen works in the business with me, so I'm doing double duty on the work side.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but
how much maternity leave she having?
as little as I can.
Yeah, exactly.
I can possibly. She has said she's going to come into work on Monday for a couple of hours, sit at the computer.
Yeah. Oh.
I could do with her sitting at the computer, yes, because
Oh.
I've been making things work, but probably not the most technically efficient way.
Oh.
But
oh, well, congratulations anyway. It's always a lovely. It's always
thank
lovely.
you. And as I say, everybody is well, which of course is the most important thing.
Yeah, it is. Right, so how many Sues?
Well, I don't know how many are left.
Oh, I haven't got any graphics in yet. Basically, we're on month 5. So if you now, don't worry if you're watching this for the first time thinking, oh, block of the month, we're on 5. I have got this many of all the others, but this many of the others, right? This is today's number 5, month 5, block Sue. How many Sues? Block 5. Oh, sorry. Gorgeous, isn't it? Now, each month, you don't just get one block. You know, normally on block of the month, you have one block to make and you put it together to make the quilt. In all of these, there are at least three things to make in each month. So as you can see, this month, you've got this block here, which Yvonne will explain to you in a second, and these two here. So where are they on the quilt then?
So this is the big girl in the middle.
Oh, righty-ho.
So she is very central, and her complementary blocks are one up here and one down here. So they're balancing themselves out.
Yeah.
And she has embroidery, has a little bit of applique and a little folded corner. So these are techniques that we've been doing over the last few months, but they're all in this block.
Oh, yes.
So this is a bit of a recap.
Okay,
So,
lovely.
You should know how to do this time.
Okay, and then the two other blocks that are with it, are they pieced and embroidery?
Yes. Probably some of the smallest pieces to stitch that we've had in a while. And yeah, straightforward piecing in, I believe. And they start pulling the colours together across the centre.
How many months are there in the whole thing? Can you remember?
10.
Oh, okay, so we're just halfway there, are we? 10. It feels like we've been doing it forever, doesn't it?
9. I think there are 10. The 10 is the final one with the border and binding.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you see, we haven't done these ones yet.
No.
We haven't.
No, yeah, there's lots we haven't done yet.
Lots to keep.
I think what it is because each month, it's not just one block, like I was saying. So it feels like you've given us so much in every single month.
Well, I think the aim has always been that whenever we do a block of the month, we give you like a day and a half's work, which is enough to spread. You know, it's achievable within the month.
Yeah.
Without too much pressure. But as I always say, keep up with us. And I felt that after the trauma of last month's little pleated skirt, we should have something a little calmer.
You thought it was a trauma. Most people just loved it.
Well, absolutely, because that was her last month.
Yeah, that was indeed. Right, let's have a look then. So you get all your fabric, you get 3 embroidery threads, you get your instructions. You do need a little bit of bond web to do this. Not much at all, but you need a little bit of bond web in this one. That's not in the kit there. But everything fabric-wise that you need. And now the other thing is you've had embroidery threads in other months as well. So if you want to, because you won't have used all of them in your previous month. So you've got, as the year goes by, you build up your stash of embroidery.
You're building up and you're building options.
Yeah.
Because all of the threads will coordinate with the rest of the quilt.
Exactly.
So if you don't want to put a purple outline thread around the around here, you could put a pale blue.
Yes,
perhaps,
exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
And the little girl here is embroidered. And I've embroidered her in different colours for my sample for
okay, that's fine then, isn't
it? Yeah. And just my job here is to give you techniques and ideas.
Yeah. And she hates doing anything twice.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
$38.99. You need to check out. Loads of these have gone before we even started the show. This is month number 5. You can just buy this one because that's quite big, the one in the middle there, isn't it? You could just buy that one, couldn't you?
Yeah, yes, that's about 10, 12 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 12
Yeah?
inches with the board.
Oh, yeah, because on the actual quilt, you've got another sashing between. I thought that was part of this one. So the hearts is the end of it.
Yes.
But on the quilt, it looks even bigger because you've got that sashing
Yeah,
down the
because
side.
these are joining strips, more of the flying geese in months to come.
Yep. Beautiful. Month 5. Keep checking out on that one. Now, lots of you coming in. Right. I'm also got to show you now. Yvonne does these like expansion packs. Now, you do not need them for the quilt, right? You do not need them. But some of them, we've had pink ones and blue ones and green ones. Some people like to kind of go, oh, I'll make her dress, not this month, but in another one where they've made her dresses in the pink rather than the blue and things like that. So like for this, for example, we've got the pink one here. These are all fat 8s, and you get 5 of them. You get the strawberry one, and then the 4 down the side here. £11. Oh, right, this is down to single figures already. Yeah. Single figures already. So a fat 8 is, you know, a fat quarter. You take a metre of fabric, you cut it that way. A fat 8 is half of each of those fat quarters.
So you have 10.5 inches by 20 something.
Yeah. Right, this one has been on before. This one is a repeat, but it's very popular. But there's only, if you're collecting them, if you're collecting them, this one was on last month, right? But there are only 9 left already. 9 of these left.
That's a lovely little pink candy stripe in there.
Yeah.
I think that would work in a number of places in the quilt, but equally lovely little background for some flowers.
Oh, yeah,
separate
exactly.
Little,
but even if you don't use it on the quilt,
yeah,
they're really cute as a present for yourself. Little treat, £11.50. Oh, no, they're lovely, aren't they? So that's the pink one. Right, they're going to sell out because there's one left once you've checked out. Now, I'm going to this one here, which we call Jade. So you've got your zigzaggy one with your triangles on that side there. This is brand new, this one.
Yeah.
Brand new. Right? And then look at these gorgeous prints on the other side there. So you've got a bit of geometric, you've got a bit of floral, you've got a bit of spots, you've got a bit of outlined square.
That's a Liberty floral.
I was going to say, it's really weird because that's Liberty. There's another company that's done a fabric that looks almost like, and I said, oh, Liberty. And I was like, no, John, it's not Liberty. So Essence of Liberty. But this is real Liberty.
It is.
This is the real McCoy.
Yeah.
Brand new, this one. This is your Jade one. Lovely, isn't it? £11.50. Brand new today. Well done. Gorgeous colours. Really. Oh, Charlie, we had a fabric yesterday you would have loved. The big paisley, extra wide backing. Beautiful. And I said, oh, shame Charlie's on his holidays because he would have loved this one. Oh, £11.50. Did it fit you? Now you're a muscle, Mary. I bought Charlie a shirt for his birthday a couple of years ago and he took it on holiday with him, but he's gone all like buff now, so. Anyway, look, check out. That's your Jade one. Now, I've got another one. Now, there's 5 in each of those, right? There's 5 in there, right? This one has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in it, right? And I said, the minute we saw, Hannah and I both said, the minute we saw this is going to sell out. This one's going to fly out, right? These, again, are fat 8s, but look, a pastel rainbow. Isn't it just gorgeous? How often do you need the colours? These are the colours you'll get. And there's a red there. £12. I know, and you're getting 7 in there. 7. Now, you can use it in the quilt if you want to, or not use it in the quilt at all. I just think I love the colours. £12, aren't they lovely? All your gorgeous plains there, but in your lovely pastel tones. Oh, here we go. They're going to sell out. How many baskets? Oh, yeah. There's 5 left. 5 left now. The pink one, there's only 2 left now. £12 for all of those. Okay, too many people in baskets now. We did say. Right, so as you know, we're on Block It of the Month number 5 today. I said we do have a few of each month. So I'm going to start at number 1 now. Right, because number 1 has a booklet in it as well, you see. How many suits are in there? I can't remember what's the picture, Yvonne. Oh, there you go. The little girls with the kites.
So
up there. I don't know if you can see that child. Oh, there you go. Good child. There you go.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have the girls with the kites, and we have the girl with the skipping rope. So she's on the top left.
Yeah, that's quite a big square as well. Yeah. And then we've also got the 2 little heart applique ones.
Yeah, the economy.
Looking round for them.
Yeah.
Right, now be careful. As I say, I've only got tiny amounts of each of these. So that one there is your number 1. And then what's in this little brochure?
The little booklet just gives you a picture of the entire quilt so that you know what
you're working towards.
And then there's some hints and tips in there about things that I think are useful.
Lovely.
You know, use the little applique pins. Don't throw any fabric away until you're actually, and what thread I would use for applique, and just bits and bobs, and of course our contact details. We are on the end of a telephone line for anyone who has any problems.
Lovely. And there's that's the contents of that one. Sorry, I didn't turn it over. So again, you've got embroidery thread today. You've got Liberty in here. Lovely, isn't it? Lovely, beautiful. $38.99. That says again. Oh, be careful, be careful, be careful. Once you checked out, there's 2 left. Right, okay. Then we went to number 2, which was this one. Lots in there. Now, what you have to remember about this one is look at the stars. The blue's on the outside and the pink's on the outside of that one. So there's a subtle difference there. Yeah. And then you've got your folded stars. And then you've got all of that inside. Now, no embroidery thread in this one. But you've got your fabrics. Liberty fabrics again there. Liberty. Yeah, you'll have loads of leftover embroidery threads from this one. And as you build, like Yvonne was saying earlier, you can build a whole collection from it because there's no way you'll use you won't use all of those for block 1, right? So you have those, put them in stash. Then you can add a little bit here to do the sunshine and things like that. Yeah, it comes completely and utterly bespoke to you. £38.99, there's that one. That's your number 2. Then we've got number 3, which are these here, these pinwheels here. Oh, it's not funny. Right. 3 of those left. That's it. Yeah. There you go. Only got 3 of number 3 left. I had to think then. Lots of 3s. Yeah. Where is she on the quilt? Top right.
This is Annette.
Oh, very funny.
Yeah.
It's Sue, isn't it? Bad joke. But look at the fabrics in this one. Beautiful fabrics. Got more embroidery thread in that one.
Yeah. But this one? Are these the pinwheels down here?
Do what?
Are these the pinwheels that you make in that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you make these and you make...
Oh, and you make those, yeah, lovely.
Yeah, so there's quite a few that's piecing for that month.
But there's only 2 of those left.
Okay.
There's only 2 of those. Now, there will come a time when Yvonne goes, I can't make any more of these.
Yeah.
Not like I can't do it. Physically, I haven't got the fabric. That's when it is. Right, okay. Then we've got number 4, which was last month, which were the little girls going to school.
Yes, with their little satchel.
And their satchels, they're the one with the cat and the ball of wool. And the pleated skirt, which Yvonne hated.
Well, I love the concept, and it's fine whenever you're sitting doing it in your armchair at home. It's a different matter whenever you're trying to explain to people how to do it and putting little pins in.
Well, who designed it in the first place?
I have no idea.
No, exactly. Yeah. And then in this one, you see you get more embroidery thread. Excuse me, all your little fabric, skirt fabric. Excuse me. Lovely, isn't it? $38.99. That one there is your month 4. But we, today, brand new, are on month 5, where you're going to make this one, which is the centre panel, and then these two lovely little panels here. Now, the thing is, right, what Yvonne was saying was, if you didn't want to do... Oh.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's gone again. Are you all right, Levi? Yeah, he's all right. If you didn't want to do it in the lilac colours, you could do it in the pastel colours. You could do them in the jade colours, because they're all going to work, aren't they?
Absolutely.
In the thing.
And I actually did a completely different colourway.
Oh, yeah. So
because this...
Let's have a look at that, Charlie.
Yeah, this one. Because this was my first concept of what this was going to look like. And whenever I started to lay stuff out, I couldn't make this work.
Yeah.
There wasn't enough whitey cream in it.
Oh, right.
But this just gives you an idea of what it can look like.
Yeah, exactly.
With the pinks, blues, the little floral ditzy prints that are in some of the packs.
Beautiful. But this is what you will get in your kit. So you get the lovely lilacs, everything. 3 more embroidery skeins. Say it again, Anne. Oh, nothing's stopping you making it again in different colourways and things like that. Exactly.
Absolutely. Because I think there's one lady who's making 2 of these. There's a lady making 2 of these. She orders 2 each month for grandchildren.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Right, before we go to demo, we've got another brand new little kit for you here that Yvonne's done. She cannot start her day without her coffee.
My older daughter can't do anything. She comes to my house, have to put the kettle on, cup of coffee before she does anything.
Oh, okay.
Helpful.
And Hannah said, is it meant to be wonky?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't cut it straight, she said, Yvonne. That's not like you.
Yeah, I know. No,
Just lift your iron up, Yvonne.
It's meant to be funky.
Funky. Funky. Right, so what do I get in here then? All my... Oh, it's lovely linen.
It is.
Gorgeous fabrics. And you've got the coffee bean fabric there. And the fabric to make the cup. There's a bit of a plique going on in the middle there. And you get your instructions and template.
And the wadding.
I was going to say, it feels a bit squidgy, yeah.
You have the complete...
Have I got that as well?
Yeah.
Oh, you got everything.
Yeah.
You got everything to make that.
You need
back everything.
You maybe need a 6-inch square of bond web of fusible.
Yeah.
But everything else, a little bit of thread. But the complete front, middle, back is all there.
Fantastic. $15.99 for your own little mini quilt there. Right, so we are going to demo block month number 5. It's not blocks, you get 3. Month number 5. So what are you going to show us, Yvonne?
Well, this is the central panel, and I've pulled together a number of techniques that you have been using previously. So embroidery for the girl in the middle, and I have used some different threads for this, my second piece here. So she's more pastel dusky pink on here, and instead of on the quilt and on the sample, on the diagram that you will see, I've done like scalloped lines of embroidery, so it's like a little frill skirt.
Oh, yes.
But on here, I decided I was going to do some like Regency stripes. And just played around a little bit so that you can make whatever design you want on this dress. And because she's central, I think you should have a think about her and how you want her to catch people's eyes. Obviously, a good opportunity to put one or a combination, a coordinating combination from the little extension packs, if that's what takes your fancy, or just a little frill around the bottom, or you know, it's time to play because you've now done a lot of embroidery, you've done a bit of this, you've done a bit of that, so you now have the confidence to do something a little bit special in the middle here.
Brilliant.
To separate her, to put a little frame around her, she has a little insert. So so this is where we fold a strip of fabric, raw edges together, press it down, and then we put the raw edges of the folded strip to the back to the background of the little girl. Remember, we always give you a larger background piece to embroider on, and you then trim it back.
Right.
So don't tell me that the 8.5-inch strip doesn't fit the 10-inch square, because no, it doesn't.
No.
You have, but you've got
All that's in the instructions, isn't it? Yeah.
all in the instructions. But it's really useful whenever you've done a lot of hand embroidery.
Yeah.
To be able to trim it square. So we have put the insert around all 4 sides, and then we're moving out to a relatively straightforward border. But because I put some little hearts on, because I popped some hearts on, you have to have the hearts going in the right direction.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Yeah. So the hearts go down the side. You can probably see them more clearly here.
Yeah.
And to outline them, and you've got the embroidery thread to do this with, I've put a little darker purple running stitch around the outside of this striped fabric. So this is a striped fabric, so that is directional as well. Then whenever you have your hearts cut, your 2 side pieces obviously are going to go on first, but you have to make sure that you have your hearts going down the way. You could, I suppose, have them going sideways, but make sure that you know what the overall picture is going to look like.
Yeah.
I wanted mine all, because there is very much a top and a bottom to this quilt. So I've popped on some of the hearts and I've stitched around them, but I just wanted to point out, think about the direction. It's about folding the border strips in half to find your halfway point. Just give it a little crease. And then on the quilt, I've put these hearts quite close together.
Right.
Whenever I did them at home, I thought, what happens if you put them a bit further apart? Do them a bit further apart?
Oh, you forgot.
No, I didn't. I was standing at the ironing board and I was trying to fiddle, and I thought, you know what? They look better sort of an inch away on either side of that central fold. Well, that was my opinion on that particular evening.
Could I, if I had enough fabric, or if I got an extension pack, I could put more hearts on if I wanted, couldn't I?
You could alternate, because there's that lovely lilac in that solid pack.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that look really nice with that little stripe?
Yeah.
Heart, and of course you could do them all that way, and then you wouldn't have to worry about this direction of the stripe.
Exactly. I'm a bit worried. Why are the 5 left? I thought these were going to sell out. The pink is sold out. Half the stock of the jade has gone. Way too many people in baskets, but not. There's 5 people need to check out. Oh, excuse me. I do apologise. Right.
So I've just to continue on here. I'm going to I'm going to press these 2 hearts in place.
Yeah.
So these are running vertically down the side. And little applique pins hold them in place an inch either side of that dividing, that central crease line. I would then go around this with the little 1 or 2 strands of the embroidery thread. And I thought I might just sew this on, because you do have to be mindful that you are going through a number of layers and you need to keep that insert flat.
Yeah.
And the 1/4 inch seam needs to be pretty accurate, otherwise that little insert, you see more of it and less of it. If it can be a wavy line.
Yes, a wavy line.
Yes.
Claire says, congratulations on the arrival of baby Grace. Fran says, welcome, smallest ones. I'm liking today's waistcoat. And Wen says, many congratulations on the new edition, loving the show.
Oh, well, thank you very much. As I say, we we're delighted that she's here now and making her presence felt.
Yes.
We rather suspect she's going to be a troublesome third child.
Oh, dear.
Just like her grandma.
And do they live nearby?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, about 10 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
And we're very lucky that,
oh, yeah.
So make sure that you have set your machine to the correct width.
Oh, wow, what have you done?
Well, I'm at 4.5 and it should be at 5.5 for my needle position on here. And you are actually going through 4 pieces of fabric, and on the corner you're going through 6. So you might want to be thinking about your stitch length as well. So I'm at a 2.6. And at this point, if you haven't changed your needle in your machine, it's time you should have changed the needle in your sewing.
Okay. Derek's messaging. Good morning, Yvonne. Loving today, loving in capital letters.
Oh.
Loving today's waistcoat.
Oh, thank you much, Sly.
Is it new?
No. I'm working on the new one. It keeps coming to the top of the pile and then going back down to the bottom of the pile.
Oh.
Because my granddaughter, Alice, is asking where her granddaughter Grace's quilt is.
Oh.
Yeah.
And where is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have been designing, and Grace is going to have unicorns. Alice says there have to be unicorns involved. And I have found some fabric, and I have cut some squares, but then I realized that Sewing Street was doing Christmas in July.
Yeah.
And that Village Fabrics is doing a show during that period of time. And we needed to do a couple of new Christmas wall hangings.
Lovely.
So I'm afraid the waistcoat is at the very bottom of the pile.
Yeah.
And Grace's quilt is on top of the waistcoat, so it is above the waistcoat.
Oh, but not as, not imminent then.
Not just at the minute. So we have managed to keep everything flat. We put our pins in vertically, which was holding the flap flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're now in a position to be putting the longer top and bottom borders on, and just to put some colour out on the edge and to give you another little folded element. The corners of these 2 strips have a folded and curved square on them, which becomes a triangle. So we have our square, we are folding it precisely along its diagonal. We are going to give that a press. Okay. And that is simply going to go there. Yeah. And I have tacked these in place. You really do need to tack these in place because they are at the outside of this block, and this block doesn't get itself attached to anything else for a little while. You can use the sewing machine to tack, and I might well attempt to do that.
Oh.
This could be interesting. You do have to be within the 1/4 inch seam allowance, otherwise you're going to have to fiddle to take your tacking out, which can be very tricky sometimes. You end up...
Life for you though, isn't it?
Yeah, life just keeps happening, doesn't it? So I'm going to be very close to the edge, and I'm putting my stitch length up to as big a stitch as this is easily letting me go to.
There's the clover applique pins that Yvonne's using, the tiny little, very, very sharp.
Very sharp, a very they're about a centimetre long.
It will not stick out since it is short. That's what it says on the packet.
Truly?
Look, put the picture back up, Charlie.
Yeah, do.
Look, Yvonne, above the flower there, it will not stick out since it is short. Never seen that before.
I haven't, and it's been new packaging.
Yeah. Or normally we show them out of the packaging already, don't we? I'll just have a slurp of my tea.
Yeah. So having tacked this in place, I'm now holding those two sides in position. So I have the ability
Just mind
now
your head, Yvonne.
to curve. Let me push it a little bit forward. We now have the ability to make that into a curve. And this is where the applique pins really come to their own, because you can get two of these little pins along that curve without having to overlap the pins.
Yeah.
So this you would stitch in place with a slip hemming stitch. I do go right the way through, as you can see around here. That one is stitched down.
Yeah.
If you want, you could use a decorative stitch on your sewing machine.
Yeah.
To
You've hand stitched yours though, have you?
I do.
Yeah.
I have, because
Because you have.
because I have.
Yeah.
But I know that some people want to create the curve, but their hands just don't let them.
Exactly.
So you can use a decorative stitch on your sewing machine. Now, have I stitched that one in place? No, I haven't. I've only put it. I will. What kind of time have I got left? Should I be
You've
moving
got
on?
20 minutes left.
So I should probably be moving on to that second.
Oh, yes,
block.
because you've got this to do as well.
Yeah. So it's now just a matter of that is going to be stitched along there.
Yeah.
Again, slightly longer stitch length, because of you're now going through little chunky bits on the corners. So be up at a 2.6, 2.8.
Yeah.
You know, help the machine help you. And that is the central girl finished.
Lovely. So is there a template or something for me to trace for the butterfly and things like that?
Design sheet.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, so I've got the whole of her, the dress, the arm, hat, everything there.
Yes. With little flowers and Now you can. This is the third girl I think that you will be have embroidered or will be embroidering. So it's the same format each month, and whenever you're tracing out, I don't know, things just change a little bit as you're tracing them out. Yeah. On this particular girl, I have left flowers, but I've taken the leaves and the stem off for her little border there.
But you can put, you don't mind if people do their own thing, do you? And do kind of.
I truly don't. The only people love different colours, and they see colours in different ways. I have no problem with that. The only thing that does seem to give me the jitters is whenever people move blocks around the quilt.
Oh, okay.
Because I have probably moved them to every possible position.
Yes.
And my final layout is the one that I think's best.
Yes.
So whenever somebody moves something, I'm like, oh, okay. It's fine. Go. Breathe. Because there are just certain things that do you remember my Japanese one from last year?
Yes.
Do you remember the willow tree?
Yes, I do.
The willow tree is in the middle.
Yeah.
Sometimes people move that willow tree, and I go, okay.
But it's theirs, Yvonne, if they want it.
And they've had a wonderful time making it. But I just think, I'm being very precious at this point, and and they've had a lovely time. So anyway,
Oh.
but yeah.
Right, so the other block is in this month 5.
We're doing a little bit of piecing.
Yeah.
Now, you are making this construction. So you are sewing one of those squares to one of those squares, and then you're attaching that.
Are they all the same, or do I have to do reverses?
Well, you need to lay the block out.
Right.
And the first thing you do is sew those 2 pieces together.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to do that because the key is to which side you're putting this rectangle.
Oh, okay. So you always sew those 2 together the same, but then you either put the thing on the right or the left of it. Perfect.
Yeah. So have I adjusted myself correctly? I have, all as well. And do press as you go.
Uh-huh.
Especially with the smaller pieces, you have the margins are even slenderer than usual. So I'm just doing a little finger press, and then I'm going to pop the nose of the iron along that seam. So I need to have the darker purple spot in the top corners. It looks peculiar if they...
Oh, now, Yvonne.
Oh, it does. If you don't... Well, no, you have to be consistent with where that purple is. Yeah? Well, yes, but it's the top corner. It's the top corner of that block.
Let me look.
Yeah?
Right, I've got them both on the left-hand side.
Oh,
You've
well,
got them in the middle.
I've done them differently, but they're consistent. You can't suddenly put that one over
no.
there.
So whatever you choose to do, wherever you can make whichever way you want to do it, but make sure the top row's the same as the bottom row. Don't do them random. I was a bit panicking because these have gone like that, you see.
Yes, but you can, yes.
Yeah. Yes, John.
Yes, John. But you see, I could turn them.
Because if you wanted to.
And put them.
Has been known.
And put them in like that.
Yeah.
So that they're all on the inside.
Yeah.
So.
It's your quilt, you do what you like with it, really.
Exactly. Be consistent is the, so, but do think about it so that you are stitching the bits in the right way.
I feel bad now for pointing it out.
No, because as long as they look odd if they're not all in the same position within the block.
Just come in for walking the dogs. Wanted to congratulate you, Yvonne, on your new edition from Gwen.
Oh, thank you. Helen has had some lovely messages from people.
Oh.
She was feeling well enough to do a Facebook post.
Oh, yeah.
And actually we sent a newsletter out, and there is a lovely picture that my son-in-law took of Grace and myself, and that's what went on the in the newsletter. And we've had 300 plus comments of congratulations, welcome to the world, you know.
Yeah,
and
nice.
It is lovely that people take the time to do that.
Yeah.
So, and press after each seam.
Yeah.
Don't leave it and do all the seams in one little section at a time. Do them one at a time.
Well, you're going to have lots of seams crossing as well, aren't you? If you do it at the end, you might not get them all nice and crisp.
And flat.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're then stitching that onto there. And that's row 1, row 2. I have, you want to hold your seam allowances flat as well. So if you, though these are quite short seams, but if you just pop one pin in the center there, holding the seam allowance flat, because you are heading in, because of the way that seam is lying. That seam allowance is lying. Okay. And we're going to pull that out of there. On the quilt, I have embroidered hearts on all 4 of the blank spaces. You don't have to. You could just do it on 2 of them, which is what I've done here. So that would let you see what that looks like. And you're now ready to join these together. You want to be making sure that you can nest these seams. So you have pressed your seam allowances toward, and I press them towards the white fabric on each occasion, and then that allows you to nest them together. They just sort of sit in beside each other, and that should mean that your seam intersections are going to be nice and sharp. And and you go ahead and make a second one of these. You're making 2 blocks of this little, well, I suppose it's a 9-patch block, really, isn't it? Little variation on a 9-patch. So I've popped some pins in, holding the seam allowances down front and back. And if the pins are straight, then the seam should be straight.
Yeah, exactly.
And you do need to put the pins at the top of the of your seam, because that's what you want held in place. Right, I think.
What do you think, Yvonne?
I think that's as much as I can usefully say on.
Lovely. Right, before we move on to the coffee cup, let me just recap. Now, remember, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are still available, but in minute, in fact, was it number 3? There's only one left of number 3. All the others are like 2s and 3s, but only one left of number 3. But today's brand new one is month 5, which is this one here. $38.99. You're making the center square of the whole quilt, and you're making the 2 extra little squares there. You're getting all your fabric, you're getting your embroidery threads, and all your instructions, and your, what do you call this? Not template, artist drawing.
Design sheet.
Design sheet there. Design sheet for this. But you can change it if you want to. If you don't want to have zigzags on a dress, you can put scallops, you can do whatever you want. If you want flowers, you can put whatever you want.
You could applique. Oh,
yes.
Because you've got you could use the design as a template.
Yes, exactly. £38.99. Lots of you got that sitting in your baskets. You need to check out on that one. Well done, you are. Lovely. Right, now the other project we've got today, it's brand new. It's meant to be wonky. I need my coffee. I could do with one now, actually, as well. But anyway, I need my coffee. And everything, you get everything in there. You get the wadding, the backing, everything. The only thing you need to add to it is a little bit of bondweb and some embroidery thread. But you get these coffee-themed fabrics, look. Love it, isn't it? Loads of those gone. Yeah, $15.99. $15.99, that one. Any top tips, Yvonne, for this one?
I'm just...
Oh, gentle.
Just let me... It is wonky.
Yeah.
And being wonky is not as straightforward as it would seem.
No, it's wonky forward.
So, as always, have a read through the instructions. We have the layout. So we have a little bit of embroidery. I need my coffee. We have a mug. So to make the mug with the coffee bean heart, you're going to applique the heart onto the heart template onto the mug template. So keep the bondweb on the back, the paper of the bondweb on the back of the mug.
Oh, so you don't embroider through the paper?
Well, when you apply the heat to the heart, you don't want to be sticking the mug to something at the same time. So what I've done is I've kept the paper on, I've applied the heart, then I've torn off the paper that I have around the heart area so that I've just done a running stitch by hand. You could blanket stitch it by hand on the machine. Fancy stitches, whatever takes your fancy. So that's the mug. There is some additional embroidery, and that embroidery needs you to start putting the borders on.
Right.
Then the borders are templates because they are wonky.
Yep. Wonky.
And you have to make sure that you, so I've cut out these bits of paper.
Right.
Yeah. There we go. And there's one more on the desk here somewhere, which I'll find in due course. There we go. And the key to this is whenever you've cut this template out, you must put it down on the right side of the fabric.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the right side of the fabric.
Does it say that in the instructions?
I don't know. I
Oh.
can't remember. I honestly can't remember it because I've had quite a busy few weeks.
Yes, you have.
But I believe it will. But yeah, just remember.
Yeah.
Like, well, if a dress pattern, you would be putting the pattern on the face side of the fabric.
Right.
Yeah. So that's all you have to remember.
Right.
Then, to get the wonkiness, oh, I do love it whenever a plan comes together. Okay, because there is quite a lot of heat in this area, I have lost the lines that I had drawn on.
Oh, no.
So you're going to, the instructions tell you to cut off the top and the bottom here to a particular size, and it then tells you to cut the width at the bottom to a width.
Right.
And the top to a width. So all I'm doing is taking a measurement from here across to there. So I'm taking a little mark there. And heavens above, let's hope I'm doing this the right way round here. Yeah, hang on. There we go. That's it. So we're trimming just a little bit off at the top, but down at the bottom, we are coming in to there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're simply going to draw a line from there to there. That's your sewing line. Piece 2 is going to go down the side.
Uh-huh.
And before you cut anything, this you know is the right size. And it's going to go on that way round.
Right.
Yep. So make sure that you have this in the right position. And it's going to go like that, yeah? So I'm going there. I'm going to put a couple of pins in. I have stitched the border down the other side because there is embroidery there that crosses over from the border onto the background. And it's 2 strands of a dark brown thread and a chain stitch.
Mm-hmm.
You could do stem stitch if you wanted. You just need something that's going to show up against the
Oh, Levi, you all right today? Was that the Sublimator printer? We'll just be doing the scan and cut later. You all right, Levi? He's not making noise. Oh, he's all right, he's all right, he's all right.
Yeah, there was no response there for a moment. So we now have So we've
A wonky.
We have a wonky, and this is where at home I would have cut this and I would have cut this off.
Okay.
But this is just like foundation piecing. You've got you're creating your seam allowance, taking that background away, and set the seam because that is a bit of cotton and linen background.
Mm-hmm.
And you're now ready for your top and bottom.
Lovely. And do we do those the same way?
Exactly the same way.
Lovely.
Yeah. So we have cut out using the top side.
Mm-hmm.
And if I just lay that across there, yeah, and that one across there, you get the idea of how this becomes wonky.
Yeah.
You have the wadding and the backing in here, so this can be an afternoon's project.
Yeah.
You also have the binding. It's probably time to get this in position, and of course we have little
hearts,
steam hearts, steampunk hearts,
Yeah.
maybe. And that is your finished mug mat. It's about 10 inches by 9 inches, approximately.
Yeah.
And
I threw on there for some biscuits as well as you mug.
there is. I think you can put your mug here and you swim for a little packet here, you know.
What sort of biscuits would you have on yours?
I'd have a bit of cake.
Oh.
Or chocolate digestive.
Oh, chocolate digestive. Oh.
Yes.
I like all of them. I don't have any favourites. I just love all biscuits. Anyway, make sure you check out on this one. Loads of you coming in for that one. Make sure you check out. So now, Yvonne, when you're next, you said the next thing is Christmas.
The next thing is Christmas, and it's a Saturday morning.
Oh.
Saturday the 19th, I think.
Of July?
July.
19th July. We're doing Christmas in July, the week of the 15th. So, yes, will be, yeah.
Yes. And there will be 2 new wall hangings.
Have you designed them yet?
One of them didn't exist on Monday.
Oh, okay. Crikey.
But it's now layered up.
Good.
And it's called Winter Angels.
Oh,
and
lovely.
I'm very happy with that.
Oh, excellent.
And the next one will get itself organised over the weekend.
As in, you'll design it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll be ready on time.
Of course it will. And I think we'll bring back one of our sellouts from last year.
Definitely.
Our Christmas fun hexagons.
Oh, nice.
They didn't last very long, so I thought
exactly.
I might redo that.
Right, safe journey home.
Thank you.
Love to the family.
I appreciate that.
And we'll see you on July the 19th. Don't you go anywhere, because Janet Clare's up next. Now, just so you know, we've got a few more of the papers, you know, the foundation papers from the first hour. So if you want those. Also, you need to know that the big bundle of fat quarters, it's a one-off. When they've gone, they've gone. We are taking money off them, and they're from over 6 of the ranges from Janet's collections. Right, we're going for a break. We'll see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these 2 separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the 2 seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
I nearly didn't finish my biscuits in time then. Charlie brought us back. Right, now, before we go on to this hour, in the last hour, these sold out on their own, right? Now, you've already found them. We have a limited number, right? So what it is we've got the high tea, which is brand new today. Now, it's not been anywhere else.
No,
it's not on your
anywhere
website.
else.
It's brand new, exclusive to us for the time being. In the Larking fabric, which is the latest range of fabric, brand new fabric. And you get the papers as well. So the bundle is here, $229.99. It's on split pay. There were lots of basket lurkers earlier. 20 people have got it in their baskets, right? 20 of you got it in your baskets. Take advantage of the split pay, because it's interest-free if you want to. And it's sent out to you as soon as you take the money at midnight tonight, and as soon as it'll go out on Monday, the post office on Monday. $229.99, $76.66 on split pay. So in that, you get the fabric, you get the pattern, you get the master copy of the sheets, and you get enough sheets to do one whole quilt. But, right, so that's that. That's the bundle there, right? Oh, right, there's over 20 of you now got that in your baskets. We haven't got many more than 20 left. So just be careful on that one. Pattern on its own, where you just get the pattern.
Just get the pattern.
Because you can photocopy, you got the masters, but one of them is A3.
Yep.
Right, one of them is A3, which you can get if you've got an A3 printer, because Martin messaging saying his mum's got 2 A3 printers.
Very handy. Yeah, so you've got full-size templates, but you need 36 of them and a couple of extra to practice on.
Have you spoken to Tony in the break then?
Yes, I have, but not about that, actually.
Oh?
That'll come up later.
Yeah.
Don't worry. And then you've got the templates for to cut your fabric out.
Right. So all of that is in the pattern on its own, £12. So you get the... Right, now look. How many... Can you see how many people have bought baskets? There's way too many people in baskets. We've only got 26 left, right? But there's 36 people got it in their baskets. Oh, 25 now. So the pattern's going to sell out. Oh, there's now 38 people in baskets now. So just check out that one. You get the pattern and the master copy of the sheets of the templates. You need 24 now. Right, okay. Now, these, which sold out totally in the last hour, right? Oh, what? There's 7 left.
I've been begging Tony for more of these in the break, and then Ian came down and said, have you got any more? Have you got any more?
Oh, that's nice of him. Ian, you know you do your show report thing?
Yeah.
Show report, you
show
plan.
Production notes.
He's just sent it to us now. Yeah. 4 left. 4 left of the foundation paper pack now. I know. It's going to say, how many in baskets? Okay, way more than 4 people got it in baskets. I'm going to move on. Right, okay.
Lovely.
So let me take that.
That's exciting. You're going to make
thank you
quilts.
for getting more of those.
That's all right.
I forgot to say that if you buy the bundle as well, you do get the lovely calico bag as well.
You get the calico bag.
Right. Okay.
You get everything you need to make that whole front.
Which colourway of the fat quarters would you like to start with, Janet?
Oh, am I choosing?
Yes.
Let's do Hannah's favourite.
Oh, sea to shore, whatever it's called.
That's Hannah's favourite. Should we open them up?
Go on then.
Ship to shore.
So what are these then?
These are lovely fat quarters from my fabric collections. And this one is all from, no, it's not, it's a mixture. It's a mixture. That's the washing instructions.
Lovely. Ship to shore, it's called.
So these are to the sea or ebb and flow. Can't remember. Tessa will know.
Would you wash your fat quarter before you use it?
Depends what I'm using it for.
Yeah.
Generally, I don't.
No.
It kind of, everyone always says like you should, but I've never had any problems with the mode of fabric, the actual running. And you don't wash the quilts particularly high anyway. I know you do for dressmaking, and that's because it's got to fit, hasn't it?
And if it shrinks, you're done for after you've made a whole dress. Yeah.
You're done for. So these are Bon Voyage. They're Bon Voyage.
Lovely.
And they are to the sea.
Okay, so I'm not only getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fat quarters, am I getting something free with it?
What are you getting free?
I'm getting the free pencil case pattern.
Oh, I forgot to bring that with me. You are getting a pencil case pattern, and you can make the whole pencil case with 1 fat quarter and 1 zip.
Right.
And I forgot to bring it with me. It's typical.
Blame Tony.
Just give me a sec, yeah, it's Tony.
Tony. Right, so you get 5 fat quarters for £22.50. You also get a free pattern for a pencil case. Oh no, it's lovely. This is Hannah's favourite.
It's good range. And a fat quarter is a really useful size. It's like 18 by 21 inches. So you've got a really, really useful quantity of fabric.
Have you had
there.
to sit and cut all these?
Tessa does. And then she folds them all
Beautiful.
until she gets swamped. And then I take pity on her and I fold for about an hour until I'm bored.
So these are the 5.
Tessa's hard work.
Oh, they're the 5 you will get in this people multi-buying. Levi says no one offers to fold when he has to fold all the fabrics.
Oh, Levi's had such a rough day. We've got a new sofa and he hasn't even sat on it.
No, yeah, and new chairs and tables and everything all arrived in the green room.
There's been 8 of us all just stood around watching the 2 men actually make the sofa.
Oh,
we all just stood
2 men, one was Munch. Anyway, keep going through for that one. Keep going through.
Lovely.
Right,
Let's just put it on the right thing.
Yeah.
Right, should we do this one next? What's that one?
Green gauge.
Green
Even I know
gauge.
that.
Because I told you this morning.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
forgotten.
but I've remembered.
You have remembered. You had a lot to remember first thing of a morning,
Oh,
don't
tell
you?
me about it.
We all arrive at the same time.
Yeah, and then we have to remember everything
Everything.
because we don't get a chance for any. Oh, that's
pretty,
lovely.
that one, actually, isn't it?
That's very fresh, that
That's
one.
very pretty.
What
So
ranges are they from?
That's Blooming Lovely. That's Blooming Lovely. That's Bon Voyage. That's Geometry, I think, and that's Bon Voyage. They're really pretty together, actually, and that they work nicely.
Yeah, they all do.
Yeah. So that's the palette.
Beautiful. Make sure you check out £22.50. Do I get a free one with this as well then?
Yeah, I think it would be a free download.
You get your free download with that as well.
But fat quarters, very, very useful.
Yeah, totally.
That's pretty, that one.
That's you're talking like you've never seen it before.
Well, I have. They're all my fabric. But
Yeah. So how do these come about then? Do you sit there going, oh, I'd like to make a bundle of these ones from different collections?
Exactly, yeah. And it's nice to offer them as
Yes,
a
oh yes,
collection
totally.
so that you've got something that's useful. Because, of course, you know, on our website, you can buy fat quarters. You can buy things by the quarter. And it's just nice to put a little starter pack of a palette together.
And
for people.
also, you've made sure that they go together.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like
Absolutely.
sometimes it's difficult, even for people who are experienced,
Yeah.
to actually go, oh, will that go with that? Will that go? You've made sure that
We
they
have.
all look lovely together.
And we do take it very seriously. We do have a long time sort of moving bolts around and what
Yeah.
goes with what. And we try not to repeat the fabric in these packs so that you can buy more pack.
Oh,
and
I
don't
see. So
just
you might have
end
another
up with-
green one, but they won't have these
Yeah.
fabrics in
Yeah.
them and everything.
Yeah.
£22.50. You get 5 fat quarters and a free download pattern for a pencil case. Lovely. Yeah, more multi-buyers in there.
Lovely. That's that one.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Blooming lovely.
Now, this is a real departure because it's not blue or green.
This is not blue or green. This is inspired by a chocolate Labrador in the park called Muffin
With a purple collar.
with a purple collar. There, that's pretty as well, isn't it? So you've got the collage storytelling type print with that, which I hand my sketchbook in. And then the designers at the mill make sure that it all repeats beautifully.
Oh, so you didn't actually, they're all your drawings and writing and everything, but you didn't sit down and create this fabric.
I
You
don't.
just gave them your drawings and they
Yeah.
created that.
I gave them my drawings and my sketchbook. So some of these are doodles from the sketchbook.
Yeah.
I've got a collection coming up and they actually asked me to paint out the full storytelling print, the collage like this. And I had to print a piece of paper that's 22 by 24 inches with no repeat. It took me a whole week.
I can imagine.
Took me a whole week to paint. But they did this one for me.
Yeah.
But this one tells the story. And
Oh,
it
no, these
connects
are all from the
the-
same range, aren't they? Because of the pink, yeah.
But that print tells the story and
Yes.
binds all those fabrics together. So you've got really soft pink.
So you're getting like a metre and a quarter with 5 of these,
Yeah,
aren't
you get a lovely amount. And it's really useful size because that the dimensions are really versatile rather than getting one long strip of a...
Now, am I correct in thinking that one of these patterns is a scrappy pattern?
Yes, Austin.
And how many fat quarters do I
Austin.
need for that then?
So the Austin quilt is, the pattern comes in multiple sizes.
Right.
And we've done them, Tony's done the maths, so you've got a 2 colour or a 3 colour. So the fabric requirements are in pale, medium and dark
Right.
to get the dimensions working. And it tells you how many yards you need of what. So if pale, you might need a yard, which could be 4 fat quarters, or it could be a yard, or
But
it
it-
could be 2 halves.
Yeah, and it doesn't all have to be the same fabric. It all has to
Better.
be pale.
It would look better if it was in a mixture,
Right.
pale. So
Lovely.
yeah, that pattern is very, very fat quarter friendly.
Lovely. Right, make sure you check out this. £22.50. You get 5 fat quarters and a free download. Beautiful pinks and chocolates in there.
Yeah.
And lilacs.
Yeah, it's good. Got a nice job. That one's really pretty. I like that one.
Yeah.
And you get a bit of separation because these have been around for a while now, so I'm happy to look at them now.
Morning, everyone. I love Janet's fabrics.
Thank
Such
you.
a good quality and sews beautifully. It makes her projects a joy to sew. From Donna.
Oh, thank you very much. There you go. That's
Righto,
nice.
that's that one.
That's nice. That would go nice with green gauge as well, I think. That would
Oh,
go nice
oh
with
yeah.
green.
Hang on, let me put it in. Let me put it in. Right,
That
there's
would go
green
nice
gauge.
with the greens. That's pretty, isn't it?
No, just. Right, so that was Petal and Posy and green gauge, right?
What are we doing?
Oh, now Hannah's choosing.
Okay, we're going Astra. This one's called Skyfall.
Yeah.
We allowed to say that? Oh, it's just a
Well, it was around before the film, wasn't it?
Skyfall. I guess it was.
Or Adele.
Is it 2 words?
Yeah.
Is it 2 words?
Don't
One
know.
word? Don't know. So that is from Astra.
Yeah.
That is from To the Sea.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Astra. That's Astra. And that's Astra.
Oh. That's again a lovely array of colour. Well, would you call it array of colour or hues or
Hues. Tones.
tones, tints?
That's just got a tiny bit of sort of rusty orange. But it's got those in it. That's the exact colours that are in there. But yeah, really nice for the non-floral lovers.
Who made up these names, Hannah says?
That would have been Tony and Tessa.
Okay. Don't know. Hannah's frightened now. If it was Tony, she doesn't want to get a message from Tony telling her she's doing it wrong.
He won't. Poor Tony.
We'll see Tony. You got to stand at Festival of Quilts.
We've got to stand at the
Yeah, you'll
Festival
see
Quilts.
Tony
I'm
at Festival
doing an
Quilts.
hour demo for you on the Friday.
Oh, I'm not there on the Friday. Neither's
is?
Hannah.
Who forgot?
Oh
I've got
no, I
Debbie
think
Shaw.
Friday's still to be arranged.
I think I might have Debbie
Oh no,
Shaw.
you got Debbie Shaw. You got Debbie
I'm
Shaw.
with Debbie Shaw.
Yeah.
So I've got an hour, and then I've got 2 talks for the Moda stand about design process, and I'm going to sneak peek, and I've promised them a quilt, and I haven't made it yet.
Okay.
So let's go.
You got till August.
Yes, go. No, end of July.
Oh yes.
Really early.
Oh yeah, July the 31st. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got to be there on the Tuesday. The show opens on the Thursday. We've got to be there on the Tuesday. So I've got to get sewing.
You've only got a month.
Yeah, got to get sewing.
You got to design it yet?
No, it's designed.
Oh,
Fabric's all done.
Oh, okay.
Patterns all done. I just physically haven't finished.
And what is it of then? The new fabric?
It's new fabric. It's called Sweet Cecily.
Sweet what?
Sweet Cecily.
Oh.
It's floral.
Oh. Are we allowed to say anything else? What colour is it?
It's a wide range of pastel colours, but it's quite low volume. It's got quite a pale background. And I'll talk about it on the Motor Talks at Festival Quilts.
And what day? Is that all on the Friday?
Friday and Saturday. One on the Friday, one
Oh,
on
I'm
the
not there
Saturday.
on the Saturday either.
Sewing Street demo for an hour
Yeah.
for you on the Friday.
Lovely.
At midday, I think.
Okay.
There you go.
Are you there on Thursday? Oh no, I'll come to your stand on Thursday.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Oh yeah.
We're
we'll go
there
and see
from
you on Thursday, yeah.
Tuesday.
No, I'm not coming on Tuesday.
Well, we're setting up on, we set up
We're
Tuesday,
not allowed
Thursday.
in on the Tuesday.
We set up on the Tuesday afternoon and all day Wednesday. The show starts Thursday. I've got a friend coming over from America to help.
Oh.
So that's exciting. And my sister will come over. And my mum will
America?
be up with her. My sister's not in America. Jenny's in Texas.
Right.
Jenny's coming over, a bit of a UK holiday, and accidentally volunteered to help me for 4 days.
Oh, she'll
I don't think she'll be there for 4 days.
No.
What's this one called, John?
Hedgerow.
Hedgerow. There you go. Really, so this is Wildflowers.
Mm-hmm. Is that from your Wildflowers
This
book?
is, no, this was the Botanicals fabric collection.
Right.
And Moda actually asked me to design this, which is really unusual because normally they don't set you any
Yeah,
sort of
yeah, yeah.
design parameters. So they asked me to design something that might be like a nature sketchbook.
Right.
So quite a lot of pencil sketches and
Yeah.
then the odd bit of colour notes. So that's
Nice.
got that.
Remember, you get 5 fat quarters plus a free download for a pencil case.
And then this one's really useful to have in your stash.
Yeah.
There's a lady who buys yards and yards and yards of this because she makes little 3D houses and she uses it for the roofs.
Oh, my word.
I know, she buys yards.
What's she going to do when it's sold out?
I know. I've told her.
You'll have to design another one when it's
She
not
needs
sold
to
for
buy thousands of yards and then she
Yeah.
knows she's got it. And then this one is a really
Bakewell
useful,
tart.
Yeah, really useful sort of blender. And these ones that are digitally screen printed, the ink goes through to the back, so
Yeah.
you've got that the subtlety on the back. The digital prints don't do that. But yeah.
Oh, so this is.
You get the tonal
So
quality.
all of yours now screen printed.
They're digitally printed now. The last
I'm sorry,
few.
digitally printed. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can get all the subtlety in the paintings. Exact.
Yeah.
Exact. Whereas here, you know, there's only so many screens they can have.
Yeah, of course.
They do it project by project.
Yeah. Okay. So if a project would look better doing screen printed,
Yeah.
they'll choose
Yeah.
to do it screen printed.
I've just turned in drawings for something that's quite sort of geometric and quite strong. So there's not a lot of watercolour subtleties in it, and they may screen print
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
We'll see what they decide to do.
They know best. £22.50. Yeah, I got an email this week. I thought, you know, I know I'm keep going on about my range, but they now
That's
want me to do one
exciting.
for the winter.
Oh, nice.
Lovely.
Nice.
I could do what? A range of pictures of Hannah. I don't know if that would sell worldwide, Hannah.
Hannah's of the world.
Hannah's of the world, you
Hannah's
know.
of the world.
Well, if you give me pictures of you, like on all your different holidays, like in Morocco and in all the different holidays, Paris and everything like that. Right.
We've never done this before.
Right.
We have never done this before.
And what made you do it then?
Because we've got lots of fabric ranges in stock at the moment, and as we said, we get a lot of emails and a lot of conversations when we're talking and at workshops and things like, how do you build a colour palette? I haven't got a stash, how do I start? You know, all of that. So we thought, well, now we've got a good range of fabric, because sometimes we've only got like 1 or 2 fabric collections in stock.
Yeah.
So we've got a good range in stock, and we thought, wouldn't it be lovely if we built. So this is a ready-made stash.
So are these the actual fabrics I'll be getting, or is it
Yes.
a random selection?
No, this is what you're getting.
Oh, right, okay. Now, I need to just tell you something. I've just looked up now. There's only 12 left.
Well, these.
There's only 12 of these left, right? When it's gone, it's gone. This is it, isn't it?
I don't think we'll have enough to bring to Turley.
No. Right. That's what it says in Ian's production, your production notes.
That's my
Tony's
production notes.
Which we just got.
When they're gone, they're gone.
£112.50. I promised you at 8 o'clock this morning we'd crash it. Another one's just gone. Well done. Everyone that bought it before, you'll now pay 100. Well, that's brilliant. It's £4 a fat quarter. £4 a fat quarter. That's brilliant.
And they're all Moda. They're all my designs. You've got a really good
Over
range
6 different collections these are from.
Yep. I've run out of space, look.
Yeah, you have to come back on yourself now.
So really, really good range. We've got, oh, that's clever. There you go. We've got Geometry. We've got Bluebell. We've got Blooming Lovely. We've got Bon Voyage. We've got Botanicals. We've got Astra. We've got To the Sea.
Right, there's too many people in baskets. Too many people
To the
in
Sea.
baskets. You keep folding that one. Oh, what's that
Bon
one?
Voyage. That is the palette from Blooming Lovely.
Oh, lovely.
And that looks lovely with those.
But I mean, the thing is, right, you've got blues, you've got greens, you've got browns, you've got greys, you've got pinks, and yet they all work.
They all work together.
Right, there's 17 people in baskets, 5 left. Can't do it again. Cannot do it again. Oh, and it's on split pay as well. It's on split pay as well. 4 left.
4 left. I love those greens.
Yeah.
They're good. And I like that with...
Is this a cryo what's it one?
That's the cyanotype.
That's it, cyanotype.
That works nicely, those two together.
I don't know where I was going with cryo then. 2 left. No, for cryo's freezing.
Cryo chamber, yeah.
No. It's when you go in a chamber of really cold and it makes you look younger. And a lot of sportsmen do it. This is lovely. This, right? This one here is it's quilting. And
Yes.
Cut up and put back together again.
Exactly. I practiced some calligraphy very badly. Wrote
Come,
I
sold
love
out.
quilting.
Did
They're
you invent
sold
that?
out. I invented collage.
Yeah,
I
and
invented
everything.
glue, scissors.
Anything to do with
everything.
colouring in,
Yeah,
she invented
yeah,
it.
that's mine. All mine.
Right,
Go.
okay, that's sold out.
Very, very satisfying. We can't
Oh,
show
hang
you
on.
that anymore.
No, that's gone. Where are you going next then, Han? Oh, Austin.
Austin. Right, so we put Austin on because it's a really, really versatile pattern and it works for fat quarters or your scrappy yardage. We've got a colouring sheet. I can show you my options soon. The quilt is around somewhere, John.
The what is?
The quilt. Austin quilt. We've
This
decided
it?
not to hang it up because it's all in two shades of blue and then a cream, but it's all scrappy, but it's in a very, very tight controlled colour palette. But it is all scrappy and it's nice and big. There you go. So stars with a nice secondary pattern that you can build. Really, really easy, half square triangles. And that quilt is, oh sorry, I just threw that at you then.
That's all right.
Is 72 by 84 inches, but the pattern includes the maths for a mini quilt, which is 24-inch square, lap quilt 60-inch square, the single quilt 72 by 84, which I just made, and then the double is 84 by 108 inches, and all the maths is done for you. And what we've done is that's the three tones that I've just showed you, and then we've done the maths for the two tones, and then he's done the maths so that you can flip the dark and the light around. So that's with more light, and that's with more dark tones, and he's done all the maths, all the binding and the backing maths, and it's all done.
Brilliant. £9.99, £9.99. It's lovely. And look.
Lots of different options. I love the red and white one actually. So that's super scrappy. Shows you what you can do. That's what it would look like if it was the light star or the dark square.
Square. The dark square.
Dark square.
And what is it? Half square triangle?
Half square triangles. So if you've got orphan half square triangles, you can start throwing those in. And all the maths, all the layout, it's all done for you. So really super versatile, so beginner friendly.
And a brilliant go-to pattern, Hannah's saying. And you don't have to make it as big, do you? Because you've got your different sizes in there as well.
All the different sizes, all the maths is done. So you just assemble a yard and a half of pails and then you'll have enough.
Yeah. That's your physical pattern. Now, I didn't think we did digital patterns.
We don't do many.
But we've got this one digital.
We don't do many. We've got that one digital.
Digital pattern now. Same thing happens. It's an instant purchase. You don't pay any P&P if it's the only thing you bought today. And it gets sent to your account. So you'll have it within minutes because we're doing it, aren't
yes,
we? Yeah.
It'll be gone.
Oh, it's already going. It's already selling.
There you go. Really, really useful one to have in your stash. And very, very versatile. You can really play around with that. There you go.
There you go. £9.99. That's your digital one. Yeah. Keep going through for that. Lots of you there. When you don't go through, you open your basket. It's an instant purchase. And if you ring the call centre, they can do it for you as well. They can do it upstairs. The call centre upstairs.
Lovely. And then you print it out and you can be sewing this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because it scraps. You could have that. Okay, so it's 10:27 now. You'll most probably have this by 10:35. Let's be a bit generous there. Yeah, finish watching Janet first. And then, excuse me, you can go upstairs. I don't know why you go upstairs, but my scraps are up. No, my scraps are upstairs. You can go wherever your scraps are, right?
Go to your scraps.
And you can start making it this afternoon. Yeah, have a wee. Hannah says go for a wee first.
Half square triangles.
Half square triangles. And the thing is, you could do it in all sorts of ways, couldn't you?
Completely scrappy, whatever you like. I've got colouring sheets somewhere. I can dig around and find my colouring sheets.
I was going to say, is it the first time I've read a digital from you?
We don't do many digital products.
No.
We don't. We've got one mocked up in Blooming Lovely. It's just a digital mock-up there.
Yeah.
See? And then these are some of the, I just literally just coloured the blocks in and started playing. Look how different they look. That one, I think, is a fantastic block.
If you, do I get this with the digital?
You get the colouring sheet.
Yeah, so you can just keep printing up over and because obviously if you buy the physical, you'll get one, won't you?
Yes.
And you can photocopy it, obviously, but this way you just go print 7 off them.
Print 7. But look, that's the block. So it's 3 colours, and then all I did, that coloured in 4 of them. And isn't that a fabulous quilt? I think that would make a fabulous quilt.
But it's not a foundation paper piece, is it?
No, it's half square triangles. It's exactly the same.
So
Half square triangles.
so basically, very, very beginner friendly. You're right there.
Very beginner friendly. She's all right. Just mind all those cables. So that's how I've done it. That's the simplest way to use those half square triangles. I've made stars, and then the corners build up into that secondary pattern. But look, if you start playing with your colouring sheet. So it's exactly the same construction, bit more planning.
But you lose. You see that one there to me. That star is jumping out at me,
Yes.
right? Where is it there?
Well, it's not, but it's just to prove how versatile a pattern can be.
Yeah, there's no star on that one.
There's no star on that one, and that one looks much more complicated to make, doesn't it? You've got like this windmilly.
Yeah.
Whirling. How much more difficult that looks to make, but you can colour in. We always do the block on its own, so you can colour in one block and then you can see how it builds in the
Exactly. Digital one absolutely flying out, right? So now, just so you know, this one here, oh no, Levi. Hang on. Yeah. This one here is your digital. This one here is your physical. They're different codes, look, just so you know. Yeah, but that one's definitely your digital there. FL is your digital, and BUJ is your physical. Right, the physical one, half the stock's gone. Obviously, the digital's just eternity, because it's just, you just keep going, yeah. Very, very popular on the digital, that one. Oh, hello, Michael Wolf. Oh, there's all sorts coming in today, aren't there?
It's because the sofa's here. They're all excited. Sofa, new sofa. Got to sit on that before we hit the motorway.
Right.
So that's your pink version.
Lovely, lovely.
Lovely, lovely.
Now, we're going on to Dapper now.
Dapper.
We have 3 kits. I've been saying 4 all day. 3 kits.
It's all right. We've all got our numbers wrong today, John.
Yeah. So, hang on. Which one are you doing first, Han? Oh, do yours then.
Bluebell.
Surprise.
I think I've got Bluebell. So you've got the Moda Jelly Roll.
Yeah.
Bluebell. So that is 1 2.5-inch wide width of fabric strip in every single print and colourway in the collection.
Lovely.
And then, oh, it's like Christmas. You've got your new bag. Got a nice new bag. And then you have yards of this print's called Atkins.
Because you have to have that as your background.
That's your stripe, yes.
Yeah.
And then you've obviously got your full pattern.
And this is it.
That's what it will look like if it's mocked up.
So now this looks very effective, but very easy.
Super, I mean, so easy. Most of the cutting's already done for you. So all you're doing is subdividing that jelly roll strip into the length of rectangle that you want. And you can do that. And there is a colouring sheet which looks like, why did you bother? But actually, when you start playing, you can do rainbows, you can do blocks of blue, blocks of green, blocks of yellow. Have a play.
Yeah.
And then I think, there you go, in the pattern, there are different layout options. So the quilt that I made, which is not in the fabric that we've got, we'll show, John and I hold it up for you in a minute, is layout 1. I kept it really easy, which is just bars of the Atkins fabric and bars of jelly rolls. But you can start chopping them up and laying it out and get really fun effects. There you go. So this, if you really genuinely want to make a quilt quickly, like take it on holiday with you or something where it's just really mindless, lovely sewing where you're playing with fabric, this is a really good one to start. It's called Dapper.
Lovely, isn't
jelly
it?
roll, no waste, and then long strips. So that's a good skill builder as well. If you have made lots of quilts, keeping those vertical stripes nice and straight is a very good skill builder.
That would be this colourway. The one we're doing at the moment, that's that colourway.
That's what it would look like. And Tony will have done the maths for that. That won't be guessing. I bet you he's worked out that that's possible.
Is he a mathematician, Levi said?
He's got a physics degree. He loves maths and he's very analytical. And he's a good match to me because I'm very...
Well...
It'll do, it'll work. That'll do. That's close enough.
Levi's very impressed that he does that.
Well, good. Good. I shall tell him, Levi. In fact, he's watching.
Oh, is he?
He'll be watching.
Good. Does he not work when you're in here then? Do you have the day off?
No, he'd be at work watching on his computer.
Right, so that's Dapper in the Bluebell. Then we've got Dapper in, no label, so I have to look inside.
There's a label on the back.
Where?
There was. There was a little sticky label. Tessa wrote them. It's vanished.
It's a little bit stuck to something else. Hang on.
It's stuck to something else. This one is Astra.
There you
Astra.
go.
So, I could show you. I brought these and then didn't show you. Right, so the Astra fabric looks like this. You've got at least one jelly roll of every single one of these. And I had that with me for Bluebell and I didn't show you, so I'll show you that again in a minute. So there you go. You've got at least one width of fabric strip of all of those, and that's what the quilt would look like.
Because you've got, what was your background one?
You've got the really dark.
Yeah, that one.
Yes. So that's your background fabric, and then you've got all of those. So this one is the storytelling print. It just comes and goes into blues and greys, and like a really warm orange. Nice and subtle. Very good for people who not floral, not fans of floral, all about the night sky.
Yeah.
So that's pretty. So the blue's a bit off there.
But then
you get a really good idea.
Yeah, but then you get your colour range, basically.
You get the colour.
Is that.
Yes, that's your colour range.
And you get all of those. So even though your background's dark blue, you also get dark blue ones in there as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. And you can play with those.
$114.99. Is the split pay coming down, Han? Oh, I didn't check on the last one. Oh, it's there when you check out. It's just our graphics. Yeah. 57, it'd be 750 or something like that, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's on the product. It's just our graphics that don't work, yeah. Beautiful. So you get all of those colours. Be careful, though. There's only 13 of those left. Lovely. And then can we just go back one? Because Janet just wants to show the fabrics that you get in the last
sat there
one.
and I didn't bother showing you. Right, so that's Ash.
So we'll go back to Bluebell.
Bluebell.
So on this one.
I dug them out at work and then didn't show you.
Yeah.
Crazy. So you've got all of those rich blues. I need an iron, don't they?
They do a
Honestly,
bit.
it's
Tony.
outrageous. Tony's an iron.
Right, so that's your background.
That's your background. You've got Atkins, which is that one.
Yeah. So now, even though that's the background, do I put that one in to the stripes?
I would, or you can leave it out if you want, but I would.
Would I have enough?
Yes, you've got enough.
Yeah.
You've definitely got enough.
Okay, that's fine.
Definitely got enough.
So look at the array of colours in that one. We did just show that one, but Janet, you know.
I'd forgot.
No, because you wouldn't even know if you looked at that you've got all of those different shades in there.
That's a really pretty one, that is. And that's musical notes and leaves, and it's not too floral, that, if you were worried about that. Really lovely soft blues and lots of sort of big leaves.
If you just want to see, if you're thinking, oh, they've shown two blue ones, they're very, very different. That's the one that's in at the moment. That's Bluebell that's in at the moment. That was the Astra that we just showed you. It's much darker.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at the kit, you might be thinking, oh, it's two blue ones, John, two blue ones. But actually very, very different. Okay, and then we've got one more.
Which really is different.
Oh, sorry. It was worth doing that because lots of you come in. Oh, there you go. There's the sticker.
There's your sticker. I knew Tessa had labelled them for me.
Right, now this one's going to look completely different because you haven't got a dark background, have you?
No, we've got pretty pale storytelling print background. You've got the pattern and the storytelling print and the jelly roll. The jelly roll will give you an idea of the structure of the tones. You know, you can see what proportions you've got of the dark and everything. Oh yeah, that's a different mock-up.
Okay, so you get this fabric as your background.
You're getting that as your background. So we've probably run out of that.
Yeah.
We've probably run out of that petal one.
The picture on the web shows this, does it? Right, and even the bundle. Okay.
I think we always take new product photos, so they should be there.
Right.
There you go. That is what the jelly.
So what did it used to
looks
be?
like.
It used to be like a sprig.
It used to be that one.
Oh, okay. So but it's actually.
Didn't have enough, obviously, to bring it to the TV. So
Where's the one we've got? Oh, there.
The storyteller.
That's your back. That's one you're getting as your background.
Yeah, which got all the colours, a lot of the motifs in, and so that's going to be really pretty and fresh. That one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Beautiful. That's lovely, isn't it? All you have to do is decide which one you want. They're all even Stevens at the moment.
Oh.
It will be on split pay. It is on split pay. When you go through it, it is on split pay. Lovely. How big is it? Oh, hang on, look at the pattern. 58.5 by 72. But again, you could make it...
Stop whenever you like.
Yeah, stop whenever you like.
Stop
really.
whenever you like. You could make it square. There's lots you can do. It depends how much, if you want to use all of your jelly roll up or if you want to make some cushions to match or whatever.
So if to make that quilt, I don't use the whole jelly roll then?
You'd pretty much use the whole jelly
All
roll.
right.
You can protect a few of the strips if you want, if you don't want to include them. But yeah, very, very minimal waste. And as I say, there's lots of different layout options. But really, you can do whatever you like. And you've got that colouring sheet. So if you are deciding to cut it up into little bits, you can physically cut your colouring sheet up as well and start moving it around.
You can almost do it like a temperature quilt as well, couldn't you?
You could. That would be fun. You could. So all the maths are there.
Yeah.
Done all the maths. Because quilt maths is very hard.
Yes. Right. That one is on split pay, by the way. When you go through, you will see the split pay. It's just the graphics aren't coming in it. And you get the one with this background fabric.
Yes.
There it is. There it is. That's your background fabric, not the little sprigs. Now, we don't have this pattern as a physical, but we do have it as a digital. So that can go away.
They can go away, and that's part of the kit. Keep the kit together.
Lovely, yeah. So we've got a digital version. Now, the last one we showed you digitally, so many went. It's an easy one. Easy one to put together. As long as you, how many jelly rolls or design rolls have you bought and gone, don't know what I'll do with it, but I've got it, right? You could have a cave, well, any of them. We do it in any design, don't we?
Yeah.
You do it in
They're
any
really
design.
useful.
And how much background fabric do I need?
Background fabric, you need 2 1/4 yards.
There you go.
But if you subdivide them or just piece enough for each strip, I mean, you can make it as scrappy as you like.
Yeah. So in the kits that we've had, the 3 kits that we had here, you get a physical pattern. We don't have enough of the physical patterns to then bring it to you as a physical pattern. Oh, Tony's got a confession.
Tony.
Oh, no. Put it up then.
What's he done?
He
He hasn't made a mistake.
Yeah.
This will be the first. This is a world first, people.
Right. Ready?
What's he
Are you
done?
ready for the message?
What's he done?
Tessa has a... Oh, Tessa.
Oh, Tessa. Oh, he's dropping Tessa in
Yeah.
it.
The sample for Blooming Dapper was wrong background fabric. The picture with the small bosh on the website is right.
Oh!
No. So this is the one that you get.
Blooming Lovely Dapper. So that's right, Tessa.
Yes. There you go. That's what you get. You get the same design roll, but you get the little sprig fabric.
There you go.
So I
get the
do
sprig
apologise. Do apologise about that one.
There we go. So, but if you wanted...
Yeah, the mock-up image is great.
You
This
can,
is great.
yeah, you could still buy the collage print and do that. There you go. It's because she had a lot to sort out.
But also, yeah, like you're saying, if you think, oh, that's very nice, but I'd really rather have
like
that one.
Pink one.
Yeah, go and buy some of that. The what's it called? This
Collage one, yeah.
Collage one. You can buy that one from Janet. We haven't got any here, but you can buy that one. 2.5. Was it 2.5 yards?
2 1/4.
2 1/4 yards. You need
2
for that.
1/4. But the beauty of the jelly rolls, of course, is that any of the yardage that goes in the collection will go with it. So
Yes.
you can make a dark background or a pale background. You could put a solid in if you wanted, or make it really scrappy. I just liked the difference between the really big, strong vertical stripes and then
Yes.
all the little bits.
But like you say, what you could do is save that 2.5 yards that you get in there and put a. Now, what color solid would you put in there if you did a solid?
Depends which one you wanted to bring out, but even if you've got the seasidey one, I mean, you could do a red, like a red check or something. You could do a gingham. If you wanted to really go for it, it would make it look completely different, but why not? Or a nice strong stripe.
Or who's to say they all have to be the same colour?
They can all be different.
So literally, you do your fabrics down
Yes.
here,
Use
and
the
then
jelly roll up. Yeah.
yeah, and then do a pink, a brown,
Yeah.
a peach,
Whatever,
or whatever
you
colour
whatever
you want.
you've got. And you could do some applique up there. You could do a lot of beautiful intricate quilting. You could do some embroidery, whatever you want to do. It's genuinely a really good use of a jelly roll because there's no waste and it's very easy to make. And you get
How
really
wide?
striking.
How wide is that bit there?
They're 4.5 inches.
I'm just wondering if you had two jelly rolls.
Yes.
And you sewed two jelly rolls and you had stripes going down in those. Would that
You
be too
could.
much? No, I'm asking you as a designer.
I
Would that be
don't
too
know.
much?
I don't think it would be too much. What you'd want is, do you want the fabric to stand out in the jelly roll? Or do you want it to have a contrast? So you just want it to be a mass of
because it would be a mass of
tones.
the colour. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
But you can see that the elf's got beautiful quilting
Yeah.
there.
Beautiful. Make sure you don't need to check out on that. That was an instant purchase. Digital pattern $9.99. Right, where would you like to go now, Hannah? Because the desk is very messy.
We're
Oh, the
getting-
demo. What are you gonna demo?
What do you want me to demo? I've got demos for
Dapper?
everything. Oh, let's get Dapper out.
You sure?
Yep. The demo is so simple.
Right.
I'm put that over there. I don't know whether that's yours or mine.
It's all yours.
It's all mine.
All yours. Everything goes back with you, doesn't it?
Yeah, everything goes back with me. So what have I done with my Dapper demo?
Oh.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves. You can't
people.
find a demo.
Talk amongst
Oh, there you go.
yourselves. Here you go. It's under my sewing bag. So you've got your jelly roll strips, and all you've got to do is subdivide them. I've told you how wide to do. Here's some colouring in that I started playing with. So I did more. This is like the little sections.
Yeah.
You can start offsetting.
Oh, you can twist them round?
You can twist them round. You can do whatever you like. Have a little play.
Yeah.
I think that colouring sheet works best if you start chopping it up. It's more useful if you chop it up.
Yeah.
Like if you've got a jelly roll and you've got your yardage, you don't really need to colour it in. It's when you're going to
When you're going to create your own, yeah.
When you're going to create your own.
Because also it doesn't have to be a jelly roll.
Doesn't have
You
to
could
be
have
a jelly
meters
roll.
of fabric at home that you just cut up into, use your stripology.
Subdivide your fat quarter pack that you've just bought.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you won't believe how easy this is. So
Oh, would there be enough, right? Would there be enough if I did get that big bundle of fat quarters?
I'm sure, yeah. There must be.
Yeah, there must be, because there's 20 fat
There must
quarters,
be.
25 fat quarters in there, aren't there?
Yeah. You must be.
Yeah.
You must be up to
Yeah.
about 4 or 5 yards, I
Yeah.
thought.
Right.
Right, so all I've done, I've got, these aren't jelly roll strips, these are things that I have cut to the same width as a jelly roll strip,
Yeah.
because otherwise I would have opened jelly
whole jelly
rolls.
roll, yeah.
So this is what you'll have. You'll have a random assortment, and all you're going to do is sew them together. So you're going to put pretty sides together, and you're sewing along that long
You're not even switched
thing.
on.
I'm not even switched on.
You even plugged in.
Never a truer word was said. Cheek. Poor old Carly. Is Carly on next?
Carla's on for 2 hours after
Carla's on next. She's been here since before 7.
Yeah, she was here
And
very
she's
early.
hobby maker tonight. And she's
No.
got like an 8 p.m. I think she said show tonight.
Well, we've got a lovely new sofa that she can
Well, that's
sleep
what
on.
we were just saying. She wants to borrow a quilt and she wants to lie on the sofa.
Oh,
She's going to need to.
she is. I didn't know she was on.
'Cause we
Nobody
have
told
to
her
be-
she was on tonight, did they?
We have to all be in nice and early because you're so busy. We've got to, everyone's got to be here. 1/4 inch seam, and you can chain piece these. You can just whiz down. So really, really simple. I always press my seams open, but you don't have to. And then offer up.
We will look at that in a second.
What we're looking at next.
Nothing. They're looking at us at the moment.
Watching us sewing.
Oh. Everybody's in today.
They're all in.
This morning we started off with nobody because everyone was off.
Craft support, John.
Craft support.
Craft support.
Where's craft services? Where's the donuts?
We need craft support every day.
Yeah, where's the coffees and the cakes?
Biscuit tin's quite healthy out there today as well.
Yeah.
It's looking good out there.
We're not allowed
Got
those.
to go
They're for
home.
guests
They're
only.
for guests. Well, guests have been enjoying them. There you go. Look, I told you it was simple. So you will chain piece these until you're bored of chain piecing, and then I would do lots of ironing till I'm bored of ironing.
Yeah.
And then I would start sewing sewing these together. It couldn't be easier, I promise you. 1/4 inch seam, whiz down. And if you find a 1/4 inch seam hard or you can't do it or whatever, you could do a wider seam and just just live with the fact that you've got a smaller quilt.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
there's
Simple.
really no drama. Keep your seams as consistent as you can is really the trick. So I've got pairs. I think, oh, they're too close together. I'll leave that one for later. And then they're a bit close together, so I'm going to sew that one. See, that's all you've got to do. And as I say, I would sew until I'm bored, then I until I'm bored, and then I sew again.
You never get bored, do you?
I do get bored.
Oh,
I do get bored. Because it's so tough, John, you know, I have to sew for work, you know, hours and hours slaving away.
Imagine if you had a proper job.
Imagine, oh gosh, I couldn't have a proper job now. I'm probably unemployable.
I think we all are now, aren't we?
Just, yeah, unemployable. There you go.
Lovely. Demo done.
Super easy. And that will look beautiful when it's pressed.
Yeah.
And then you can start playing with which one of these you want to put down. If you're on kit, it's all decided for you. But, you know, any one of those would work.
I think I'd go darker.
I quite like the contrast.
Yeah, that, yeah.
It's nice and strong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and keep it. Yeah.
Yeah. She said, yeah. She's making a design decision as we're going along.
I know I am.
Right, what should we recap then, Han?
What are we doing now?
Recapping Bluebell.
Bluebell?
There.
Okay. Bluebell.
Bluebell. So this one you get your jelly roll, you get your piece. That's the right one, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep. And you get your instructions. Let me move that over there, sorry.
We've got bits everywhere.
Well, we're on the biggest table.
We're on the biggest table. I've made the biggest mess.
Yeah. They're all the fabrics you get in there. So you get one jelly roll, you get your piece of your solid fabric plus your pattern at $114.99 on two-way split pay. Not in that colourway. Oh, the mock-up. Oh, Hannah.
We have got a mock-up.
Yes, I know. Where is it? Oh, there.
Hey! We've made so much mess. I've made so much mess. There you go.
Pick a card. Pick any card.
That's a pretty quilt. I think that's a pretty one, actually.
Yeah, it is.
That's really lovely and fresh. That would go nice on the new sofa out there.
It would, but don't be suggesting it. Right, then we go to Astra, which is this one.
Let's get that off the table.
Yeah.
Right. You should see it. When I
You're
arrive,
just going to have to scoop all of this into your suitcase.
I do, and the future me will not be happy. When I arrive, it's all neat and tidy. I know where everything is. And when I get home, it's just like...
Don't you just give it to Tessa?
No.
Right, so you get your jelly roll, your fabric, and your calico bag, and your pattern, and that's the mock-up of that one.
That's the mock-up. That's nice and strong, that one. And that's
Be careful on this one. There's only 9 of these left. Oh, then the most popular is the Blooming Lovely.
Blooming Lovely is the most popular.
Right, okay, so you need to show us the background fabric that you get from here, don't
Yes.
you? Sorry.
There you go.
That's it made up. That is what it will be.
And that is actually your background.
That's your background there. But you do get all of these
Yeah, all of them.
in your design roll, your jelly roll.
In the jelly roll. Yeah, Moda is a jelly roll is a Swiss roll. And Moda, their first premises was in a bakery.
Yeah.
So all of their products are named after.
Jelly roll's a Swiss roll.
Jelly roll's a Swiss roll. Jelly roll's a Swiss roll. They've been going 50 years.
Have they?
Isn't that incredible? Yeah. Nice.
And you've been with them since day one?
Yeah, day one. Yeah, 2 collections a year. It'll be 13 years in August.
What did you do before that then?
13 years in August. I have been a knitwear designer, and then I taught early years for a couple of years, absolutely adored it. And then we had children, and I realised I was going to get paid for looking after other people's children while paying other people to look after mine. So we went back to designing.
Right, we have a digital download of this pattern, of the Dapper pattern, We've only got it in digital though. There you go. Only got it in digital. I know that's, there you go, you got the picture there. That's right. Right, and then very quickly before Janet goes, the quilt behind us, which is brand new, exclusive to us. What's her what? Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Nobody's got it. She hasn't even got it on her website yet.
No, it's not on our website yet.
So, who are you anyway? You get the instructions and you get the master sheets for the foundation paper piecing.
Yes.
You also get enough of these to make one quilt. You can't buy those individually now because they've sold out, but you do get them in your quilt kit. And then you get this gorgeous bundle of Larking fabric, which is the brand new fabric. Now, there's loads sitting in baskets. It's time to check out now. You do get on... How many? Right, there's 4 left. If you all check out, we've got 4 left. $229.99, 3-way split pay, brand spanking new. You can't buy it anywhere else yet. And it's lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. Right, when are you in next then?
I knew you were going to ask me that. Next
Ask
time
you that
Sewing
every
Street
single
will
time.
see me is at the Festival of Quilts.
Yeah. Oh.
No, maybe I'll be in before then.
No, you'll be in before
I'll
then.
be in before then. I don't know. It's
Are you in-
usually
are you doing- do you do
3 or 4
Christmas?
weeks. No,
So you won't be in the week of the 15th because that's Christmas.
we don't do Christmas.
I don't do Christmas. But you do Christmas.
I don't want to think about Christmas in July. Having said that, I'll probably be rocking up in July going, look at all my Christmas products.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Tony
And-
knows what we're doing.
Good. Check out, and I'll let you know a date when we know. Safe journey home.
Lovely to see you.
And you, as
ever.
always.
Take care.
Right, don't go anywhere because after this break, we've got Carla Bagshaw. We have got the ScanNcut from Brother and we've got a sublimation printer. I'll see you in 4.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric, so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt.
Some pattern pieces will tell you to place it on the fold. It always tells you on your pattern how many pieces to cut out and where to put them. So you need to find the fold of your fabric. This is how to do it. First of all, make sure your fabric is folded carefully in half. Along your folded edge, place your pattern piece right on it. Make sure you pin it carefully at each end, and then you can add some extra pins in the middle to keep it secure. And that's how you place your pattern piece on the fold.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Now, I need to tell you, excitement is building. Things are already going. Right, let me just, first of all, Carla Bagshaw is here. Say hello, Carla.
Hello, everybody. Are you all right?
There you go. Is your microphone on?
No, did I turn it on?
Right, come back to me then. Come back to me. I need to tell you two things. One, people are already buying what we've got on offer. Second, Derek can't wait for the Sublimation printer. He's wanted one for ages. And three, we are doing a bundle that sold out last time completely before the end of the show when Carla was on with us, right? We've managed to get it back in stock. There's the whole bundle there, right? We'll take you all through it in a second. But it's sold out at our introductory price. We are going to match that introductory price today. So now I understand it's still a considered purchase, right? £679 is a lot of money. But, and also the people who have checked out before and everyone pays that final low price. But when you see what this machine does and what you can do with it and everything like that, I know how popular they are. And I know, because they have them on Hobbymaker, don't they? And they fly out on Hobbymaker. We've had it, I've had it once before. I don't know if it's been on again since then. But it literally, the first time we did it with Carla, completely and utterly sold out. There are two different machines. We have got a sublimation printer, which we'll do in the next hour. But for this hour, we had limited stock before. It's still not brilliant. It's not, as in I've not got hundreds of these. You know what I mean? I had a double what I had last time. That's what I've got, right? So if you're wondering what this is a bag that you can put your ScanNcut in, which I will be playing later. It's not in the bundle. I just want you to see it because I know a lot of you have already got your ScanNcut and you want something to put it in. That's a bag that's been designed specially for it. That's coming up later. That's brand new. They haven't even had that on Hobbymaker. They haven't even had it on Hobbymaker yet.
I've never seen it.
No? Right, but we're going to start with, now, first of all, Carla, for people who don't know you, who are you? Where'd you come from? What do you do for a living? And how come you're here doing all these brother machines?
Walked in off the street and nobody threw me out. No, I am a crafter by nature, so I'm a paper artist, if you like. I like to make quills, sculptures, paper sculptures, that sort of thing. And I do an awful lot with paper. So in terms of using the ScanNcut, I use it all the time. It's my workhorse. And so consequently, I started demonstrating it. And just the more you get into it, the better it is. It's the most amazing machine. I've been demonstrating with Hobbymaker pretty much from the beginning. And I've got a previous pass before that on the television as well. So I've got verbal diarrhea a lot.
Yes, I'll shut you up if you're going on too much.
John has to shut me up.
Right, before you go any further, though, you said you work in paper.
Yeah.
We're a fabric channel.
Yeah. And that's the joy of this machine. So the machine, I would say, well, listen, it's equal bases. It does paper. It does all of those things that I use it for. Equally, it does fabric, so it's designed for fabric. What does it do with fabric? It cuts it for you. If you've got a pattern that's printed, you can scan it into this machine and then cut it straight from here. You don't need to cut a thing, it'll do it for you. Now, what's even better is that we're giving you a rotary tool today in this bundle, so you've got amazing potential with that. We can cut through leather, we can cut through fabrics. Now, we can scan patterns on fabrics and just cut out one tiny piece of that whole piece of fabric. We can do paper piecing, English paper piecing for all your quilts. That's all in there. There's a load of patterns already in here for you, but you can also design your own. And you'll notice one of the big things at the minute is that I don't have a computer with me. I don't have an iPad with me. I've got nothing. I'm just sitting with the machine because it'll work independently. And that's incredible.
Oh, no, I thought it was like, you know, on a sewing machine, we have the Art Spear and everything like that.
You can use Art Spear with it. You can use, there's also the Brother Canvas workspace. You can use all of that. Or you can just use it on its own.
Oh, brilliant.
It's so good. This is one of those machines. I've always said that if my house set on fire, obviously I'd rescue my children and my pets, but then this would be the thing. I would never now be without a ScanNcut. I've got 4 ScanNcuts. I love them.
Why would you need 4?
I use them for different things and for different reasons. And because obviously they update the machines and they get more patterns and stuff with them. So I've got one of the original CM machines.
Oh, okay. So it's not that you need 4. It's just that as the one new one's come out, you've upgraded.
No, I love them so much. And often I will have 2 going at the same time on my desk because I cut out all pieces for paper sculpture. Well, so I just have them both
It's only
going.
like people with sewing machines. Most people have got more than one sewing machine. Yeah,
Same thing. You will fall in love with this machine and it will be the best thing. And for any of you that bought it last time that have been using it, let us know. It's incredible.
Right. Okay. So where are you going to start with it? What are you
Right,
gonna
let's
show
have a
us?
look at what you get in the box first, because this is what you're going to get home. You're going to get the machine. You will also get 2 blades. One of them is a black blade that's sitting inside here, and inside the little compartment you will also have a gold blade. Now your gold blade is your fabric blade, okay? That's specifically designed to cut fabrics. Now, you will cut it with the black one as well if you want to, but this one is designed for
And that comes with it.
that comes with it,
Yep.
it's naturally in there. Now, you'll also get a set of, I don't know if they've stolen them, here they are, you can see them all loose in here, but you'll get a set of pens in here, little ones like these, and these colour in. Hey, where am I going? There.
Oh.
So I can draw, I can colour in, I can do all sorts with this. So if you want to write on your fabrics, that kind of thing, you absolutely can. Brilliant for all of those things. On top of that, though, we've got these 2 little pens. Where are my best? There, where's your overhead? Is it here? There.
There,
I've got
perfect.
these 2 little pens, the blue and the purple.
Oh, hang on. We're not on it yet. Hang on. There you go.
One of those is water soluble, which is the blue, and the purple is air soluble. Why do you need them? Well, obviously, we know that on fabric, you're going to need seam allowances.
Uh-huh.
Let this do it for you. So this machine will first of all draw your seam allowance, and then it will cut your fabric. And you can have the seam allowance set to any size you want, regardless of where you want it to be. It does everything for you, this machine. It's so blooming clever, and what's more, because it's Brother, the user interface is so easy. So as we start to use it, you'll just see how quickly we glide through all the instructions. Super easy, and it's always on repeat, so you learn it real fast. If you can use a mobile phone, you can use a ScanNcut. That's just a fact. It's so clever, and as somebody who does not sew and doesn't know what I'm doing at all, I still managed to do a quilt, little piece thing. It's not really a quilt, maybe for a Barbie, from this. So if I can do that, anyone can.
Right.
It's perfect. It's so good, John.
Right. Can I also just say, the blades that Carla's just spoken about in there are ones that come with the machine. We've also done a bundle of gifts that come with it as well. I'll just tell you quickly what they are, and then Carla will tell you as we go through the demo why they're important. Another low-tack adhesive mat.
I think there's 3 in there, John.
Oh, yeah. But you get
one. You get a standard adhesive mat and a low tack in the machine anyway.
Right, and then we've put in an extra 3 low-tack ones.
Which is an insane deal because they're your consumable, really.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's going to maybe go. You're going to need to have new mats because once they get a little bit dubbed down, you can clean them and you can re-stick them, but you are better off having new ones on hold. To get 3, do you know how much they cost on Amazon?
No. On Long
They're
River.
about 65, 70 quid for 3.
Okay, right, okay, that's one thing. And then you also get 3 different blades here. You get a rotary auto blade, a thin fabric auto blade, and a rotary auto blade on there.
So what that is, on the big box that you're getting, it will come, can I do that on overhead?
Yeah.
It will come with this, which is your rotary blade. You can just see the little rotary cutter on the top there. That doesn't come as standard, it comes with part of the bundle that we're giving you today. You would never normally get a rotary cutter. It's an absolute boon to have it, they're quite new to market. But then we will also give you an extra blade for when this one starts to become blunt over a period of time.
Oh, I
backup.
see.
And then
Right.
we're also giving
So
you
one's
an
a blade
auto
kit,
blade.
and the other 2 are blades.
Yes. And so the other one will go into your little piece here for when you're using it and you need another blade. So we're giving you extra blades. That means the longevity of your machine, I mean, listen, you can buy blades forever. The longevity of your machine is also it's already better for you guys at home because you've got the extra standard pieces to go with it. That's an incredible deal.
Message on the bottom. Scan and cut machine,
Jane.
fantastic. I love mine, says Jane in County Cork.
So much more important when it comes from you guys at home than for me. You know I'm paid to be standing here and doing this. But the truth of the matter is...
No,
it's
sorry,
incredible.
you're not getting paid for today.
I mean, it won't be the first time.
No.
It's all right. I just take stuff out the green room.
Yeah,
It's fine.
there's a sofa.
There's a new sofa in there. That'll cover the cost of my show. So we've got all of these elements sitting here. Now, the machine itself. Oh, I forgot to mention. Let's also give you a free calligraphy kit.
Right, so that comes
in the box.
in the box.
That's not something that Sewing Street are giving you. It's something that Brother are giving you in the box. It's got a universal pen holder, where it means we can put other things in there as well. So if you've got sewing pens that you use at home, I'm just making words up because I don't know what sewists use, but you can use that for them. And then you've got a whole calligraphy set in here. So if you want to start doing invitations or you want to start doing calligraphy on your fabrics, you go for your life. You've got a whole kit in here with full instructions on how to do it. Clever stuff, right? Because this machine can also do hot foiling, so you can foil onto things. You can do so much with it.
I don't even know what that is. Alan messaged in saying he's going to hot foil everything, but I don't know
Yeah,
what it
you
is.
can hot foil it. So you'll need a certain adapter to do that. I use a We Are Memory Keepers one. And basically, you can do it on, so if I was to put, say, a piece of leather inside here, put a piece of hot foil on, I can use my hot foiler and it'll write and draw whatever I want onto the leather and it's foiled on it. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so clever. There's so many things that you can do with these. Plus, there's got these kits that expand it. So one of the kits that you can get has got, I'm going to get this wrong. Forgive me if I say the wrong word here. Is it pricking? Where you do a pattern and you prick the whole thing round? Is that a sewing thing?
Yeah, we don't do that in sewing.
I don't know what it's for then, but you can do that with it. I would never use it, so I don't know. But you can do all of that. I can do perforated lines if I'm doing things as well. There's so many different steps that I can go on. And the patterns in here are gorgeous. There's over 1,000 patterns and there's over 100 quilting patterns in here. So already it's good to go. In that sense, partly, I think it's partly sort of more geared towards fabric than card in a lot of ways because it's really set up for that. And I find that when I'm looking for demonstrations for various bits and bats, it's usually soft crafters that are using the ScanNcut. Right.
Yeah.
Now, in the box, you'll also get, as we said, 2 of these mats, but they don't stop there. They will give you the double-sided fusible web, so you have got some to get going with, and they'll give you this bad boy, this green piece here. Now, this is a double-sided sheet, glossy on one side and matte on the other with a sticky. Now, this is a fabric support sheet. So all I need to do is stick that to my mat, just as it is, and then I can peel the green backing off it, and it's a complete support for any fabric that I put on there. Now, you don't need to use it when your mat is really sticky. Your fabric will stay where it is, but your stick goes over a while, and you will need these here. Now, there is no residue on here, so nothing's coming off on your fabric. It's not ruining your fabric in any way, shape, or form. It's not altering anything. It's just holding it steady, which is obviously really important with card as well. You don't want that residue, right? It's annoying. So this is all here. It means that we can go with some of, you know, your special fabrics, but I would say always, always test out certain pieces before you cut into anything really special, just because I've ruined many a thing when I've been trying to do stuff on my special papers.
Stop. Jeanette's message. She says
Jeanette.
Carla means like a tracing wheel. So we don't call it pricking. We have a tracing wheel where we have patterns and we do dots of. So you're right.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, next time, don't say pricking, say tracing. You'll be
I
fine.
prefer the other one. It sounds naughty.
Yeah.
Right. So once we've got this on here, you then need to take away your backing from it. So the glossy side goes down. And you've got a piece here, and this green backing will just come straight off here. I will say, I cut my thumbnails so short, I can't get these off.
I think last time you came in, you tried to cut your finger off, hadn't you? Didn't you
last time, it grew back.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of a funny shape to it. It's a bit diagonal now, but it's at least, and it's numb. I can't feel it. It's there. Right, you won't be able to see that. There's like you can just see it. Now, there's a little bit of a sort of a wrinkle here, and all you use, you've got a spatula, is you're just going to straighten that down.
Does the spatula come in the kit?
Comes in it. Everything comes with it. There's nothing that you can't do when you get it. They even give you a bit of testing card to work with as well, which is incredibly impressive.
Shelley says she's had a cutting machine a long time and she loves it for both fabric and card and vinyl.
And vinyl, it does all your vinyl cutting. Even if you want to just put numbers on your wheelie bin, you go for your life, but you'll do all your stuff for your clothes. It's just a business in a box. I could not be more passionate about anything than I am about the ScanNcut. I love it so much because literally it boosted the way I crafted in ways that I didn't even know were possible. You know, if you've got littlies and they draw something, for you to be able to draw it, foil it, or even cut that out as a pattern and make it something for me. You know when they make like weird looking dinosaurs and things that don't look like a dinosaur at all? cut it out in some fabric, and then they can have what was in their imagination. There's all these glorious things that we can do, and it expands our way of crafting. Now, the first thing I'll do is just cut out a shape so you can see it, and then we're going to look at patterns and show you how to get your seam allowances. So they've let me loose with a rotary coil. They didn't actually, I stole it. But we don't need to talk about those things. Nobody gave me a rotary cutter, I stole it. I don't even know if it works. But, you know, it was not
It's very sharp. It was yesterday's early bird. It's very
Is it sharp?
brand new, that one.
Oh, don't trust me with this. I cut my finger off.
Yeah.
Right, let's go down here. Oh, John.
What?
If I cut myself,
It's fine.
it'll be fine. I've got
I'll
other
call an
things.
ambulance.
I've got others. I'll stick around. It's
Oh yeah, I don't know what a sublimation printer is. I can't take over. You've got to be all right.
I'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. Listen. I'm menopausal. I probably wouldn't feel it. Right. So now I've got this. I can put this onto my mat and just lay this down. Just like so, and then just bring it down. So you want this to obviously be taut, but that piece of fabric strengthener that we've got underneath is going to hold that really nice and tight. And that means I'm going to get the best cut on it. Now, you obviously wouldn't use this much. You'll be much more frugal than I am. But what's really great about this, if I cut, let's say I was cutting a star and I cut it right in the middle here, I've got a scanning bed on my machine, which means any fabric that you've got that are tiny, tiny pieces of fabric, you no longer just have to throw. Because this machine will be able to scan that piece of fabric and see exactly what size it is, and you can put shapes on it.
No.
So that means I can use every last scrap of fabric that I've got. It means your waste is virtually zero. Now, I have got, and I do explain this before I go to air, just because I need you to know at home that I'm not actually just a complete idiot. I do have ADHD, and so I don't remember words for things very well. So I use my own for this machine, and it'll make sense when I start going, but hopefully it'll help you remember things as well. Here's my screen, okay? Really clear screen. And it's quite a good size as well. Now, there is a stylus if you want to use it. I don't like using styluses, but it is an option. All I need to do is feed this first. I need to start the game. So if I start the game, all I need to do is press the chessboard, and the chessboard is here. That starts my game, and it'll start feeding my mat through. These are the terms that I use. These are not the terms that Brother use. Now, I've got my fabric on here already. That's fine. I could scan it, but what I want to do is just find a pattern.
Okay, stop. I've got a question.
Yes.
Can the scan and cut work out how thick the fabric is so we don't cut into the mat?
Yes.
Derek, yes.
It's got an auto blade on it. Now, what I'll say is that the rotary
Okay,
cutter,
stop.
go on.
This lady seems crazy. This is you, right? I'd buy it just for her enthusiasm.
I mean, it's not the first time it's been said. It's not the first
Oh,
time.
don't we have people saying our guest yesterday was hot? You know what I mean?
There you go.
So-
I mean, I'd probably prefer to be called hot than
Yeah.
crazy, but you know, I'll go with it. It's
Yeah.
We
Fine,
all like
carry
it.
on, sorry.
So if I go into here and I go to pattern, by the way, if you want it to have the auto blade on your fabric so it can guess the size, I would tell you to use the gold blade rather than the rotary.
Right.
Just, it'll give you a better thing on it. Right, let's just do a shape. So I'm just going to go into here. I've got tons of them. I've got hundreds of things. Now remember, some of these can obviously be used for patterns for quilts, and those kind of things. I know they've got to be certain shapes, is that right?
Clamshell, you just went past the clamshell, yeah?
That sounds
Yeah.
rude.
No.
Right, so we'll keep going. We'll do this here.
Kiss.
Okay. Now, what that does is it gives me just a shape. And I'm just going to do the shape, okay? And then we'll come to seam allowances in a moment. Now, you can see that it says it's 3.94 inches. Do you guys work in inches or centimetres?
Quilters in inches, dressmakers in centimetres.
Oh, you're
predominantly
a lot,
inches,
aren't you?
yeah.
If you want to change it, just click your tool.
Yeah.
And then it says, what do you want your unit in? Millimetres or in inches?
Inches.
So it's as simple as that. So I'll keep it where it is. You can make it bigger here. I can change the size just by using the buttons here. We can make it bigger. So we'll do a nice one there. We'll press set. And there it's showing you that it's on the top of my mat, in the top, I don't know my left from my right, in the top left-hand corner. So then I can go, okay, and press select, cut, and then chuff it on its way. It just does the things now. And it says it's going to take a minute to cut. It can only count in increments of a minute. So if it was going to
So
take...
it might not be a minute.
Yeah, if it was going to take 30 seconds, it would still tell you it's a minute. It's like a man. That's what men do.
What?
I'll be 5 minutes when it actually means 20.
I don't think you're allowed to say
That's
things
my
like that.
experience of it.
Yeah. Hannah got a question. She said, could she move the kiss around the fabric? Like you put it in your top left-hand corner. Can you move
I
it
can
around?
move it wherever, so I'll
Right.
show you that as well
Yeah.
in a second. I'm going to press OK. Now that I've got that square there and the piece is cut, all I need to do, I need to end the game. Remember the chessboard? We start and we end the game. So I'm going to end that game and it will just get rid of my mat for me. Now we know that this is on the fabric strengthener, so all I need to do now is just grab the material. I'm going to grab the excess, and as I come through, I can just take away my excess. It's all there, and there's the piece sitting on my mat, ready to be used for any project that I want to go. It's incredibly precise, and it's also done in seconds.
Okay, now if you cut some fabrics, they're going to leave fluff on my sticky pad. Does that affect it? Can I clean it?
You can clean them. Just dab it with a wet wipe. It'll be grand.
Okay.
And it'll come back to stick. If it gets too gammy, you can wash them with a little bit of washing up liquid. That will also bring it to life. If it gets to the point where it's kind of looking like it's dyed, what I do personally, I'm not saying this is what you should do, it's a personal thing. I scrub mine, so I scrub all of the glue off it, everything, so it's just a clean mat. And then I re-stick mine. Now, Pinflair do a stencil glue that you can use for it. That's absolutely fine, and Brother do approve of that stencil glue for using it to re-stick your mats. You're not going to have to do that for a long time. You've got so many mats with this deal, but you can further down the line.
I think also, lovely James from Gyro Cut, Crafty Projects, they have a thing that he says you can re-sticky.
Oh, brilliant.
Mats and
Okay, so it's just, it's one of those things. The mats, if I was going to say, if somebody said, what's the downside to them? The downside would be the mats, because the nature of the beast is, especially if you're using fabric, like you say, bits of floof are going to get stuck to your wadgems. So it's that you can't negate that. It's going to happen. And so by being able to clean it, I mean, it'll go for a long time just with using a wet wipe, and that will reinvigorate the stick as well. And you've got the different types of mat. I would say that your standard mat is... So Brother have got another mat, which we don't have here, and it's a gold one, and it's a fabric mat, and it's just that bit stickier. And so what they give you in the box is the fabric stabilizer, and that's the alternative to it. So let me just get another piece on here, and then we'll just place this in. I'm very tidy crafted. Do you like it?
Yeah, put your blade away.
What's what?
Put your blade away. Only we have people messaging in saying she's not put her blade away, so I'm just doing it before they do.
I'm glad that somebody's worried about me. It makes me feel better about life.
Well, we just haven't got time to mop up between this and Hobby Maker, that's all.
They're used to it on Hobby Maker.
Yeah.
Right, well, what did I do with those little pens? Here they are. So let's have a look at these. So let's have a look at seam allowance. How does seam allowance come to play? When you press the home button, remember, if you're feeling like freaked out about the machine and you're like, oh, I think I've done something, pressing home is like sending Dorothy home on The Wizard of Oz. There's always a safe place, okay? Press the home button, you're gonna be safe. It says, is it okay to delete all patterns? I panicked when it first said that. I was like, no. It just means the things that are on here, not the things that are in the machine. So, okay, that's fine, it'll take you home. And that just is your safety net. So if you want to go back to your home screen, you feel a little bit out of your depth, it's absolutely fine. Now, what's interesting to note is that last piece that I just cut, because I had got waylaid, I didn't actually use the fabric blade, I just used a normal blade.
Oh, okay.
So the point being is, the one that you've got in it, the black one, it cut the fabric perfectly. Listen, it'll do the majority. Once you start getting into those thicker things like leather, cork fabric, those sort of things, it's going to actually need to have a thicker blade. So that'll be your rotary cutter. Now, we've got this little Dewberry firkin that sits inside the machine. You'll get it when you get the machine. It's sitting in here, okay? And it's got a little push button here, and all you're going to do is push it and it opens. And this is your pen holder. It's not the universal pen holder. It's the pen holder that comes with it. Now, I will do this this. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. I'm on a dark fabric, but we'll have a go. You need to obviously take the lid off your pen, pop it inside the pen holder, just like so. Am I about right there? So my pen's inside. I'm just going to flip the lid and it'll click, okay? And that means it's safe. Now, we change the pen in the same way we would change the blade. I know I need a seam allowance before I cut it because that's the obvious thing to do. So all I need to do to change the blade, there's a little grey lever here. I'm just going to flip it and then I can remove the blade and put it safely down. Then I can take my pen. It's got a flat back on this side here, so I can just safely insert that and put that down. Oh, I felt like I'm on an aeroplane. And put that down. Exits to the rear. So that's all where it needs to be. You've got all your elements there, and I'm now ready to draw a seam allowance. So if I was to put this onto here and press my chessboard, because remember, I want to start that game again. So I'm going to press the chessboard. That's going to feed my mat in. Now let's have a look at quilt patterns. They're not called quilt patterns, are they? Did you tell me this last time?
Yeah, it's patchwork. It's quilting is only when you make it into a quilt
And that's
sandwich.
when you've got your wadding inside.
Yeah.
Right, okay. See, I do remember some things. Now, it says the mat can't be recognised and it'll unload. There's a reason for that. Where you've got... It's me, by the way, it was my fault. You see where I've got this here and it's just going over the black lines.
Hang on a sec, let's have a look at that.
Can you see? It's just going, if I move that way, just here, it's gone over the black line.
Right.
So what it's doing, there's bits of floof here, and it can't recognise it because it needs to read these registration marks. That happens to you, simply pick up your fabric and just move it slightly further down. It's just because it needs to see those marks, and it will not work with any other mat other than a proper brother one, because it does need to read those marks. Now, what I will say for those of you who might be sitting at home and if you've got a CM machine and you're thinking of upgrading to an SDX, the mats are different. SDX ones have a little diamond in the bottom of the mat just here. The CM range don't have them, and you cannot swap. The CM are for the CM, the SDX are for the SDX. So now we've got that, let's now feed it in properly again. So start that chess game and in it goes, and that's just going to feed it in. So I've got my pen in there and I want to draw a seam allowance. Now, in order to do that, if I go to patterns and I go down and then I choose my quilt patterns, which are just here, now I've got a ton to choose from. It doesn't look like much, does it? You're like, well, great, there's what, 7 there, that's fancy. But actually, if I go into the menus, I now have a ton more to choose from. So there's loads to go at in here. All different ones for all different types of patchwork.
Or blocks, they're blocks.
Blocks.
Yeah, patchwork, yeah.
I'm almost a professional these
You are,
days.
indeed.
So if I go up, we'll choose one that's just pretty simple because it's the easiest to do for demo, but they all work
Churn
exactly the same. It's a what?
Churn dash. Isn't that called a churn dash? Is that right? Is it a churn dash? I think
Churn
it's
dash.
a churn dash.
That's a nice, a churn.
Churn dash.
As in churning milk.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Oh, I like that. Okay, so it's telling me here that it's this particular block would be 9 inches by 9 inches. I can change that if I want my block to be smaller or bigger, depending on what kind of quilt I'm making. I can say, okay, I'm happy with that. So once I've done that, it says, which piece do you want this fabric to cut? Because I would obviously have different colours. So my blue will be in a different colour to my white. So I say, well, I might want to do it all in the same colour. I would just press this one down here if that was the case. But actually what I'll say is I want to do that A triangle. So it's showing me that that is going to be this white corner and this white corner. And so I go, okay, thanks. And so it says, now can you see the seam allowance? It's now got an insight, so it does it automatically for you, which is really impressive. I'll show you in a second how to change that seam allowance. So I can press set, and it gives me the 2 triangles. Now that's not taking up a great deal of room on my mat, so if I had a full space going, I could go in and add more. For now we'll focus on these 2 because it'll be quicker for demo, but I could add more if I wanted to. If you've got a ton of these on here and you want to do it so that you're not wasting any room on your fabric, you can change how these triangles are laid out on your mat. Because it might be that you want them to be closer together or in a different arrangement. So you press your arrangement button and you've got different options. Now I've only got 2, so it'll just, they're my options. So now it's closer together and I've wasted less fabric.
How does it know where the fabric is?
It knows because, well, I know, you see this here?
Yeah.
That's actually my mat.
Right.
So I know that my fabric's going to cut that, but if I didn't, it's okay, because what I can do, now that I've got that there, I can go, okay. Now, this is where my brain's a little bit fuzzy, so I apologise to you all at home massively. Bear with me. In order for us to see what's on the mat, we need to cook it like a hotel toaster. So what we do is press the oven door. The button looks like an oven door, and that's your scanner button, because we're going to cook it like a hotel toaster. So that's your oven door. Press it and it'll tell you exactly what's on your mat. It'll take a photo of it. So it goes in like a hotel toaster and then it spits it out like a hotel toaster. This will be better cooked than hotel toast. So when it comes out, I'll now have an absolute photo on my board of my fabric, and it goes, there you go.
No, so it is a photo. It's not even. It's not even a rough thing. It's actually
it's actually a photo.
Yeah.
So you can see, if you just look. I don't know if you'll be able to see, but down here there's a tiny, tiny little mark just under the fabric.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a tiny little mark just underneath the fabric on my mat, so it's actually showing up the little mark on my mat. It's so precise. It's incredible, this machine. Now, this is showing me what I want to do here. So if I press OK and watch the triangles, so if you keep your eyes on these, if I press select and I press, I'm just going to show you this, cut. Now, obviously, we're not going to be cutting at this point. You'll see that it's got these bits of the triangle. Keep an eye on those, because if I go back and now I tell it that I want to draw, because I want my seam allowance, it's giving me the inside of those triangles. It's so clever. So then I can just press start and it will draw it for me. Now on here it says scanner lever is set to position 1. Shift the scanner lever to position 2. That's going to happen to you an awful lot. And all it is, on the side of the machine, actually it's at your side, just here, there's a little white kind of lever. You're just going to flick it.
And what's that doing then?
It lowers and raises the scanning bed. So if you've got thicker materials on there, it'll go, I need to be higher up. And so you're raising that scanner bed. And if it's a thin material, it'll want to just be a bit lower down.
Question on my bottom. Is the setting different for wool fabric, or is it the same as quilt weight cotton? Thank you for clarity.
It'll all be the same because you're using an auto blade. So it's not you choosing the depth, it's the machine, because the blade will test. What will happen, I'll show you in a second, when you set it to cut, the blade tests the mat. It goes down to the mat and it goes, the mat's this deep, then it moves across to your fabric and it tests the fabric and it goes, that's the difference. Now, if you're doing something that's really thick, so wool might be the thicker fabric, or if I was doing leather, it'll go, I can't get through this in one pass. And it'll do 2 or 3 passes. And so it just knows that it's getting through exactly to the depth you want it to do exactly what you want. So you don't even have to choose those settings.
Yeah.
I mean, that's clever, right?
It is very clever.
So once I've got this here, now I've set it to draw, I'm just going to press start. It'll take it in and the pen will start to draw on the fabric. I don't know how well it's going to show up on that denim with the purple. I can see it, but I don't know if you guys will be able to. I mean, it's a 2-second job. Now, what's really important is that I don't take the mat out at this point. It needs to be in exactly the same position. My little triangles are there and I can see them. I don't think you're going to see it there. We might be able to see it on camera too afterwards.
Right.
Now it says here, I've finished drawing. Do you want to select the next part or do you want to finish? Now the next part is the pieces of the patterns, I believe, that were in there. Remember, we had the triangles, we had the squares, all the pieces of the block. I actually want to finish because I want it to cut it. So I'm going to press finish and now I'm going to press please select and I'm going to get it to cut and it will cut the outside edge. So super easy. Now, if you watch very carefully where your actual carriage of your piece is, I'm going to change it to a blade. Watch very carefully and it will measure the depth of the mat first. So I'm going to take this out, flip that, lift it up. I'll pop the fabric blade in. I could use the rotary cutter tool as well. So once I've got that in, I'm just going to go, please select, cut, and start. Now, bear in mind, I'm doing 2 small triangles on a whole block. What I could have done is added in 10 of those triangles, put 10 at once. So I just set it going and I leave it alone. That's what I do all the time. Mine is constantly working at my house because I use it so constantly. I don't think I've set that blade in properly. Ooh, my fabric strap. So basically what you're looking at is making sure constantly that you're doing all of the elements that you need to do. Now it's saying to me, do you want to select the next part? And that's how you go through your block. So I would keep selecting the next part, and then I would select the next part until I finished. And I can use different types of fabrics for the different types of color that I would need. So that would get me all of the elements through. So let me just go select the next part. You see now, it's offering me the different squares, the different colors, the different patterns. It's so clever.
Yeah, because you've only done the white triangles in the corner.
I just did that top A triangle. But if I was to go into, let's say I go to C, it's going to tell me that that's those two. If I want to cut more than one block at a time, you see how it says number here? Well, let's say that I want to cut out 8 of those. If there's enough room on the mat, it'll let you do it. If there's not, it will tell you. Now, there is another size mat that we can get. We can also get the 24-inch mat. So there are different, resources that we can use. The 24-inch mat is much bigger. Obviously, we can fit loads on that, but we don't have that on the show. So it's just another option as you go along. But if I say, okay, it won't let me do let's see if it'll do 6. Maximum number is 4. It's telling me there. If I read, I would have done it. Maximum number 4. Now what I can do then is go into the rearrange button, and I can get it so that it's making less waste fabric. Because that way I'm using less of the fabric that I had on the mat in the first place. And that's important, especially to sewers, I imagine. You keeping your fabric is really important. So you've got all of those elements seated there, and then it'll just cut everything out for you. Now that seam allowance isn't just for those quilt patterns. Your seam allowance is for anything. So the one thing it won't do a seam allowance for is text.
Right.
So if I was to write John, it wouldn't do a seam allowance for the word John. It might do for single letters, it depends, but it would be a problem. Now for applique, you might want that, right? You might want a seam allowance. Well, it's fine because they offer you an offset button. So if I do a piece of text and I want it to have a seam allowance of, I don't know, what would be standard, quarter of an inch, then I do an offset of a quarter of an inch, and I'll show you how to do that in a second, and it'll give me that extra element. But what I want to do is just very quickly take you to the home, and I want to show you the fundamental part when you get it home of how you get it exactly how you want it. Is that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
So on your screen here, you've got retrieve data, and that's if we want to send something over the cloud, and I'll show you that. But the first thing is this spanner. That's your toolbox, okay? Right. So if I click into that, now I've got a million things I can do. I can change the language, which obviously would confuse me greatly, but for other people that might be useful. Unit, I can choose right from the offset. Now this is my main function area. So if I select millimeters here, everything will show in millimeters. If I select inches here, everything will show in inches unless I go in and change it again. It's telling me that's my cut area. That's the size I've got on my mat. My pattern intervals are 2. I can change that so my patterns are slightly further apart. So if you think they're cutting too close together, you can separate them out a bit. Now I can keep going here. I've got backgrounds that I can do. That's if I'm drawing something out. If my cut speed, so somebody was asking about wool fabric, if you want it to cut a little bit slower, then you can change that here, and you can change your pressures. Now I can also do cut amounts here and half cut. Now half cut is really important if you're doing vinyl or if you want to make your own stickers at home for your business, because it will only cut through the paper at the top. It will not cut through the backing sheet, which is really useful if you're doing stickers. So then I've got all my different pressures here. Now, as I keep going down, it'll have draw speed, draw pressure. You'll see down here, seam allowance, and it is set at 5/8. If you want it to be a quarter, you just set it in here and you press OK. Now, all your seam allowances will be a quarter.
5/8 is your dressmaking seam allowance normally, and a quarter of an inch is your patchwork.
Okay.
So it's got both of those in.
One day I'll understand all of this.
Yeah.
So that's all of that. Now, you've got retrieve data. That's really important because in here, if you've sent something from your computer, or if you've got a USB which has got patterns on it and you've popped it in your machine, that's all there. Okay? So you can get all of your information from there. So everything you need. Now your scan function, this is where it really comes into its own. If you've got patterns printed out at home, and it doesn't matter if they're bought ones or if you, so long as it's not the tissue paper, because that'll rip on your mats.
Yeah.
But if you've got something printed out at home, you can scan it straight in and get this to cut all your patterns. So you don't need to cut any patterns anymore. It'll do it for you with your seam allowance, which is insane. They'll just do it for you. Now I can scan it in and cut it straight away, or I can save it to my computer. Now think of how much time that'll save you if you're doing something over and over again. I can't think, if you're doing a certain English paper piece in and you want to put that in, you would be able to put that in and you'll just be able to keep going back to it again and again and again because it's saved to memory. And you can make them bigger, you can make them smaller, so you could change those patterns up over time. It's the most incredible machine. I honestly cannot recommend the ScanNcut anymore. It's my absolute workhorse.
How brilliant. All right, I've got to, you are amazing, says Christine. That's to you.
Thank you.
Karen says, I love my machine. I have to watch Carla, but even though I'm in Egypt, she's watching you from Egypt.
I bet it's wham.
Princess wants to know, does it come in pink?
No.
But if not, is there a pattern that you can put through the ScanNcut to cut vinyl to cover the ends in pink?
Yes.
Wendy Orlando says, even though I've got a cutting machine, I need one of these. It's always lovely to see Carla.
Oh, we love Wendy. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's one of those things that the question I get asked the most is, okay, tell me why this is better than other cutting machines.
Yeah, why is it?
Such a valid question, isn't it? Because a lot of us have the other cutting machines. I can only tell you it from my point of view, which is I hate cutting machines. I've always hated cutting machines. I don't enjoy using them. And when they told me I had to do the ScanNcut, I didn't want to demonstrate it. I was totally against it. But then they said, you've got a day, so you better learn to like it. So I said, right, okay, and that was that. And it took me 4 hours to learn it. And that's the difference. The learning curve is so short on this. I don't have the patience. I'm not a brain that can sit and go, oh, if I just do 28 steps, I can get one thing. I'm not interested. Make it work and make it work fast. That's what I want it to do, and that's what this does. Now, the unique thing about the ScanNcut is the scanning function. You won't get that on any other cutting machine, and I've got to say, it's its most powerful tool. It's what makes it a superhero, because being able to scan something in here is just insane. I'm just trying to see if we've got some, I might have some.
Levi might have some pattern fabric.
If I just move this way, I think I've got some patterned here. Let's have a look. I've got a little basket, look. Look, so let's put in a piece of patterned.
All right, we're all right. We've got some, thank you. Dan.
Are you not impressed with me having a basket of fabric?
I am impressed.
I'm just saying, I'm almost a professional at this point.
I want to know where you nicked it from, though.
It's none of your business, John.
Yep, okay, fine. Remember, while Carla's just sticking that onto the mat, it's £679. It's on 5-way split pay, interest-free. It's not just the machine that we're offering. Now, the machine comes, when you open the box, inside the box, you've got the calligraphy, you've got your blades, you've got your pens, you've got all that sort of stuff. But we've also put together an extra bundle and included that in the price, which is 3 low-tack adhesive mats. Oh, hang on, it's just coming round now. 3 low-tack adhesive mats. There you go. I'll put it shot. You've got your rotary auto blade kit, and you've got a rotary auto blade and a thin fabric auto blade as well. We've put that in to create an even bigger, better bundle for you. And we've gone to the original price that we went to when these completely and utterly sold out last time. £679, 5-way split pay. Back to you.
About 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, I can't remember, I had a look on the Brother website because I was looking for something else, and this machine on its own, no bundle, was $799.
How much?
So $799.
We'll just check now. We'll have a look now.
And of course, we've got the bundle, so we'll check it, but that's what it was a couple of weeks ago. And this is the thing, it's about getting things because tools are everything, right? Tools are what we live and breathe by. It's lovely to have pretty fabrics. It's lovely to have all of those things. But the tools are what make the job easier. So I've got my mat seated here. There's like a little gully that you sit it in. Now I've got it sitting there. I want to start the game. So I'm going to press the chessboard. We always press the chessboard. It starts the game. And that just means that we're making the machine do something.
Yeah.
Now I've got different options here. I'm going to scan this in. So I'm going to press the scan in function. And I'm going to say I want to scan to cut data. What scan to cut data means, as opposed to direct cut, is that direct cut would just put this in and cut something out. I want to save the information, and I want to show you that because it's important. So if I go scan to cut data, just click it, and I press start. That's going to ask me to move my scanner lever once more. So I said you'd be doing this quite a lot. It asks you to lift it up and down. So I've done that and I'm set. So now I can say start. It'll feed this in and it'll take a photo of what's on my mat. Now these are pretty merged in, but if I was cannier with this, I'm likely to be able to cut out a single bear, which is quite exciting because the machine is so clever. Now that won't work for everything, but it will work for quite a few bits. It's very, very clever. So coming on here, it's just recognizing what it's doing, and you'll see a picture of my little bears all sitting there. It's just having to think about it.
Oh. It's recognised it.
It's because it's a busy pattern.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's got a lot to take in, hasn't it, there?
What you've got to remember is when the machine's doing this, it is figuratively making it into an SVG, so it takes a little bit. So it's kind of changing it to a scalable vector graphic. So it takes
Christy wants it for her birthday. Now, she's put something here about she can tie it in with her embroidery
machine. Yes, you can as well, because the other thing, what you'll see in the next hour when we go to the sublimation printer, which is also incredible. Listen, today is the day for brother. We're going to be using the Artspira app, and we will use that with that. Now, I can use the Artspira app with this. I can use it with my sublimation printer, and I can use it with my brother embroidery machines. It's clever.
Another message. I missed the beginning of this cut. Hang on. I missed the beginning of this. Cut fabric out of a... Christine's done. I missed the beginning of this. Can it cut fabric from a pattern? Is that what you're asking,
yes.
Christine? Yes. Look,
so
we're going to show you.
Scan it in. So now you'll see that I've got all my little bears on the screen. Can you see them?
Yeah.
Like a little choir of bears all sitting there. And I can do
we'll come to it now. Should we see it,
with that.
Levi?
So you can see it there. There's all my bears. It'll look a bit funny on your screen. It's perfectly clear on mine. So it is in full colour. I can see it perfectly. It's just where you guys are.
No, I can see it in colour here as well.
It
does look in colour on the monitor.
I promise you it's in colour. So where I've got it though, if I sort of do various things, if I say OK, I've got to tell it what I want to do up here. Even close up, you can just see one of their, look, you can see his little bow tie in red, which is perfect on my screen. Isn't it funny? I promise you it's a perfect image. Now, I will look at this. I can do an outline where I'm cutting. Can you see these three buttons here? Now it says, what do you want to do? Are we cutting outlines? Are we doing a sort of an offset? Or do you want to cut the in and out of something? If I was doing a letter and it was the letter E, I would need to know I was cutting the in and out of something. So that's just important to remember. So it depends what you want to do. That would be an outline. So we'll go for outline on this. And it says, what are we doing? Now, can you see all of these fuzzy, wuzzy lines on here? That's because it's a very, very complicated pattern. So it's probably not going to like cutting out my bears. It might cut out a bit of his nose. But what I can do is take this. Now you're in colour. Take that, and if I pull it all the way down, I'm not saying this will recognise it because there's such a busy pattern, but if I pull it right in and I just select one bear, so this could be a flower on one of your fabrics that might not be quite so busy, and I go preview, it'll start to make that fully into a vector graphic that I could then cut from the fabric. I could save it to my machine and I could go forward with it. So if I go OK here, it's obviously going to cut all those little fuzzies out, which is no good. But if it was a full flower, it would do it. I can go to the machine.
If you bought one of Delphine's patterns with all her templates, you could put the template in there and it then could go and cut the fabric out for you.
Is that what was on before me with the triangles?
No, that was something different.
Right, OK. Because I was looking at that thinking you could scan them. So then I can just go in and save that to my machine and I can come back and use that any time at all. Now, I've got some very dodgy things saved in here because, you know, shows. So I can go OK. And that does what I need it to do. Now, that's obviously going to look very, very rough, but you get what I'm meaning. So now I've done that, I'm going to press home, and I'm going to go delete patterns. That's fine, because I don't need it anymore. But if I wanted it back, if that bear had been a full outline and it didn't have all these fuzzy, wuzzy, hairy bits, I could go to retrieve data from the machine.
Even though you've deleted it?
Yep, and there he is. I know he doesn't look like it, but that
Yeah,
is the bear. Okay, so you've got all of those elements and it still sits there. It's so, so clever.
How do you get letters into the machines that you can cut vinyl names, says Shelley and St Helens?
Well, you can use your own font, obviously. So you could do that in ArtSpire. You could also do it on the Brother Canvas workspace, or we can just use this. So if I go to pattern, and I've just got the button here that I can press pattern, and I go in, I've got some that are words that are already made up, so I can go into there and have a look through and have a look at all the different pieces, and I can cut these from cardstock, I can cut them from fabric, I can do all of the good stuff just in here, which is incredibly clever. Or I can go back, I can do the days of the week, or I can go into my fonts, and there's 17 built-in fonts in here. So for these, I could, if I wanted to cut a letter, let's do the letter C, and I go okay, and it's there. I'm going to make it bigger. Let's put it here so you can see it. Okay, and I'm going to go to there, and I know that that's going to fit on my fabric. If I didn't know, I could scan the fabric. And that means I could cut it to the size of my scraps, which is just so clever. Now, I could have put on my Wonderweb stuff. What's it called?
Wonderweb.
Fusible.
Yeah, fusible, sticky stuff.
I'm not employable yet, am I?
No.
No.
Neither am I don't know the word. Bondaweb, just say Bondaweb.
Bondaweb. I could put that onto my fabric and cut both at the same time if I wanted to do it for an applique piece. That's absolutely fine. And Brother do give you some in the box as well. And then obviously I'm sure you've bought your own from here anyway. And then from here I would just choose to pre-select and I would go cut. Now once I've done that, I'm going to change this out for the rotary blade just to show you the rotary blade going in. I prefer to use the rotary blade on fabric. I love the rotary blade for cutting felt. It's like butter when it goes through felt. And to have a machine that cuts through felt with no issues is just such a boon, isn't it? So then I can go from here and press start and it'll just go in.
Don't forget the felt. You can cut felt on it too, says Robert.
Well, that's me and my psychic powers.
Why?
I don't have any, but I just said you can cut felt.
Yeah, well, Robert was waiting to tell you. Also, Derek wants to know, what kind of vinyls should I buy for T-shirts and do we sell it? We don't here, I don't think. Do we sell it on Hobby?
Hobby Maker might have it. You want like an iron-on vinyl, a heat transfer vinyl, as opposed to just your normal, because your just normal sticky stuff ain't going to stick on a T-shirt. It'll go nicely on your front door or decals on a wall, that sort of thing, but not on fabric. You want one that's like a heat transfer vinyl. I think Hobby Maker might have it.
Yeah.
Have a look on Hobby Maker. I think that's probably going to be your best bet and it'll do it. Yeah. Chessboard to finish the game, and then I can just remove my bears and just bring this through, and there is my blooming beautiful C, which I can use for applique. I can use it for anything. It's honestly, guys, this machine is incredible.
Now, also, what I was just thinking was, Alice Caroline sell all different motifs out of Liberty Lawn fabric, which are gorgeous. And I've said to them, well, you need to sell them with Bondaweb on the back because it's really, really difficult if you've got a little cat like that to put Bondaweb. So you could get your Liberty Lawn, put your Bondaweb on the back, put it on there, find a picture of a little cat that you love, or a moon, or a star, or anything like that.
There'll be a cat in here.
Yeah, literally, you can just cut it, and then when you come out, you pull it off, and then you've got your Bondaweb.
And it would have the Bondaweb on it, ready to just press on.
Brilliant, isn't it?
I mean, the thing is, any tool should just save you time, right? It should be something that does the industry for you, and so that you can be doing other things. And that's what this is. So when we say it's considered purchase, there's a whole rule, I don't know if you've heard it, where it's called the $10 job. Have you heard this?
No.
So basically, there's a whole thing that says if you're working and you're really busy doing something and you have to break off to go and do something else, if you could pay somebody $10 to do that job, and you carry on, how much would you be able to get done and do in that time? Is it cheaper to get somebody else to do it?
Right.
And to me, that's what this machine is. It saves me so much time. And time is money. And unfortunately, that is the truth. And so it saves me all of that effort. But also the other side is I don't have the greatest dexterity anymore. You know, as I'm getting older, my dexterity's going. So it's easier for me to have a machine that does it precisely than me try and do it with my hands. It's the simple thing.
But also, if you also work it out, yes, it's £679. Right, if you use it once, then it's £679 a go. You use yours every day.
Every day.
Do you know what I mean? So like 365 days a year, £1 a day, or to £2 a day, isn't it? It's less than £2 a day. 3 years, 4 years. Does it come with a guarantee?
It comes with a 2-year guarantee.
There you go.
It's got a customer helpline sticker on the machine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I can just ring this number. All the instructions are there. And I tell you how good Brother are, if I can find it. Just let me do a disappearing act again, like I did a minute ago.
That's okay.
Let me see if I've... Oh, here it is. This is how good Brother are. I printed it out. You don't have to. The rotary tool that you're getting, that we're giving you as part of the bundle today. Brother will give you a whole recipe book for it. So this is your rotary auto blade kit that comes, this is part of what we're giving you, okay? Now, it gives you all the instructions, but it also gives you a load of patterns to make different things in here. So again, these patterns are not in the machine. These are extra to you. So we're not just giving you the blade, we're giving you extra things to play with. Like,
so where do I find those then?
I just got it off the Brother website.
Oh, wow.
As soon as you put your details in
Yeah.
from that kit, that's like a scratch card, and you put the code in, it comes up with all of this for you to have, and I just cut it out. But so let me explain that.
Right, hang on, that's this, Hannah.
No, it's actually the rotary kit.
Oh,
It's the same thing. You know the big box?
This?
Mm-hmm. It's that.
Because you were saying earlier, that's because ignore that. So in here, there's a scratch.
In there's a scratch card, and there is the rotary tool.
Right.
The scratch card you use is a code, and you pop that onto the Canvas workspace on the Brother website, right?
No, because you get this free. You get this free in the bundle.
You get it free.
So we have got it separately. But so if you already bought your machine, I can do it separately in a minute. But this comes free. In your kit today. That comes. I just thought it meant rotary auto blade, but there's a scratch card.
Kit.
You scratch your number off.
Put your code into the website, which is individual to you, and there's loads of patterns on there. And because this is Wi-Fi and your computer is Wi-Fi, it transfers that information to your machine. So you've got all of those on your machine.
And that's part of your bundle.
That's
now,
part of
if,
your bundle.
like I say, if you bought it before, if you got one already and you've not got that, I've got this for sale on its own in a minute. But that's just that.
Clever,
How
right?
brilliant is that? There was another question that was just coming up then when you were doing that. But anyway, it'll come back to me.
Super clever. There's so much on here. We haven't even discussed Disney. The Disney stuff.
No, that was the question. What's this Disney?
What's this Disney business? Well, first of all, as I always say, 2 rules in life. You cannot sell your kids and you cannot sell Disney. Neither one acceptable, okay? Do not do it. Disney, they know. They know there's Disney police everywhere. Do not sell it, but you can make it and you can gift it and you can make things for your house and all of those things, but it's really important you don't sell it.
Can I just say, right, we say this about Disney and everything like that. I only know about, because I used to do the James Bond films, right?
Were you actually James Bond?
No, I'm not James Bond, and I'm not the new one either before you all start, and I'm sorry, it's not me.
John.
But there's a whole department of Eon Productions in LA, and all they do is scour the internet and shops and online sites and anything like that. And if anybody uses any of their, or tries to sell anything from an old film, or uses their branding when they're not supposed to use their branding, they're on it like that. Yeah. And you go, oh, they'll never find me. I'm just a taxi company. I can know, because it's a taxi company in Stratford-upon-Avon that use it, and they got caught. Mm-hmm. Do you know what I mean? And it's kind of
and
like,
Disney will take you to court for
Disney,
it.
yeah, and then there's no mercy. Yeah,
It's really, and the thing is, listen, there's I'll be very quick on this, but there's a double argument to it. I've heard loads of people going, well, Disney can afford it. It's not about that. Somebody sat and drew that design. It belongs to somebody. So it's not ours. They're letting us use it. We borrow it. And that's a really nice place to be. Disney are very choosy about who they allow to have their stuff. So the fact that we get it on a ScanNcut is incredible. And we've got all of these pieces in here. Now, it doesn't look very much when you look at it like that, but there is so much behind each one of those. Think of those as being a menu title. So if we go, well, that's Disney princesses, then I've got loads of stuff that are for Disney princesses here. And I can cut them in fabric, I can cut them in card, I can make cards with them, I can make loads and loads of different pieces. I don't know what all of these are, but there's your frozen stuff. So if I go through this, you've got Olaf, you've got all the different elements here going through. It's insane. Look, can you see? We keep going, and then, oh, Cheshire Cat. And then if I go into the car, we've got Pixar, so you'll have everything from Monsters, Inc. You've got Toy Story, all of those bits. And then Mickey is obviously a paradise for everything for your original Mickey Mouse, including some trousers and some shorts.
So I can use those for gifting and for making things for myself.
Yeah.
Just don't sell them.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And if I go to here, you see where there's Mickey's shorts there? Well,
Yeah.
I can make things as big or as small as I want. So I could actually make those and make them for John. I can make you a pair of Mickey pants.
What, sticky-on ones or actual sewing ones?
Sticky on ones might get painful. I don't want to make your eyes water, dude. So we'll do it with I'll make you some fabric ones.
Okay,
How's
fine.
that sound?
Lovely, lovely. Now, I need to warn you as well, half the stock's gone. Half the stock of these machines have gone.
Good luck.
So if this had been the launch, we'd have gone like we did on the launch, sold out, sold out, sold out. And there have got so many in baskets as well. So can you just run through what you get in the box as standard with that machine?
Yeah. Okay, so let's go through it. You get the machine itself, of course. You're going to get 2 blades that come with it. That will be your gold, which is your fabric blade, and your black, which is your normal auto blade. That's just for cutting anything at all. So it will cut through fabrics, but it's mainly meant really for your cardstock, that kind of thing. Inside, you also get a pack of colouring pens. Now, that mine are all over the place. I don't know who's had them out, but there's loads of them here. And you get, it wasn't me. It wasn't. Might have been me.
Munch, not you. Munch. Liam. You don't know him as Munch. Liam.
Liam. Yeah, it'll be Liam. There's 6 of them here, okay? Now, you can colour anything in. Now, the great thing about the ScanNcut is I can just draw an outline of something, or I can fully colour it in. So I can do the whole thing, which is great for someone like me because I'm not very good at finding myself in the lines. I will also get my little pen holder as well, which you saw me use when we did the seam allowance, which is incredibly clever. That can go in there. I get a shovel. I don't think that's its real name.
No, I can tell you it's called...
It's like a, it's kind of a spade.
A spatula, or is it a spatula?
Yeah, but it's a mini one, not like that.
Oh, okay.
That's the proper,
okay, fine.
That's the
mini spatula.
But it's like a mini spatula that I can use in it. Do I want to do what? To the overhead. And somewhere, they love it when I talk to the people in my ears. There you go, you also get a stylus, right? Okay?
Right.
So that's just the bare bones of the actual machine. Then inside the box, you will get 2 mats. You'll get a standard mat and you'll get a low-tack mat. That sits inside there. They even give you a piece of cardstock to try for free as well. You'll get 2 of your fabric strengthener sheets as well. So 2 of those are good to go. I can re-tack that, so I can reuse it again and again because I might not want to use it, constantly. If I want to get it off my mats, I can literally just unstick it, peel it, and do the business. So you're going to get that in there. You're going to get a full calligraphy kit in there as well to do all of the bits, including a universal pen holder, which is incredibly useful for you to have. I think that covers, and then you get instructions. Obviously, you get your plug, you get all the bits. I think I've covered it.
Yeah, so that's everything in the box. That's standard, right? And then we at Sewing Street have added 3 low tack mats. Sorry, Levi. He's having to move the camera backwards and forwards. This is what we've added to the bundle. 3 low tack mats. You've got your rotary auto blade kit with that amazing, all those patterns and everything, the scratch card, right? You've got the rotary auto blade and you've got the fabric auto blade, that thin fabric. Now, we're at £679. Hannah's just looked it up on the website just for the machine on its own, right? At Brother, 777.
There you go.
777 just for the machine on the Brother website. I don't know if we've got it. Oh, there you go. There you go.
3
For just the machine.
3 extra sticky mats. I'm pretty sure that's 60 to 70 quid on Amazon for 3 sticky foot mats.
So £777 and 77p for some reason, including VAT.
All of the 7s.
Yeah, all the 7s. So that's how much they're saying it is on their website. We've got not just the machine, but all of these goodies as well for £679.
And only a £5 postage.
So what?
Only a £5 postage.
Exactly.
Which is nuts.
Exactly. Right. It has how many Disney? 152 Disney designs built in. That doesn't include your scratch card or anything like that. 1,163 other built-in designs. 140 quilt patterns and 11 lettering fonts, plus the Wi-Fi and all of that.
Just crazy.
I mean, it is brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. We will come back to it because we've got to go for a break now. We will Oh, yeah, oh, yes. If you've already got one of these. Now, before I go on, right, I'm not going to have time to do these other things now. We have got, if you've already got your machine and you want some other bits and bobs, like the spatulas, like this, they'll all be on the website underneath where we're speaking later on, so we'll move them over in the break. But this, brand new to us, and they haven't even had it on Hobby Maker yet. Look, it's a lovely big book, and it's been made specially for the ScanNcut. Inside here, it's got the zip going around the edge. It's got all your pockets here to keep all your bits and bobs in. It's got nice Look, it's even got this, right, that you put your machine in so you can pull it out of the bag really, really easily. Okay, now it's not crashing. Look, it's two-way split pay. Look, and it's got the wheels and everything. I love those, I don't know what you call them, where you go 360-degree wheels. £99 is on split pay. Made especially, got big pockets on the front there, handles on the side to lift it up, pockets inside, loads of pockets inside. Hayley, what's going on about something else in here? Hang on, what else is in here? Oh, yeah, zip pockets down the side as well. Full dimensions on the website. It's been made to put the machine in. It's been made for the machine. So if you have nowhere to, if you don't have yours out all the time like some people do, or you use it so much you want to take it to classes and things like that. Loads in baskets there. Loads in baskets. We will, right, okay then. Right, we're going to go for a break now. When we come back after the break, we're doing the Sublimation printer. We will come back to this. We will come back to this and the ScanNcut, but very quick break now, and then we'll do the, what's it called? Sublimation?
Sublimation printer.
Sublimation printer. We'll see you back here in 4.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2 inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines. And say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle. And then, lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Hi everyone, I'm Rachel Williams, and some of you may remember me as one of the lucky finalists in Sewing Street's Search for a Sewing Star competition in November 2024. Since then, I've been doing lots of sewing, as you can well imagine, and juggling family life with my career. I am absolutely delighted to share with you that I've been invited back to Sewing Street to do a couple of demonstrations with you on Saturday the 28th of June. So we'll be exploring a new book with lots of foundation paper pieced ideas to make wonderful projects with, and also I'll be looking at how to use some of the creative grids rulers and exploring the projects and wonderful designs that you can make for yourself from those. So I look forward to seeing you. Hope you can join me on Saturday the 28th of June.
Have you ever heard of a what is it called?
Sublimation printer.
Sublimation printer. Well, we've got them and they're going already. So what is it?
Sublimation printer. So just to be really dull for a second, which is unsurprising with me, sublimation is a process of turning something solid into a gas without going to a liquid. So what happens is the printer prints out a solid image. When we heat it, it turns it into a gas, and that gas permeates whatever we're printing onto, and it stays there then permanently, and it solidifies, and as it cools, it solidifies again. So it's just a chemical process. That's what sublimation means. And a sublimation printer is just one of those awesome things that I think every crafter should have. You know, when you see mugs, they're all made with a, if a mug's got an image on it, that's all made with a sublimation printer. It's sublimation ink that comes out and you put them in a mug press, which you can use on these. I don't have a mug press here for you. We're going to be doing it on fabric, which is more exciting. And we're going to be using our Spirit, which has got full fabric block pattern.
Do we sell the mug one next door? No, not next door now. Do we sell the mug one on
Again,
Hobbymaker?
they did. I don't know if they've got it
might
in
sold
stock.
out, yeah.
So
right. They are available, basically. We haven't got them today,
listen,
but
I'll be totally honest. You can get really cheap ones on Amazon.
okay. You're not allowed to say that, but that's fine.
I'm
right.
not allowed to say most things I say. It's fine.
Okay, so what does sublimation mean? Is that what it means? Taking it from solid to gas?
Take it from solid to gas to permeate a fabric or some kind of other, like a ceramic or something, and then that image will stick. It will go back to a solid state. That means that you don't lose colours, they're fade resistant, and you're unlikely, well, you can't wash it out when you put it in a washing machine.
Does it smell?
No, but if you use the sublimation tape, it smells of fish when it gets hot, just saying. But, that we won't be using that today. So,
okay, that's fine.
But the actual sublimation itself.
Okay, so what are we actually buying? So for £399, what are we buying?
So you get a full printer. Now, you might sit there and go, well, that's expensive for a printer. It's very, very cheap for a sublimation printer. And as somebody who's been printing or sublimation printing for the best part of 12 years now, this is genuinely the best sublimation printer I've ever used.
Right.
The colours on it are so vivid. Now, it comes as a normal printer, obviously, with your plug, and you're also going to get your sublimation ink as well. It's ready to go. Sublimation ink is very different from normal inkjet ink or anything like that. It's a very different beast. And so that's going to come with it. So you can use that straight away. The machine is ready to go straight away, and it goes straight to your Artspira app, which is free to download. The Artspira app does have a paywall, so if you want to get extra patterns, you absolutely can. That's $9.99 a month. I pay that because I think it's well worth it, especially because I've got all the different machines. So for me, it goes across all of them. It's well worth it. Sublimation printer, what can we do with it? Well, we can do things like this. This is my little boy Abraham made into a jigsaw. Just really quick, really easy.
Was that a photo?
That's a photo of my little Abraham.
Aww.
Then, Abraham's 15 now. He'd kill me if he was watching this. Then I've got coasters. I've got little pencil cases. Now, as we watch, you'll see that that dog, right? You've got that lovely faded glow to him, right? Now, he's meant to be like that, but often they are super vivid, super bright. Again, the same sort of thing here. Depends on the colours you choose. Go from there to there.
Wow.
The difference. Now, this one, I got a bit of chum on it because I had dirty fingers when I was doing it. But, you know, you don't need to look at all of those. And then I can go from there. Or if I want to be really, really advanced, I can do it with photographs.
Oh, no!
I can do photographs with my sublimation printer to get everybody very excited. I can sublimate anything I want onto anything.
That's brilliant. What have you printed it on?
It's on a mouse mat. It's for you. It's a present.
Thank you.
I thought you could run your mouse over your body.
I will. Don't you worry.
It's very exciting. Also, my craft room now looks like I'm stalking you because there's photos of you on my craft room floor.
Oh, really? Thank you very much
There you go,
indeed.
my love. So you can do all of these different things with it. You can sublimate onto all kinds of things if you want to sublimate onto aprons. But the reason the Artspira app is so excited is it actually does fabric blocks. There's a whole section on the Artspira app that's specifically for you to print out fabric blocks. So now, actually, if you wanted to make, you know, your own, let's say you wanted to come up with your own kind of idea for a blanket, I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to those things, or a dress or something along those, then you literally can do all that designing yourself and then pop it through here, print it onto any fabric that you want. And I think that's lovely. Teddy bears for little ones, that sort of thing, printing out certain patterns and being able to make those things is a lovely place to be, right? So all of this, we're going to show you it all.
Okay, before we do, Hannah, why are those graphics in? Oh, I didn't know this. We've got an introductory price.
Oh, is it going lower?
Yeah. £379.
Rude, I've just done it on full price on Hobbymaker.
Oh, don't tell Munch. And it's on 5-way split pay. No, I think the introductory offer was meant to be that it's on 5-way split pay, not that you're taking money off, Hannah. But anyway, £75.80, interest-free split pay. Right, I'm going to shut up because there's so much to talk about. Yeah.
Right, so you're so sorry, John.
No,
Your
no.
Sublimation printer, it's really easy to use. It's so simple. So this is obviously my iPad. You can use the Sublimation printer with your iPad or with your telephone, and it doesn't matter whether that's Apple or Android, you can use it either. It is designed just to work on tablet or phone, so just to let you know. So on here, I've got embroidery designs for if you've got your embroidery machine, cutting designs for if you're using the ScanNcut, printing designs for if I'm just printing normal stuff, and then I've got sublimation, which is where that's when we're heat embossing things or heat engraving. Then you've got projects, that might be anything you've saved, and you've got full education in here, really important. You can go back to that education button at any point and find out what we're doing. Now, for those of you who love your embroidery, there's all different examples for you here of different embroidery we can do, different sublimation we can do. There's so much stuff in here. So I could take any one of these images and I could sublimate it, which means I can take this, I can print it, and then I can heat and transfer it onto something. Now, I will say whenever you're doing any kind of sublimation, a cotton poly blend is best, or just polyester is best. You get the best results from it. It's not to say it can't be done with cotton, it can, but you really need to change settings. If you're using an iron, for instance, at home, you want to be using it on a really hot setting. If you're unsure, just go onto Google and say, what would I sublimate a cotton t-shirt at? And it'll tell you, and you can set your iron to those heats. I'm going to use a heat press because it's easier and they're quite cheap to get hold of. So that's what I use. So if I go into sublimation, and I look for the different pieces in here. Before I do that, I will just show you this. If I go to home, you see this in here, this corner, this little tiny icon up here.
Yeah. Shh.
If I click that,
Yeah.
it'll say, what are we connecting to? What would you like to connect to? What can I find? Now, I told you about all of my cutting machines. So I've got loads of cutting machines at home. It'll only let me connect to 2 at a time. They're my 2 ScanNcuts at home. That's the printer. It's already found it because they're both on the same Wi-Fi.
I was thinking, what's that beeping noise?
That's my heat press.
Right, okay.
These 2 are already connected. So my iPad and my printer. If I wanted to collect an embroidery machine, it's there. So I'm already connected. I'm done with that. That's okay. So I go to Sublimation. I go, right, what do I fancy? What shall I have a look at? And there are so many things. Now, to reiterate, I pay for the app, so you're going to see a lot more patterns on here than you will get for free, but there are lots of free patterns on there. So you can load your own things. We'll get to that as well in a second. Now, if I just say fabric patterns, let me just go back because I did hit the right thing. Fabric patterns. Now, you'll see across the top, there's a list of menus here, and it says, what sort of pattern would you like? Where would you like to go with this? We've got animal patterns, animal pieces. I might want something that's got flowers on it, so I can go through and I can print out whole sheets of fabric. Now, it's an A4 printer, so obviously you're going to be cutting out sort of A4 pieces of fabric. It's obviously got its limit there, but I can piece them together.
Things, I was going to say, it's not good for dressmaking, but you can make quilt blocks out of it. You've got an A4 piece. That's, we have pieces of fabric that big. You cut all your Costco triangles out.
You can get polycotton for cheap. I don't know, is polycotton quite a cheap fabric? I don't know.
Yes, it's affordable.
Affordable, there you go. So then I would be able to do that at a really reasonable price. And honestly, they've got some beautiful...
But you say we can do it on cotton as well. It's just, we just have to change our settings.
You can sublimate it. You need to change the settings. It's always going to be better on a polyester mix.
Okay.
Always going to be better on a polyester mix. Cotton's just that bit heavier, it's a bit more heavy duty, and it's not going to have the same effect, but it will still do it. So, don't be put off. So I've got all of these. So I've got food and drink. These are gorgeous, these prints. Fruits. I've got holidays. Now we're going to do a fabric piece in a second, but I'm going to do some quick and easy first, just so you can see it in action. One rule of thumb I'll say is if you're just going to do some small pieces, so let's say I go to illustration and I'll go to, let's do, we'll see what comes up for animals. If I'm just going to do one small piece, then I am going to want to fill a full sheet of A4 because we've got to use sublimation paper. Now, I do believe we've got sublimation paper.
Got it coming up. Do I get any with the...
You'll get a couple of sheets to start you off with.
So you will need, do you want to do it now? Or do it now. You will need this sublimation paper here.
And it's good quality. It's Brother.
100 sheets. There's 100 sheets. That's called letter, 8.5 by 11. So is that an American?
That's
an American size. It's not an A4. It's a letter size, 8.5 by 11. But you get 100 sheets now, $29.99.
Yeah, that's so good. And that's the proper, so we've now got the proper ink, we've now got the proper paper, and so now we are good to go. So I'll choose a little animal. Anyone preference?
Hannah wanted one. Which one do you want, Han? Sheep or the armadillo?
This one. So I'm going to waste a piece of paper here, and I'm okay with that because I'm in demo. But if you're at home, obviously, you might not want to waste a full piece of paper. Yeah. If I tap on him and I go to layout down at the bottom down here, I can make him bigger or I can make him smaller. So if I want to make a huge armadillo, then I just click the plus. But if you do want it, I just keep clicking the plus button and it will go. Now, if you hold your hand down, normally it just gets bigger. Or I can type
the numbers are changing, but he doesn't seem to be.
They sort of wait. But I can just go in and change it here. Like I can just change the number. So I can make him 4 inches or whichever. So let's go here and do 4 inches and return.
There you go.
A great big armadillo.
Yeah.
Now that is a very, very bright colour and it's a lovely demonstration to do. So if I press OK here and I press, now I can save him if I want to keep doing that. If that was my logo for a company, right, I'm going to want to save it. I'm going to keep want to do it. But I'll just press done for now and I'll press don't save. I just want to print it. So it says, here we go, we're going. Now, the clever thing about this is if that was some text of some sort, it will automatically flip it for you because it knows that you're going to flip it again to heat it. So it does it all for you now to think about it. That's clever.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go print.
Oh, so you don't worry about your text being backwards.
Backwards, because it automatically, because listen, humans are fallible, right? We make mistakes. Machines shouldn't be. And so the machine takes the headache away from us. It goes, do you know what? I'll sort it for you. I don't trust you. And it's right to not trust me because I get it wrong most
Okay,
of the
now
time.
what's it saying there to me?
So it says here that we are retrieving data. This says the data transmission
Right.
is complete and we're getting that information to go over to the printer. When I'm at home, this is a super, super fast process. It's almost instant. The preview, the Wi-Fi in here is not the best.
Oh, the Wi-Fi here is horrendous. What we need is the highbrow, what's it one? That's what we need.
We do need one of those. But consequently, whenever I'm doing these shows, for some reason, the printer likes to slow down. So it's having a moment at the minute. Now, I have printed some out in case it slowed down in here because it's done it before to me. And actually, one of the ones that I printed was the armadillo. I love the sewing machine. Isn't that beautiful? Nice big 3D donut there. So I've printed these out so that I can do some bits and bats with them. And I didn't keep you waiting for too long. Now, whenever we're doing this sort of process, I always fill a full A4 sheet. I'm not going to waste paper. I don't want to. It depends what you're printing on. My big armadillo is just coming out of the printer. So if you want to see it doing its thing, you can see it coming out of the printer. Are you able to see that? Just so there's no smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
He's just coming out there. Should we do the big armadillo? So
Yeah, let's do the big armadillo.
So
it's still saying on your screen that it's thinking about it, but it's printed it all up.
Yeah, so, well, no, that's saying the data transmission is complete. That says, I've sent the information over here. Then this has to go, I'm receiving it, it. I'm getting the message, and eventually it'll just start printing it. But it's just a bit slower in the studio, that's all. Now, you'll see here that my image looks a little bit faded compared to what we had on the machine. That's the nature of sublimation printing. So when you print it, it will look faded. It's the heat from your heat tool that's going to bring those colours to life. So that will change it in the process of heating it. So bear in mind, it's quite faded here, and yet when we put it onto something, it will suddenly just roar to life. So I've got some bits and bats that I brought with me. That's not actually the flattest of things. I stole this morning out of Jimmy's room.
Borrowed it.
I mean, whichever way you feel comfortable with. So I'm just going to put that there. I don't know if I've got that straight. You'll take more time than I do, of course, to just make sure that is straight.
Right.
Now, I don't need to put any tape on it, but if you feel more secure doing that, you absolutely can. And I've got a heat press. Now, again, you guys don't have to have a heat press. It can be done with an iron. I will tell you straight, it's much easier with a heat press than it is with an iron. They're not that expensive to get, and it just makes that process much nicer. So I'm just going to let this heat up a little bit. I think it's probably hot enough, but I'll just let it heat up a little bit more, and then we will do it. And this is all it is. I can just do this straight onto it. One of the tutorials that I watched on the internet of somebody actually doing some sublimation, they sublimated onto a fleece blanket. That blew my mind.
Yeah.
And they sublimated onto fleece socks.
Ooh.
Like, you can do all sorts. It's so clever. Do you need backing on your fabric? No, that's fine. I'm using some sublimation stuff here. If you're using normal fabric that's your own, what I would say is, especially with something like this, it's quite a wide area. So if my paper is smaller than that, I would want something just to protect it. So I would be more inclined to put maybe a tea towel on top of here, just to make sure that the actual heat press isn't touching the fabric underneath it. So I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to put a little bit of pressure in it, and hopefully I've got that in the right spot for the armadillo. But I'm just going to do this. I'll press play and I'll let it count down 30, and I'm just going to, I'm not pushing too hard, but just a little bit of firm pressure. What's happening now is that ink from the paper is turning into a gas that's permeating the piece underneath it, and then when I take this away and it starts to cool, that will solidify. It's an instantaneous process, but that means I can then put it in the washing machine. Incredible, right?
Yeah.
To make your own fabric. I think that's so clever. So here we go, 3, 2, 1, and then when I take this away, you can see him through.
Oh, you only just got the tail on there.
But look at the colour quality on this. I've been sublimating for years, and I have never come across a sublimation printer where the ink is that intense. The pigment quality in this is absolutely extraordinary. And to say that I can do that on I can do tote bags, I can do it on aprons, I can do it on anything, and it's all at my fingertips.
How much ink, how quick, because my printer, I've just got a normal printer, you know, and like the black one seems to run out really, really quickly.
Yeah.
How quickly are my dyes.
Renewing. So they will last you for quite a long time. So just to bore you with a little bit of, ridiculous science, you're going on your CYMK colour zone, which is cyan, yellow, magenta, and K means key. Key is black. Now, the reason it's called key is it's the key to all of your colours, essentially, if you think of it in those ways. So if I wanted to darken a colour, I would add a little bit of a black tone to it to get those darker tones. And so your black is the one that gets used the most.
And are they already in the machine, or do I need to put them in?
Yeah, you'll put them in when you first get them.
Right.
There's full instructions. There's just I won't pull it open because it actually affects the printer. The printer knows I've opened it. So I'll leave it. But just inside the printer, here's a little button. It's really
so it's like
simple.
putting ink in if you've got a printer. Oh, it's easier.
Yeah, it's easier. They just slot straight in. There's just 4 little cartridges. And then you have to wait 8 minutes. And it takes some of the ink out of them and puts it into the machine. It's a different process to normal.
Yeah.
And then it does its thing from there. How long will it last? Well, how long's a piece of string? Depends how much I suppose you print on it. But it'll be your black, I think, that you'll need to replace first. That's where I would go.
This is amazing. I bought everything. Thank you, Sewing Street. We'll be happy making things, says Danny in Surrey.
Danny, can you imagine your crafting journey that's about to happen? Like, that blows my mind. The amount of stuff you're about to be able to do is insane. So let's do a little bit more. So we did that. So let's have a look at a 3D item.
Right, can I only use that piece of paper once? As in the armadillo,
Yes.
I've printed it onto that piece of paper. Has it come off the paper? Is the paper now?
It's just really faded now. So if I put that back onto something else, can you see how faded it is?
Yeah.
Like all that colour's come off and it's gone onto that.
Right.
If I tried to do it again, I'd get like a faint outline.
So can I recycle this?
Yeah, it'll be recyclable, I would have
Yeah.
thought. The A-sub is that I'm using, that's normally recyclable.
Yeah.
It's just paper.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you'll be able to recycle it, but you wouldn't be able to reuse it.
No, that's fine.
So that's why I say when you're printing small things, make sure you fill up a sheet of A4. Even if you're not going to use it straight away, keep it in the folder and come back to it, and you just know that you're going to have a go with it, because it's pointless wasting what you're going to have to then effectively replace. So I'm just going to cut the donut out. We'll get him put down. Now you can make them exactly the same size, so to speak, always with a little border. So if you want to cut round it, it makes it easier to know where you're placing it, of course.
Right.
So if I do it sort of this size, now this is where you've got to be slightly careful about your heat press, because if it's very hot, so used on certain fabrics, it'll turn it yellow, and this might happen with this. I'm okay with that because we're just playing around. But if you're, worried at home, then cut the paper bigger so it's not affecting the area. So let's go in with a little coaster.
What's these things you're printing onto?
I've just got sublimation blanks. So
okay.
If you go on to, again, the Zon and just type in sub blanks, it'll bring up lists of different things you can do, and I do it from there. My donut's going to be a little bit over the edge here. I'm not going to worry for the process of what we're doing.
Don't worry.
So I just bring in my heat press. Press my play button, just press gently, just a bit of pressure, because it's the pressure and heat that cause the gas to happen, which sounds vaguely dirty and like after a Sunday roast, but it's all very serious for your sublimation. So we need to have those moments where it works. It'll come down. It'll just work its way.
Yeah.
John's looking uncomfortable.
Fine. A rogue question.
We like a rogue one.
The designs of the Art Spirit. Oh, here you go. Hi all, could you cut this out on the scan and cut? Loving the demo, from Karen.
It depends whether it's in the cutting files for that. Could you cut it out? No. I mean, you could scan it in. Once you've printed it, you could scan it in.
You can scan it in, but then you can't then sublimate it. Can you print that? No, because you need the ink from this.
Yeah, you need the sublimation ink.
To sublimate it.
But if you're meaning, could you use that design because it's on the Art Spirit app? Does it cross over and allow me to do it on the other apps? I don't actually know. I haven't gone into it deep enough, but possibly. You could do that. So
They didn't hear that.
No, I know. I'm just confirming. So you could print it out.
On the sublimation paper.
On the sublimation paper.
Put the sublimation paper onto
your fabric.
Yeah. Scan your fabric in and cut it out on the fabric once it's printed on. So once you've printed that armadillo,
yeah, I can
you
put
can
that
cut
into
the
my
armadillo,
ScanNcut,
yeah, and then cut
keep
it
that
out.
file, then cut it out on any piece of fabric that I want to do it on. So you will.
So then you
work
can
between all of
applique
them.
it.
My brain just went really fizzy.
Yeah,
with all
sorry,
the
that's
things
Hannah.
there.
That's working with Hannah.
That was a lot happening at once in my head. Right. So once I've done that, I've got lots of options of things I can do, and I'm going to do.
Well, did we print the donut? I didn't see the donut.
The donut's here. I've done it. We're all done with the donut. Do you want me to do it on
overhead? Wow, it's so clear, isn't it?
It's just brilliant, right? This printer is like, honestly, I've had so much fun. And it's funny, you know, Abraham said to me last night that he wants to have, he said, will you go onto the internet and buy me a shirt for my Leavers Day at school? And I was like, well, how much is that going to set me back? And he went, well, all it is, I just want a certain design putting on it. You could draw it for me if you wanted. And I was like, I'll sublimate it for you. That's what we're
now,
doing.
if I've got, so that picture you had of your boy earlier, right?
Yes, Abraham.
Abraham, did you have to scan it into a computer to send it over, or is it like a photocopier? Can I put it on the top of that machine?
No, because this here, I'm using my iPad. So all my photos are in my iPad and in my phone.
Oh, yeah, but I'm thinking about my childhood photos. They're not in my iPad. They're on cardboard in a box.
So if they're on that, then you could...
I'd have to scan them in.
You'd have to scan them onto your computer. But what you could do, of course, is take a photo of the photo on your phone.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then just crop it.
Of
and
course.
then just bring it straight into here and sublimate it onto something.
Brilliant.
The fact that you can do photos is lovely. But you can also get those...
Well, I'm thinking memory quilts, you see.
Memory quilts. Is that what people do? They put photos
Pictures
on them?
and writing from people who've no longer with us.
Oh,
and things
that's
like
nice. That's a lovely idea. I mean, obviously, you guys know about this, and it's a normal thing. To me, it's new.
Yeah, no.
So I've got all of these. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Now, I can go into here, and I can go to new, and I've got different things I can do on new here. So I've got geometric patterns in here. I've got templates. I've got sublimation embroidery. That's new to me. It's also new to Artspira. I've got font decorator, so I can go in and decorate words for different things, or I can go to design editor. Now, I will do a quick note just to say that I can also use AI with this as well to do various different things. The design editor is where I nearly always stay. Now, at the minute, it's set to letter. That's because that is the paper that you're getting with Brother. So you're getting that. So we're going to go done, and we're going to go into here. This is where you start doing custom designs of your own. Now, if I go to image, it will say, do you want me to get a photo off your camera roll? Now, I'm not going to say yes, because Lord only know what's in there. So you don't want to see my camera roll, believe me. I'll just press cancel there. But if I want one of those patterns that I had, I can go to design. And I can go to illustration, logo, photo, or basic shape. So if I go back into illustration, we'll go back into animals. You'll see again that my armadillo will be somewhere down here. And I've got all of those elements there. And as I go through, there's hundreds. There are hundreds and thousands of different designs that I can do, print, put onto mugs, put onto anything else. But one of the ones I want to show you is the fabric block.
Yes, it's got to be quick now.
Because I think that's the ones that you'll use the most. So if I'll go to done on here, I'll go to cancel actually because I don't need it. So let's go into gallery. Let's go to home and go back to the here and home again, and then go to sublimation. Now I'm going to go to fabric patterns. So anything particular that anybody wants?
Dogs with hats.
Dogs with hats, okay, because obviously. So now I've got this here. It's telling me my size, my length, my width. I can change all of that. I'm going to go to create. It's going to download that pattern for me. And then could you have chosen anything more ridiculous? Right, okay, so we've got the fabric there, and I'm okay with it. I'm just going to press OK. Good Lord. I'm going to go done, and I'm going to print it. So that's going to send that information to my printer. My printer's going to print it out for me. It's just retrieving that data, and it's going to be exactly the same process. Now, I'm going to have a bigger piece to do here, and my heat press is smaller than A4. So what I would do with that, I know we're running out of time, so I'll do the first bit, but I'd just move it along and then do it again. And
but you can just do
this. Do all the things.
Yeah.
So I'll do that, and I'll pop it onto a little...
Afternoon, John and Carla. Sorry, I think I missed this. Does the printer come with the app for the images?
Yeah, that's the Artspira app, which you can get on your Android or your iPhone Apple store, you know, the app store thing that they have. And you just go onto it and type out Artspira, which is ARTSPIRA, and you can download that now. Now, the QR code for it is on the box, so it will be there when you get home. But if you want to have a play with it now, I mean, download it, right? If you've got this stuff coming.
Well, also, the Brother sewing machine, embroidery machines that we sell, we've already done Artspira with that.
Have you?
So
So-
that they can download
that would come across
embroidery and things
all
like that.
free.
So a lot of people already have Artspira, and it's completely for free. As Carla said earlier, you get an awful lot for free, but if you want to pay for a subscription, did you say yours was $9.99?
$9.99. I love the
And you get thousands of other things.
I think it's worth it. This is just taking its time as it.
Well, it's
was a
'cause
minute
it's a
ago.
whole
It's a whole
sheet,
sheet.
isn't
We'll
it?
just let it do its thing. I think it's worth the $9.99. Whether you think it is or not, it's up to you. You can do a free trial of it, and I think that's worthwhile. You will see all the patterns anyway, whether you pay for them or not. It's like a little temptation, like a sweetie window. And so they show you all the patterns and you'll see them, but you don't have to use them. You can use just the free images. More importantly, you can use your images. You know, I can upload photos, I can upload drawings I've done, I can upload, you know, loads of different things and add that in. So it's really clever.
Is the material machine washable once sublimated?
Absolutely. It's permanent, it's fade resistant, and it's just there. It's as if it's always been there. So it is a professional printer for professional use. So if you're wanting to do a t-shirt, something like that, it's professional. Here it comes.
It's coming.
Dogs in ruffs are on their way and dogs in hats.
Yes.
Which is very exciting.
Hannah's very excited. So excuse me, but Tula Pink's made a fortune. Dogs in hats and things. I love Carla. She usually costs me a fortune, but I already have this, says Mona.
There you go. Thank you. I don't mean to cost you a fortune. Right, so I've just got my sublimation. I've just printed it on I don't even know what that is. We'll just, whatever it is. And I'm just going to push this down and press it. We'll just do this little section of it because I know we've got to move on. But just so you can see, and obviously I would just move it further across. It's not rocket science in that sense.
While Carla's doing that, I'll just explain that we also have, if you already got one or you want this and you want more dyes, we have all 4 of the inks, not dyes, because you'll run out of black first, we reckon.
I think so.
You do get a full set in your machine, but I always like to have, it with I haven't got a sublimation, but my printer at home, as soon as I put one in, I always buy another one, because there's nothing worse than getting halfway through a project and the computer going, black's run out, whatever. Look at this, don't look at me.
Are you ready?
Ready, Levi? Go.
Are you ready? It's up. Are you ready? So if you want to start printing your own material, this is how you do it. This is where you get, remember, these can be your own designs. It doesn't have to be one that's in the Artspira app. This is something you can design at home. You can start to do your own fabrics. And I think that's incredibly liberating in terms of where you go future facing, in terms of what you can achieve. It just sets you free, right? We've got so many options with these tools. Brother's incredible.
Well, yeah, we said that earlier, the children's drawings, memory quilts and things like that. Right, I've got to move on. You get your other machine out. I'll just recap this. Have you got a still, Levi, to put the still in? It's an special introductory price right now. The reason Hobby Makers is more is they had the introductory price, but they had to put theirs back up to $3.99. So it will go back up to $3.99, this one. It's on 5-way split pay. It's a sublimation printer. Now, it does come with inks already, or not in it. They'll come for you to put them in. But you can start, the minute this arrives, you can plug it in and you can start with it. You put the ink in, and I think Carla said you have to leave it for 8 minutes or something.
Yeah, just
for the ink to work its way through the machine and everything. £379 on 5-way split pay. It's called the Brother Sublimation Printer. Don't forget to buy some paper as well to go with it. Yeah, we'll put that through now for you. So this is 100 sheets. Now, it's American, so it's the 8.5 by 11 inches letter size. $29.99. You get a few bits. Oh, that's the point. You will get a couple of pieces when you buy it, but I'm saying you can use the machine straight away. Buy this at the same time, then they'll all arrive at the same time, because you're going to get carried away, aren't you? $29.99. And as I say, that the inks will be on the website. Hannah will move them over to the thing there. Right. The beginning of this 2-hour extravaganza, we were talking about the ScanNcut, right? It's been hugely, hugely popular. Graphics coming in. Now, it should be £963 and 96 pence, right? The machine on its own on the Brother website is £777 and 77 pence, right? We're on 5-way split pay. Not only do you get all the things that come with it in standard, we've put a little bundle together with 3 low-tack adhesive mats, a rotary auto blade kit, the rotary auto blade, and the thin fabric auto blade as part of the deal, right? £679, 5-way split pay. Who should buy this and why should they buy it?
Everybody.
Oh.
Hey up.
Hey up.
Hey up, Bayek. Coming in. Everybody should own a ScanNcut. Anyone who does anything creative, and that can be working with paper, it can be working with fabrics, it can be working with all sorts, leather, all the different things that we do in terms of creating and building. But also I've got a friend who runs a stationery business, and she relies on her ScanNcut to cut all her stickers and to do various other things. Because if I design my own stickers, I can scan them into here and I can get it to cut them. If I stamp on a piece of cardstock, I can get it to cut the stamp out for me. And if I want to make applique pieces, I can put them straight into here. If I wanted to cut my English paper pieces, it will cut them instantly and quickly for me, and also incredibly precisely. I can put pattern pieces in, scan them, and I can cut those as well. So you've got everything, and this will do it all. That's who should buy this machine. It's everybody.
£679 is a brilliant, brilliant price. Let's say the machine on its own, hello? The machine on its own on the Brother website is £717.77. You're getting the whole bundle for £679. I'm sure they will have 5-way split pay, and I don't know what their delivery charge would be, but ours is literally, even if you bought something else, it's £4.95. Now, do they come from our warehouse, or do they come from the direct from source?
I believe we've got them here, but don't quote me on that. I'm fairly sure we have.
We'll just double check for you, Right. Accessories for the machine. This is your 12 by 12 low tack adhesive mat. If you just want it on time, you just want to buy one new one. This has just got one in here. Obviously, you get 3 with the bundle. Say it again, Han. Oh, no, use it over and over and over and over again. It's going to last you, but just in case, it's a consumable. And it's like when you buy other machines, isn't it? There's always a consumable that you have to replace and everything like that. $21.99. Okay, that just shows you, in our bundle, right? In our bundle, Levi, right? We're giving you 3. We've put 3 in there. This is $21.99 for 1.
Yep.
And we've got the packet that you get in the bundle, I'm putting it over there, has got 3 in it. So I'm just saying, right, what a brilliant deal it is. Oh, they do come from us, right? Now, the other thing you need is this. You need, what did you call this morning? The spatula and the hook. It's called spatula and hook, but she said all you need.
I said the spade and the weeder.
The wee spade and the weeder. Here they are. This is a lovely big spatula, and you got the hooky tool. This does not come in the bundle. You get a tiny little spatula-y thing, shovel-y thing, but these don't come in the bundle.
The weeder, if you're doing vinyl, the weeder will become an absolute must. If you're doing vinyl, you'll need a weeder.
Lovely. And then very quickly, now, I've got to explain this incredibly quickly now, but this is a Mickey and Friends Applique Pattern Collection 1.
Yep, scratch card. Scratch it off. Go to the Brother website and type in the number that you've got for your individual. It will have instructions for you. That will go to your creative workspace, and via the power of the internet and a little bit of Paul Daniels magic, it will appear on your ScanNcut at home. These are different to the ones that are on it. These are specific applique patterns just for you lucky people who have that.
But they have the same rules. You can gift, and you can gift and buy them as presents and make for yourself and everything, but you cannot sell them. They have a in fact, Derek got caught. Having been a victim of Disney, I can vouch what Carla is saying.
Yeah.
So
it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Listen, we all think we can get away with it, right?
No,
You can't.
exactly.
And also, it's not your design, it's someone
right,
else.
this brand new today, and they've been flying out. Now it's made for the scan and cut machine to fit in. All dimension on the website, but it is made to put your machine in. What I love, the main thing I like is this, right? You get this inside it. So you put your machine on there, and it's then really easy to lift up and just pop in like this, pop in and out of your bag. Say that again. Mine's Hannah of what? Oh, don't worry, she said something rude. It's got pockets on it, it's got zips on it, it's got sections on it, it's got the 360-degree wheels on it. It's never been on Hobby Maker. Not been on Hobby Maker yet.
Never seen it.
No. And it's got one of these. It's got the telescopic handles as well. £99 and 99 pence. 2-way split pay, $49.99.
Fit all your snacks in there, wouldn't you?
You could. Do you know what, though? If you're not taking your ScanNcut and you're going to Festival Quilts to buy your fabrics, that's going to be a brilliant one to carry around. Ooh, brilliant one to carry around. That's an unusual shot, Levi. Somebody thinks they're on Gems TV. $99.99. It's a ScanNcut trolley case. Hayley did keep going on about a pen holder, but I can't find it. But there you go, it's back. $99.99, $49.99 on two-way split pay. Right, anything else you want me to do? Make sure you check out them both, because there's an awful lot of the ScanNcut and the printer, the Sublimation printer in baskets. So you do need to check out on that. Shall we have a look at tomorrow's menu? Yes. It's not me tomorrow, I'm off tomorrow. Now, if you're on the Wirral tonight, I'm doing a fashion show at Maggie's at Clatterbridge tonight. 8 o'clock, Fabulous Fabrics. 9 o'clock, The Wonderful World of Paper Piece Quilt Blocks with Rachel Williams. Rachel's one of our Search for Stars. 10 o'clock, Quilt Kits You Will Love. Then New Creative Grid Rulers with Rachel at 11. And then Sewing Machines at 12. It's Vix presenting tomorrow. So you'll enjoy her. I will be back on Sunday. Sorry, not Tuesdays. Hannah's going, not back till Tuesday. No, I'm in Sunday. I am in Sunday. We're together on Tuesday, so I've got to go out for a meeting now back Tuesday. Carla, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your enthusiasm is contagious. No, that's not the right word, is it?
I'm like a good disease.
Yeah, is it contagious? Is that the right word?
Yeah.
No, but don't spread it around the building. Anyway, we're going now. Hobby Maker up next. Don't know who's presenting. I might be a bit early, but they don't mind. Enjoy your afternoon. Make sure you check out your baskets, and I will see you on Sunday.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy, and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page.